Hello and welcome to the WePlay Academy Season 2. You know what? We are ready for another brand new season. Unfortunately, James Banks will not be here for a few days, but instead of him, he's gonna help me. Hi, my name is Heku, and I actually have a special message for our Russian community. Ребята, если вы предпочитаете смотреть свои стримы на русском языке, то я настоятельно рекомендую зачекать стрим с Тони ребятами, так как они там стараются именно для вас. Если же вам нравится наша атмосфера и вы хотите улучшить знания не русского языка, а английского, то оставайтесь с нами, мы вам будем только рады. You know, guys, just had to give some information to our Russian viewers that we actually have a second stream that's being broadcasted in Russian. But the most important part when it comes to our desk is, of course, our analyst, because I'm joined by the two handsome men, that being Maui. I mean, you're clapping them, calling you handsome, but look at that smile.
Oh, you flatter me too much, but I'm glad to be here once again. We're here for another season of the WePlay Academy League. It's so fresh to be here. I mean, it's not what everybody normally gets, you know, the Tier 1 CS. Instead, we're digging through the trenches, and we're seeing what that rising talent is shaping up to be.
That was the nicest intro I've ever had in my entire life, you know, being called handsome.
Oh, come on,
beautiful
come on.
and smiling. I mean, not even Scrawny would do that. So yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I mean, you're gonna have me here for 5 days. Afterwards, it's gonna be Banks. So like, enjoy while it lasts.
We're gonna make the best out of it. Yeah.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Let's hope
Might even be better.
Let's hope so. Yeah. But guys, like, it's not your first time in Ukraine, and you have been here for a real long time. Do you know like any Ukrainian at this point?
Oh, I tried using Duolingo to learn some letters. So it just started confusing me so much because you learn that that certain letters, even though obviously in English they're one thing, it's just a completely different thing. And so I gave up after maybe a couple days.
There's a couple of dirty words, but I'm not going to say them out loud.
Yeah, better not. But like
after the show.
Exactly. But luckily, you have quite a lot of time to learn Ukrainian because you already know a lot about the teams because we already had like a first season. And actually, like not too long ago, we had the LAN. So maybe let's make a short recap of what actually happened, right? Because like just like previously, we had the same 8 teams.
Yes.
But like the format changed a little bit.
Right, so we'll be working now with GSL groups of 4, as opposed to what was last season, BO1s across the board. It was a BO1 round robin last time around. This is the results of the previous land phase where we saw Mao's NXT take the trophy, and we saw Young Ninjas, even though they beat him the first time in the upper bracket final, it was Mao's NXT that got the better of them in the rematch.
Yeah, it was a great season, and I guess the first time we got to showcase these young talents on a big stage as well. They got the full package in terms of being driven back and forth from the hotel, having to boot camp at the hotel as well, practice rooms, and then going into a big arena where they, for the first time, could experience the pressure that it is playing on a big stage like that. And we talked to some of the players as well, that they were nervous, they were feeling it, and I basically felt that every single player at that event said that despite winning or losing, that was the experience of their life.
Yeah.
And that in itself, just saying that and experiencing that as a player in such a young age is so nice, regardless of who's winning.
Yeah, and the atmosphere was absolutely amazing. I mean, yeah, Mao's and NXT are the ones who have actually lifted up the trophy. They had like no problems in the finals against Young Ninjas, but actually before that, they played against Fnatic Rising. Fnatic Rising got them to a 3rd map, and they almost got them to overtime. So maybe if Mao's would not actually get to the finals, would have a different winner. You know, like.
I mean, yeah, potentially. I think Mouse Sports were the better team at that event, especially when we got into the final stage of it. And it felt like game by game they were better and better, right? They got fired up. Maybe there was a little bit of nerves coming into this lineup. A player like Torsi as well, the first couple of games didn't really perform well, but we saw in the final how explosive he can be on the server. So I'll agree, you know, there were moments in that playoff where Mouseport didn't look like they were the better team. We talked about Young Ninjas as well being the favorites coming in despite a roster change. But overall, watching that event and feeling the vibe as well, it felt like Mousesports were the best guys.
Yeah, the energy in that arena, even though it didn't have an audience, there were so many people there that were just like us. There was the staff, there were kind of friends of the team, and you could feel the energy there. It gave you that sense that it was bigger than just any of the online matches. The fact that the lights were there, it was, like they said, one of the biggest events of their lives. And for some of them, hopefully not, but some of them, it will be the biggest event of their lives because some of them will make it to the top and some of them will fall. And that's kind of what we're playing this Academy League for, to see who are going to be those shining stars that make it all the way.
Yeah, but like the format actually changed for this season, because if before like we had 8 teams, the top 3 spots would get a direct invite to the LAN. Now we actually have 2 groups. So the winners of each group get a direct invite, but the last remaining spots will be played between the 2nd and 3rd places. So maybe it will be a little bit more complicated to actually get to the LAN.
Yeah, so this time around we're using GSL groups, which means that there's a chance that sometimes the groups are going to be maybe a little bit more stacked in one direction or the other. But GSL groups, this is what you like to see. When it's an 8-team event like this, 4-4, it's not going to be some weird point system. I've seen some other events do that, but we've got the way that it's supposed to be done in a group stage event, the way that it makes sense to separate them apart. And we're going to see that's different from last season is BO3s the whole way through. Last time around, we had that cool picks and ban system with home teams and away teams. This time around, it's going to be what everybody knows and love with CS.
And it requires a bit more of the teams as well taking part in it, right? Because last time they had the whole group stage to, I guess, build up their map pool. They could always veto 3 maps, which meant that they only had to play 4.
Yes.
Now coming into the best of 3 scenario right here, you only have 1 ban before the opponents can pick a map into you. So a lot of these teams will really have to use that experience they gained in season number 1 in order to build upon their map pool. And it requires more from the teams. They got to be able to play 5, maybe even 6 maps in order to be competitive throughout. So it's harder now. It's harder to be the number 1 team than it was in season number 1.
Obviously, it's gonna be way harder because now you can't just ban out your like free maps, you know, like just avoid them. Now it'll be way harder. You can still ban like your perma ban, but outside of that, you kind of need to have like an understanding, at least like of each map, at least a little bit. But yeah, but actually, like our first series today is going to be against Young Ninjas and Astralis Talent. And like I'm of course like looking at you because like, you're kind of like representing Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, apparently.
So like I'm just like I'm thinking how exactly to ask this because you know like yeah, Ninjas they got to the finals. They like overall they're doing so good. And when it comes to Astralis Talent, like it seems like they were having a hard time in the previous season.
I think you're nice. I think they sucked last season to be completely honest. I expected more from that talent coming that talent production coming out of Astralis, and I think they maybe suffer a little bit from the name Astralis. We know them to be this powerhouse in Counter Strike. We know them to be the best lineup that's ever existed in the main squad, right? So you also per definition expect that the talent team, and especially in a scene like Denmark, have a lot of young guns who can come in here and compete against the very best. They weren't able to in season number 1. They were very disappointing. They won a couple of games on Vertigo, and outside of that, they didn't really do much damage. Had a decent showing on Nuke as well, but outside of that, they really lacked a presence on the server. So I was slightly disappointed in Astralis Talent last season. Whereas for Young Ninjas, they came in as the favorites. They also played like the favorites, I will say, in the group stage. They finished number 2 in the first group stage and went to the final at the LAN events, but never really got to showcase the best version of themselves. So you can't say Young Ninjas were disappointing, but I still think Young Ninjas could have played better, whereas I feel for Astralis Talent, I don't really know if I expect them to be any better in Season 2 or if it's just more of the same.
Astralis Talent had the problem last season that it was clear that many of their players did not have that much experience. They were working with a lot of rough, raw pieces, and besides Void, it was tough to see anybody else from the team standing up and delivering. Altex had a couple of good games, but really everybody else kind of just looked average. I would even say mediocre for Academy League standards. So Astralis Talent, they're working with the same roster that they had last season. That's something that's working for them, is that they changed out one player around the middle of the season, Nefa, and now they have the same 5-man lineup that they're working with for the second half of the season. So hopefully because of that, they've ironed out a couple of things. And I will say about Astralis Talent, their mid rounds were always really shaky. If something didn't go according to plan, it looks like they got lost very fast. So hopefully, because they've been staying together for a while now, they can be a little bit better if they get upset early on in a round.
Yeah, but it kind of feels like they really needed to improve their map pool, because when it comes to the maps, like they, if I recall correctly, they won like 5 games in total. And all like 4 of them. Was it 4?
4 of them.
Oh, then it was like 5 verticals that they
Maybe
played.
5, yeah.
But like the thing is, like the only maps that actually won were verticals.
Yes.
The last, it was so horrible. So like I wonder, like now, if for example, like a team just instantly bans vertical, is there anything they can actually do?
Hopefully they've been working on the map pool, because I think it's a fair point you bring up here. They need to work on the map pool, and they need to get more competitive on more maps than just Vertigo. We saw them play Nuke a couple of times as well, a Danish specialty, and they were competitive against a team like Mousesports. I think they had another game on Nuke as well that went super close. And yeah, I said that they did suck last season, and result-wise they did, but they had a lot of close games. We saw that on the results as well, losing 16-14, losing 16-13 a couple of times, 16-12. Games that were somewhat competitive, but if you don't have that, I guess, edge, if you can't close out the games, and if you can't build upon your map pool, as you explained right here as well, then you will suffer, especially in a best of 3 format. So if you're Young Ninjas, if you're anyone else, you just get rid of Vertigo against Astralis talent, and then you have a pretty good map pool situation going on for you from the get-go.
But I wonder if they'll actually ban Vertigo, because if I recall correctly, they actually prefer to ban Dust 2 when it comes to Young Ninjas. But now with the changes of Dust 2, like, are the teams actually going to play it? Because did they manage to actually adapt? Because maybe like they're not really that afraid of it anymore.
Right. Young Ninjas last season used Dust 2 as their permaban, but given the changes, there's potential. I wouldn't really think that they would change up their map pool too much just because of a single change on it. But the interesting point for me with Young Ninjas is that we are seeing a revolving door in terms of who their 5th player is. During the regular season, last time, we saw Nilo, and he was a star for them. He was for me, I was so surprised at how good he was as a rifler, and he was put in a lot of star positions. Overpass, for example, like he has a lot of responsibility, but then they had to sub him out for Manon because Nilo, I think he had some other obligations with school, and then now they're playing with a new player. And so you think that Young Ninja's biggest strength has been their structure and the way that they're able to convert mid-rounds. It's clear that ZTR has a very good understanding about how to move pieces around in mid-late round situations, but then when you're playing with a new 5th all the time, that just gets so much harder. And for me, with Young Ninjas, they should have been going into the Season 2 one of the 2 or 3 favorite teams to make it out. And now I have a question, because Nilo and Manon they had a lot of firepower, but this new guy, I'm not really sure if I'm convinced yet.
You don't know what to expect.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, at least like it's way better than it was like in the previous season, because we saw like so many new names. Now at least like most of all, like we know what to actually expect. I wonder like when it comes like to the grenade changes, because like I had an interview with ZTR and he explained that when he prepares and like he tries to like improve in the IGL, he actually goes on the server and just like thinks of the things he can actually do. So I wonder if like he did actually the same thing when it comes to preparations for this match. If, like are we going to expect like like executes like by one man like on one side and stuff like that?
I mean, we all seen the Mirage speciality at this point, right?
Yes.
Where you just drop a lot of nades towards the A bomb side while the rest of the guys are moving towards B. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think people slightly overrate the impact of this whole meta of dropping grenades. It's fun, it's cool if you can do it in your matchmaking games. But I played a couple of Face level 10 games the last couple of days, and I haven't seen a single guy dropping a grenade for anyone. So I'm not really sure it's something that we get that much integrated into our play. I think there's a couple of specific scenarios it could be useful in. There's a couple of strats you could build around the fact that you can drop an extra Molotov on extra smoke, but I think it'll be more in the minor details. And then again, who knows? A guy like CTI, if he's creative, if he jumps on a server and gets a good idea, maybe a league like this in the WePlay Academy League, still early season in the group, right? You can experiment a little bit. You don't necessarily have to win the first game of the group in order to still have a chance of qualifying. So I think there's room for people who want to experience a little bit, but I think it's slightly overrated in the sense that we're not going to see, a meta change that dramatically than some people expect.
Right. We got the vetoes coming up here, and we see that Astralis are banning out Mirage. Young Ninjas will just ban out Dust 2, despite the changes on the map. And then we're going to get to the picks. And everything we've said so far.
Can I guess what Astralis is going to pick at this point?
Yeah, take it.
I'm going to say Vertigo.
I can't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. If there's anything else coming out here,
wow.
I'd be shocked. Yeah, wow. We're so surprised on this desk right now. But now Young Ninjas, they have a couple of options in terms of what they like. Overpass would be a really solid pick for Young Ninjas if we're looking at last season's data. I wouldn't even mind an Inferno pick, but I think Overpass is a map that ZTR has shown that he really likes to call on that map. And the only question mark is whether or not someone is going to fit Nilo's spot, because being the A rifler, it's a very important position. And actually, okay, wait, they're going to go with Inferno, so maybe that's just a little bit easier given that they're working with a new lineup.
Yeah, probably. And also a map where I feel like we had the discussion last season as well. Mousesports, Young Ninjas, who were the best Inferno team. Fnatic Rising were up in the talks for that one as well. But overall, when you see at Young Ninjas and the tournaments they play outside of this league as well against some of the tier 2, tier 3 opposition in Europe, they play Inferno at a pretty high level. So I think they just feel this as a very comfortable pick for themselves. And as you said as well, I think there's a case to be made that it's easier to slot in a new player on a map like Inferno than it would be an overpass, nuke, and so forth.
And wow, okay, they get overpass as the third, so this should be just a really good veto for Young Ninjas. Vertigo, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's a map that Astralis Talent do like to play. If there's any chance that Astralis Talent have in this series, they need to take map 1.
They need to take Vertigo, but the thing is, I actually checked out, and in the previous season, when it comes to Young Ninjas, they just kept on banning both Dust 2 and Vertigo, but after the season ended, they actually started cracking it. Like, they were playing like different like HLTV games, so they will be prepared. They know that like they will have to play Vertigo if they're banning Dust 2. So actually, what do you think will be the outcome? I'll first like ask you, because maybe you'll try to at least like sugarcoat. No, and then I'm gonna ask Pimp.
Well, I think that map number 1 could be a little bit competitive. I think that there's actually a reasonable chance that Astralis find double digits, get to maybe 12, 13 rounds. I'll say it's a 2-0, but I think that Astralis Talent can at least have a chance to find a handful of rounds on Vertigo.
I think it's going to be competitive when it comes to Vertigo.
Whoa,
I think there's a game to be had. There's a conversation to be had here, but no doubt Young Ninjas are the favorites to win this series, and I do expect it to go 2-0 as well. I think Astralis is a decent team on Vertigo, and I think Denmark is more or less, especially in the POC areas as well, and these young talents, communities. Vertigo is just a new jam. That's going to be the new nuke for Denmark in a couple of years, where we're just experts on it, and everyone else can just try against us. And I think Astralis is still building upon that right now, but the skill difference, the experience, CTR, the in-game leader, what I saw from Astralis last season, they also have some problems. They're playing with a stand-in right now in Fessa because one of the players are unavailable. So there's just not a lot of stuff not really going the way for Astralis right now that I find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to beat Young Ninjas. But I expect, a 16-12, 16-13 scenario where it's competitive.
Yeah, that sounds way more competitive, because in the previous season they played twice and the scores were 16-3. But we're gonna see just in a few months what's actually gonna happen, because I'm sending you to our dear casters, launders, and scrawny.
You say dear.
Dear.
I think that's deserved.
That's deserved, is it?
I feel like a deer.
Yeah. Thank you, Heku. Thank you, analysts.
Deer in headlights.
16-3, 16-3. That's the historical outcomes for the Young Ninjas here on Vertigo, and that means that they've left a lot of room for improvement.
Yes,
That's the
exactly.
silver
Wow, you're such
lining.
an upside guy. That's such a wonderful thing to say. It's true. There's been so much time, at least, but we know Young Ninjas, they're going to be looking forward to this match. They love playing against, everyone loved playing against Astralis Talent last season, but because they played a lot less actively in between, there might be a chance that they've, workshop stuff that we don't know about, right? They could have developed some stuff that will help them prepare, because it should have been clear at least where the veto may have gone, considering where they played last time. So, I'll be Mr. Positive too.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, why not?
Just a couple nice guys here.
We'll hold out. We'll be optimistic until we see some of the early results.
So I'm incredibly excited to get into this game, regardless of what teams were in front of me, because this is our first chance to talk about the new patch.
Yes.
The big patch, the big change, the grenade swapping. Now, Pimp kind of downplayed it on the desk. I thought Pimp would be out there, coming up with all sorts of mastermind type plays. Maybe it's because in level 10, people are too selfish that they're not dropping grenades for one another. You see?
Yes. You need moldable figures.
Yes, and
players.
that's what Astralis Talent have to be. They're moldable figures, and they're going to be coming into Vertigo, their pick, with hopefully some fresh stuff. I don't know. I think, we've touched on this conversation a couple of times, but I really want to hammer home that I don't truly believe that we can even think about all of the implications that a change like this can actually have on our game this soon since it's been released. We need to see sample size. We need to see examples of it being implemented and implemented well. And I don't think that just because we're at the Academy League that there's a lesser chance of that happening.
No, they're playing more. Their Academy League players are playing more than Tier 1 pros very often, especially with travel coming back. And this is going to be a thing in the first season. There was a lot of regard for the fact Heku did an interview with Regali, and he was just saying, I'm so impressed with myself for how good I've been playing, considering how much these players are grinding all the time. They got nothing else to do. They're on the rise, and they have so much to prove. This is an amazing opportunity. So I think, for sure, they're going to be workshopping the most amount of stuff possible. I think we'll see some of that happen here at the LAN.
Well, by all means, I am very excited, very honored to bring you guys the first round of the WePlay Academy Season 2. Didn't think we'd get a Season 2 this fast, but I'm damn sure excited about it. We've got the smoke here for the default site, and a cross a little bit into the middle of it. Sapek drops Void. This is a heavy post plant over towards short side. So far, so good. Gonna posture up, and the retake's about to come in.
Oh yeah, with the 5v4, the T's need to do something in the middle of this retake, or that bomb will actually just get stuck.
Vigo on the close smoke. He loses 3 teammates in a quick succession, and the bomb does get stuck. You called it. To a T.
Yeah.
Sure enough, no hold on that one.
Yeah, that you have to be a certain amount of disruptive. It's like a protocol that comes in. As soon as that's a 4v5, you can say, yes, we might get a lucky spam through the smoke, but they have an extra player that can stand out of the smoke on each side and cover all the deeper angles, which makes it impossible to spam safely. So in recognizing that, it makes you have to take some risks. And already when you're 5v4 in a situation like this, you're going to lose most of the time. But in 2021 CS, at least, a bomb plant is a win, right?
That's fair. That's fair. We see the ramifications of it. 5 Galils all over the place for Astralis talent. I think, you know, there were so many players alive in that post plant too that, like, poor Vigo, who actually was able to swing out and take a player with him, just wasn't able to prioritize shooting the bomb diffuser, probably because would he have even heard it? There was so much action. And there will be, yet again, second round already. Fester entries onto B site, and it's foregone. It's given over. Offered up to Astralis talent. They'll find another post plant. And here's an impact of the changes. I'm looking at 4 A1S players. Young Ninjas trying to make the most of this fresh Colt. Fester, nice position, overside of his smoke, set himself up very well for those 2 frags. Now it's on to Fuzi in CT spawn, but that is an empty-handed round for Young Ninjas. They don't even stop them on the entry. They don't even hamper them on the retake.
God, you're so flustered with all of these amazing entries that came through. Galils obviously are really, really powerful. And yeah, we got a buff for the M4A1S, which is amazing, and kind of makes me feel silly for having played with it for the past year. But we've got an NIP's TeamSpeak, so we can see what they're going to say this round. Take a listen.
Ja, smoke bar.
Ja, jag börjar window. Jag lägger fan en flash här alltså.
Det är rätt klar.
Bara
Eller
servers,
one way.
håller sidor. Nej, jag kommer lucka bara lämna.
Right.
Är du på mot
Ja,
sidan?
bakom nu. Ja.
Minst 2 mot A.
Ja.
Vi kommer typ behöva reagra ramp eller någonting, vi har fan ingen hit.
Ja, jag kommer med sidan.
Jag kommer störa det.
Sist PS.
Jag hänger med mot A.
Jag kommer sida också, de målade sandbags.
Kido.
Ska vi stanna sida eller?
Vill du börja smära eller?
Ja, jag kör.
Ja,
Nej, fuck it. Vi säkrar
Hon har flash.
Jag vet. På sidan.
Sidan. De lägger 2 smokes.
Vänster.
Japp. 2 smokes. De har 2 ramp minst. 2 ramp. De kommer nice. De går upp ramp.
Japp, på ramp.
En längst ner.
En längst fram.
Jag kommer för rött.
Nice, eran runda. 3v3.
De är inne!
Sidor.
De är inne,
Alla
de
tre.
går mot B. B. De går mot B.
Ligger efter
Det
där.
ligger en sille längst ner då.
Jag kommer gå mot B. Och rulla B. Följ med dig. Jag kommer gå upp mitt.
Nej, du kan måla plant direkt.
Nej, typ mot default.
Musik, så pikar jag bara. Ja, chilla på mig.
En du, det låg.
Börjar pika lite. Jag kommer window nu, japp.
Jag får spara nu.
Vi sätter. En till close.
Synd.
Försök vara lite tydlig med information där åt Ebo så att han går in i...
Dude, you know what's crazy about that? First of all, I would like to say that those were better comms than NAVI comms. Like literally,
They're
the mains
calm and clean.
That was like some of the best comms. And the best part was that they were losing the whole round.
And it was calm.
Yeah.
They kept it, identifying the utility. I think the most panicked moment was obviously when they realized that there was an opening for Astralis talent to take it to the B site instead, right? The moment your elevator player goes down, Young Ninja's got to prioritize the fact that, hey, this is what's happening. This is the rotate we have to get ahead of them. And we almost saw them move a player down to the bottom of B ramp in order to get the Molotov on bomb. But obviously the routing from Astralis talent is just so much shorter. So they will rob that round right back.
Mr. Hero, the mid default. No, ready to stop an attack from coming through, and that is the push shut down. But it's also a fast rotation over towards B, so there's like a lot of players here at Generator. Molly goes bad. That would have been perfect to allow them to frag out, but instead they've got to reroute now. And now Sapek, I don't know if he's going to realize they're coming this direction. USP off in honor of Simple, or silencer off in honor of Simple, I suppose. Cannot get that frag, but enough information has been gained with that one kill as well. Crazy how one Molotov can change the course of history.
Right.
The butterfly effect.
Rewrite it all. Unsilenced USP. I remember we saw Simple do that for a couple of days,
If
and then
only
we
it
asked him
didn't
why.
sound worse too.
That's not true. I'll disagree with you there.
Oh, you like it more than a silence?
Yeah, it's got a clank to it.
Oh, damn. Okay.
And I'm all behind it. Well, when we asked Simple why he did it, he said, it's something new.
He said a new challenge.
It's a new challenge.
New challenge.
Look at him. Influencing the youth for the worse. Vester finding a headshot. Down goes Fuzi. So we're just waiting for these two pistol players to drop alongside their dead teammates. Although Rolf does have a chance at a lurk here. Maybe he can catch him off. Oh, Mister just turning his head back. And there we have it. Astralis Talent, 3-1 lead. Not to mention 5 players up as they get past the pistols of this last round.
I think we need to see more preeminent utility from Young Ninjas, especially in stopping some of their rushes. With the contact explode they had on the B stairs earlier on, it should have been a direct duel for the M4 into the stairs because there was 3 Galils turning the corner at the exact same time. But slowing them down, being a bit more aggressive when they have the rifle and economic and utility advantage should be priority number 1, because Astralis Talent actually have a really, really high T-side win curve percentage. It's like 66% as compared to their CT side. So this is about Young Ninjas surviving the first half, really, because this is where Astralis Talent really shine.
It's where they truly want to, with how often we see them into the Vertigo play. And if you want to make this your home, then prove it, right? The T-side, like you said, already successful enough to justify it all. Close games, win games. Begin this season by taking down Young Ninjas. At least the very first map. This is where you want the party to start. I'm actually quite excited by the fact that the format has changed into the BO3.
It was already brutal enough with the best of ones, and you know, the ability for Astralis Talent to bullet to one or two maps. But now they have to go up into the best of 3s. It's even more brutal. So they had to get exponentially better to be able to keep up with the new format.
And you've got to follow the flow of the game in between maps. That's something that in the BO1 format it's not so apparent. What's it like to lose a close game? What's it like to get blown out 16-0? How do you recover from those moments? These are things that these players are going to be challenged with this season. And in this 4 versus 5, Young Ninja is going to concede a little bit more ramp control over to Astralis Talent. We did see the CTs push into this short side once upon a time. It was the reason Astralis Talent, once they had sight, were able to head towards B instead. But rather than letting the counter-terrorists get by, it's a trade frag back from Fuzi, who is alone on this site until reinforcements get here just in the nick of time. This utility from the T side hasn't been followed up with until now. Finally, they're starting to get their feet on site with 15 seconds left. ZTR over top of smoke drops Altex.
Oh, they actually fake planted because they wanted utility to come out and they were worried about short side. This is a huge gap in the defense, the offense, I should say. But coming into the post line, of course, it looks like that. And from above, ZTR grabs another frag.
V goes low, so
He's
no
gone.
surprise, he's out. Mistar also dying out to ZTR, who cheesed a couple of kills this time. Just playing over top, using that vertical angle to get an edge on the players trying to fall back.
They had
we
the
saw
wrong
that
idea.
fake plant. That fake plant. Is that does the round loss hinge around that?
Yeah, because they didn't have short control and they're really worried about a flank. Now, if there was somebody who was lurking around the short side, that would have been around for sure. They got that kill, would have been able to take space there. But with the smokes coming up soon, and the fact that the entire time Young Ninjas were just posted up in the regular retake positions, that was only a blessing for them because they didn't even have retake utility to throw on that bomb planter, right? That's huge as well. So it's a situation where Astralis Talent, they hand over rounds, and Young Ninjas also do a good job of capitalizing on their opportunities. When they had to push back on short after being down 5v4, they took the opportunity, they lost the duel, but then they pushed again, right? And that's where Fuzi came in and got an opportunity. And then when the post mine came down, they took the high ground, they made sure to shoot over the smokes. They kept as much information and as advantages as they could. And that's what you've got to give them credit for.
Trying to stay heavy on the pressure. Now Vigo knows that there was a CT already pushed up, but he did not expect Rolf to have already stood on the base of the crane to have that little bit of elevation. Makes a world of difference, but it will be chased by Vester. And he's expecting this Tarps peek. That's a great wallbang onto Sapek. He's doing the job of multiple players right now. And he's starting to convince these CTs to fall back so slightly, but ZTR will find a frag elsewhere. Going down on the B site, we've seen Astralis Talent now fall into the 3v5. That much worse. An exchange of flashbangs here towards short A. Sapek versus Vester.
Yeah. Well, we saw the last round. They made the adjustment to come and try to test short again. But they don't have the same incentive this time. They could if they'd like to. They could come through the flash tactic if the smoke comes up. But on 5v3, they just need to stay in tradable positions. There's the flash to come in. The thing is, he dies, but they get info. It's still 4v3, and he does some damage.
CT's keeping those flashbangs up. Mistar able to get on site. Again, we're talking about ZTR being higher than his enemies. Standing tall and snapping them back, but a bomb point is secured. And a fall away as well. Mr. behind the sandbags. Void on the ramp. And Vester still over towards short. Counter-terrorists starting to throw out the single flash that they had left to get this retake rolling. And they're going to tap the bomb. This could activate a bit of panic. But we do have Rolf come off of his defuse attempt in order to try and get these players to peak. But this is a very cool hold from Astralis Talent. They've got the diffuser off, and one by one, they get all 3 kills on site. I was worried for Astralis Talent that because of those consistent bomb taps, they may have peeked in too quickly. They may have been exposing themselves to multiple young ninjas holding those peaks. Instead, they just bought their time. They don't believe the bluff. They call it out. And now they've got themselves to the 4-2 score.
Well, the thing is, they're not forcing them to do anything, right? Because they weren't scaling at all. In that retake, they can't all be standing there, shoulders swinging, and hoping for the peak to come to them. You're going to get tiny little jiggles, right, to bait out one shot or two. And in that position, because they have the player advantage, they need to be going a little bit wider and scaling in the retake, because there was absolutely no disruptiveness as the bomb plant was going down, like we saw in that previous round. And their initial tactic to try to just end the round with that flash play didn't work out. Which again was okay because they called the rotations over. But after that point, they fell a little flat.
Ooh, Debo's, I was going to say, in a good spot at least. Didn't have the tools to really work with. But Altek's able to keep his head up. Clears out all the corners. And the bomb plant falls alongside Rolf, who walks into the scope of Void.
Nice to see that Astralis Talent with these, you know, in a disadvantaged situation, can pull out a round. Look very comfortable, of course, here on the T side. Things will change map to map, I'm sure, but so far so good for them. And there is also the big thing with young ninjas as well that Maui and the Des touched on was having Debo coming into the lineup when their replacement was so good, or the player that he replaced was so good. You know, where does it leave us? We don't know exactly how good he's going to be and how comfortable he's going to be.
Oh, nice dink.
Yeah, right now. Whoa, that's not completely recovered, actually. Yeah.
Sapek dies, so be it.
Yeah.
Stealing off. We've got a thief on the server, and his name's ZTR.
That's nice. We encourage stealing here at WePlay,
That's
actually.
true.
Yeah,
Yep.
take as many ops as you can.
If you want it,
I want to see
go take it.
Extendo arm steals here. Run away with that $5,000 gun.
Just don't steal from your own teammates. That's where we draw the line.
Yeah, don't work together to lose rounds.
Thieves, no problem. Traitors?
Yes. Turncoats?
I don't think so.
Yeah. No, thank you. We are 7 rounds deep. It's looking good for Astralis Talent. They look good in a number of respects right now. It's great to have another rifle round to follow up. They'll also punish that early ramp aggression. They don't force it down with 2 players here. There are 2 other.
Yikes. Vester tears him apart. 3 kills on the round already. I was going to say, that first push from Sapek looked so lonely.
We really want to get away from this. Oh, no.
And then they doubled up, and it didn't work out either. Vester was looking for all the kills, but Vigo, he didn't even see his one. ZTR.
That was a crazy play.
Popped while flashed. Crazy as in pushing like that didn't make sense, or crazy as in how did that happen?
Like, yes. It was crazy. If they had messed up really badly,
talk to me.
You know, ZTR, maybe he could pull that off. But they'd have to mess up pretty bad, right? Flash tactic in a 2v4 situation, the bomb's going down.
Oh, man.
You know, this is where the round ends.
Rolf walks into the spray.
I think there needs to be some respect for that's where the round ended.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely where the round ended. And that's when economy should be the first thing on your mind. Not how do we win the round, I think.
That was the finish line.
That was a nice play up the ramp. And it's not that weird that they weren't all peeking at the same time. Sometimes that's a little hard to coordinate. And sometimes a solo push down the ramp is totally fine.
Yeah.
The late peek comes in. But what was great about Astralis' talent was just being so aware of it. I said, where's Art?
Now for the young ninjas back in with pistols. This is going to be a tale too common.
But I do
The CT side hasn't been great for them in terms of guns.
like the setup. They're all ready to attack, like spider monkeys.
Pack mentality.
Or be attacked as well.
Void's going to drop the first one. They're very wary of the CT player, but I was going to say ZTR had just caught a player with his back turned. Luckily for Vigo, Mistar was right there. Now Mistar almost, yes, he does fall victim. Now that could have happened twice. Had Mistar not given cover, then ZTR would have done the exact same thing. Instead, we've got this interesting spot where Vigo has gotten away from Rolf. Rolf gets an AK-47, thinks it's all fine and dandy. They're going to start inching their way to this B site, and Altex, he just slowed them down. Then, of course, Vigo's going to attack them from the back through their spawn. But now Vigo can't afford to make sound. Rotate everything back over to the A site. You still have time to do this, and Vigo has to, chomp off all 3 of these CTs. Gets the first one because, again, they had forgotten about his spot. They didn't know he had found a cubby to hide in. But now Debo can actually challenge sight. This draws Vigo into him. Void's going to be able to plant bomb. Fuzi, 1v3 attempt. A nice, clean 1v3. He's got 100 health to work with, still has the Molotov as he just threw out the frag, but he's not going to find anybody on site where he's looking to dump this utility. No. Both of the players from Astralis Talent working over onto short. So now they're just going to tether one another. Fuzi's going to have to hit some very clean shots if he truly wants to pull this clutch off. Doesn't have any utility to work with.
They're not going to peek him. He wants to see if anybody's overextended a little bit.
Like that.
Oh, they run out, yes. Time was not on his side, though. No utility, a lot of smoke. That's really, really tough. It was nice to have a molly just to make sure that they can't play sandbags. Like, even if he doesn't go and watch that molly, as long as he knows that the molly is still active, there's no one there. No one's backed up or anything like that. They've probably run away. So I think it was a good attempt, but I think there's going to be a consistent thing about needing to know when to call it quits, because the money is obviously going to be very important, especially in some of these closer games. But at the round 1 from Astralis Talent, well earned, as they kept their options open on both sites the whole while, and things get a little bit scary over on the B site with that lurk. But
hello,
he looks like Void there in the picture. Things get scary on the lurk, but they had their options open. That's what's really important, I think. Because like you said, they can't afford to run away, but they can if there's a guy like lurking through the site already.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Know what I'm saying? Come on, give me the 1v1. Let's see Rolf. A1S versus AK.
I think the A1S wins 99 times out of 100 these days.
You think so? Okay, that's just crazy. We have to remember, this is the Academy League.
No, this angle. This is it. This is the Bubsky angle. Gosh.
No, well, that's the one
Bubsky.
time.
Damn it.
Oh.
Gosh, that was Bubsky.
No, sir. It's Mr. R. Debo up close, and so was Sapek, but we've got young ninjas just hitting the dirt all over the map. Very nice orchestrated attack from Astralis Talent. Everybody was on different battle lines. They activate. Yes, CTR will catch one by surprise. So we're actually right back to the 2v2. But once more, this forward player on the A site draws the bomb over.
Now, they might be aware that this play is coming this time around. So actually, if I'm Vester, I'm a little bit more careful here. Oh, the op shot's bad. Oh, sorry. That's a pistol out. Sorry, it's 2 pistols out.
And 1 op as well. Here for Vigo. Fuzi's going to throw out a frag grenade. Not too bad, but a missed op shot from Vigo allows for Fuzi to go for his, and it's Young Ninjas with a retake. Like you said, you had to be way more careful. This was basically a mirrored image from the previous round.
Once, right?
It's the exact same thing. It's rinse and repeat, and in this case, that player does check CT spawn very cautiously, finds his kill. Dual Berettas. You know, we're sitting here talking about the A1S.
Yes.
Dual Berettas, baby.
They're getting some love, too. A great side piece for the ops.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair to him, no one's beating the dual Berettas. I don't care if it's an M4A1S or an 8K.
All the way to the top. Rest in peace, Desert Eagle.
No. Why, are we done buying them?
Yes.
I'm not.
You're not?
But I've always been wasting money on Deagles.
Right. It's kind of your character.
I love to spend generously on Deagles.
I like that the Deagles are in a very good space now. You know, they still reward the long range, super high skill headshot.
I wish there were more OP.
But the gut punch, that now belongs to the dual Berettas.
Mans are going to be on aimbots practicing spray patterns for the dual Berettas.
Aren't you already?
I'm losing. Yeah, I'm not already. Oh, that's...
Just crouch back.
Look at this sweaty little angle. Plus the phase smoke. Let's see who wins it. Oh,
just
Altec
tucked.
doesn't want to participate. He'll fall back, give a headshot angle up to ZTR. Didn't know he was there. But, man, if he did.
ZTR's been a bit of a cheese ball so far this map, man. He's always playing over smokes, side of smokes.
That's who he is.
That's who he is.
He's good at that. He's very good at that.
So we get a good example of it that time. And Young Ninjas with an edge have 5 up to the 4 of Astralis Talent. What's the play here, T-side? Play off of Void's opening pick. Taking Rolf down's one thing. Can't forget that Vigo only has 1 HP left over, so this is barely a 4 versus 4. 45 seconds to spare.
I feel like they must have heard a footstep at some point here over towards A. Or they're going for the re-aggression. These flashes are very risky. This one will work, though.
Unless he gets in front of it.
Oh!
Nice first headshot. Sapek going to keep that edge rolling forward, but there are 2 ops here for the Young Ninjas. So if this bomb plant goes down, don't put your money on the retake. Odds could play against them. Incendiary on the front site denied bomb plant, but they extinguished that. They want their plant right here, right now. They don't want to make that same mistake where they get screwed over by the smokes fading as the CTs get close. Young Ninja's just going to disrespect this. They walk through with the flash. Just ate a frag grenade as well. We saw the health drop on Uzi, and we just saw ZTR hit the ground. Again, those 2 ops, that's all that's left at this point.
Oh, they're not planning to save properly, or they should be getting out of here as soon as possible.
They're gone.
That's too much money.
Can't risk it. And we've seen them already make some like risky economic decisions, not going for saves. At this point, at the 7-3, soon to be 8-3 for Astralis Talents, T-side on their map pick, you've got to call it quits. Get those cannons out of there, rinse and repeat, try for the next time. All things considered, sick T-side so far, consistent A-site bomb hits. And every time I see the T's get closer to the B-site, it's actually just a fake and rolling back.
Yeah.
They're so open to rotations right now.
It's great.
And I think that's what makes a really good Vertigo team, is when you know that you can just make those quick re-decisions.
Right there, there's information to be gained. The risky part is, man, the angles are infinite when you flash to retake the A ramp, because as soon as the flash pops, whoever gets blind runs backwards. As the player's clearing it, sometimes you just miss every single target. Sometimes you see one barely, you shoot a little bit, and then 2 guys swing back at you. It's sometimes really hard to get away from. And Fuzi getting 1 was very nice. The flash worked, but the fact that there was a teammate close by and there weren't up numbers in that position meant that it was kind of risky. Now, it doesn't mean it was the wrong play. They needed to do something. But in that specific situation, well, we'll just say Astralis Talent did a good job refragging on the A ramp.
Yeah, they're going to do it again. Missed flick from Fuzi. Now it's the headshot.
Oof, brave man.
T's going to pop back up. He tries to clear the left angle, and he will go down with no additional kill.
That looked good.
1 of 2 ops, however, and ZTR's still alive. He may not have an op, but he does have a chance, if not for Altex. A very low ramp commitment. He was just keeping an eye on flank, and he had the presence of mind to just peek on short.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get. Life is like a box of chocolates. And so is A-Site Vertigo, apparently.
Yeah.
Man, if ZTR is able to get close, then...
I have a bot named after me on the Sivo. And remember Sivo?
Yeah.
We can talk about Sivo because they don't exist.
They don't exist. Yeah, I remember that.
Rest and rip, yeah. I've got a bot
Launders
there. Yeah.
Well.
Oh, boy. Always risky to get cleared. It's like the #1 save position here, so...
Hey there.
It's still very strong, though.
Oh!
You like that elevation change.
Hit him with it.
He's trying to get to the 52nd floor.
Man's going vertical. Alley-oop. Hits him on the ramp peak.
Look at these trays, man. They covered everything.
Yes,
I mean,
they did.
all the rifles are focused on the left side, and their op was just making sure that no one can come down the right and yellow. So, yeah, their ramp pressure is so strong, and it's not a bad idea for Young Ninjas to try to fight them there. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yes,
That's
you
what
are.
you need to do. But they need to find better ways to go for those approaches, because with some utility, first of all, they could get a lot more out of that. But I think they're trying to set up in their dry peak positions. And I don't know what happened with the op, but you know, if your CT op can get into a strong line, you should be good for at least while he's holding. So maybe he got outpeaked and outplayed like crazy, but I think it doesn't mean they shouldn't try it again.
ZTR to be tested. 2 Ts line up.
Wow.
And Vester's going to get the best of him.
Full credit though, huh? Those vertical stacks, the really close peaks.
Very well synchronized. And Devo with 2 kills over towards the B site pushes us to the 3v3. Low HP on Mistar. Bomb plant yet again. Retake is on for Young Ninjas, but it's going to be cooled off momentarily with another follow-up smoke here from Astralis. Vigo will be the front runner. He swings out once he sees that 2 players are trying to peek over construction. Again, utility to just try and keep the counter-terrorists retake at bay. Mistar has to play a very safe angle because he only has 10 HP and voids this insurance policy all the way back with the ops. He misses his first shot and loses his teammate, so now the job's going to be all the more difficult, and sure enough, a retake coming through for the Young Ninjas.
Okay.
Sapek 2 frags as he ran forward and Rolf prioritized bomb just in the nick of time.
Yeah, well done. I mean, they get their 4th round up. And again, a lot of this game is really about surviving this first half. Because of Astralis' already good results on the T side of Vertigo, it's pretty much their best half on any map in the pool, on a very small map pool as well. So good to see this from Astralis Town at the same time. Every round that Young Ninjas get in this half, I'm wondering what the second half is going to look like. And the retakes on B have always been a lot easier, though these days people have gotten a bit better in the post plans at being able to stop the retakes from coming in at the same time. It's nice for the CTs, I think, once you get that opening kill with Generator or the guy on default, whatever opens the site up. That's when things get very hairy for the Ts who put the bomb down.
We saw this like further positioning from Young Ninjas over on ramp last round, but it's not over on A that they're going to get that contact they had so regularly needed to deal with. So much pressure. How does he survive that? You're talking 3 rifles pummeling that wood wall and the molly on his feet. Fuzi peeks into middle. That's where he drops Vester. But he's not alone. Mister also down. And ZTR all the while also picking up a couple of kills. So 2 separate 2Ks, both in middle and on B site. That's what shuts down Astralis talent here in the 13th. 14th now. That's right. We're on the cusp of double digits. But it doesn't look likely this time. Vigo trying to soften them up. Any guns he can take away could maybe draw them back as we close out this first half. The 15th round of Astralis Talent's T-side coming up.
That was probably the first time that we've seen a really
Solid
comfy, solid hold. All the players in the defaults getting all of their kills. And I think credit to Astralis Talent, they earned a round where they could just try something new. Because
that's
all
fair.
those slower paced rounds that were working out so well, you got to think eventually that the novelty will wear off. They're going to be able to figure this out. So they're try to change the tempo up a little bit. And it's okay that doesn't work because they've got a nice lead.
And that change actually gives the most convincing round to the Young Ninjas. This is the first time of their 5 rounds that it wasn't a win by way of defuse. Really adamant, really telling, in fact, of how one-sided this half has actually been. And I think it needs to be. That's how our experts on the analyst couch, oh my God, headshot to roll through smoke, described this one. You know, it needs to be Astralis Talent justifying their map pick. Let's see if they can keep this up or if the CTs shut it down. 2 frags from Sapek, bomb in the corner, full control for the Young Ninjas to close out this half. So they're not just going to get 2 rounds consecutive, but a very likely 3rd, assuming Astralis Talent can't bring back a 2v4. Here's the beauty of a round like this. You got nothing to lose. It's the final round of your half. It's almost like you're forced to try and clutch.
They'll need to go get that bomb back. I wouldn't be surprised if another smoke comes down on their face. But they've really just got Sapek here holding the tightest angle they possibly can.
Ooh,
and reacting really well. Nicely done.
That is exactly why. Closes it with the 2K, and you can see him. Vester, top of the scoreboard at the 16 and 7. ZTR leading the Ninjas alongside Fuzi with 12 and 13 kills apiece for them.
Yeah, and I love how they found the remedy. Like the last round is them finding a remedy to their biggest problem,
Yes.
right? Like I actually so much appreciate how Young Ninjas were quite stubborn about how they were fighting down the ramp. Like they just agreed that this is the best way to do it. And even though it failed a number of times, they still kept trying it. And I really don't think there's any way that you can be that passive anymore, right? So
you have to be down there.
It makes sense to do that, yeah, because when that bomb gets planted, your odds just go down way too much. It's way too powerful in the post-plant situation. And for that reason, that's why some of those angles when you enter the site end up becoming some of your post-plant positions. And that's why you don't want to let people get to a certain rank or a certain step up the ramp in the first place.
I would say as well, like once we actually had a successful retake from the CTs, right? Even though it is that much more difficult once bombs planted on A, once we got one of those CT plays where they were able to defuse, from there on out, Astralis Talent, I think, were a bit more timid, and maybe that created that void where Ninjas were able to get that much more aggressive down the ramp. It's almost like they had stolen away a bit of that confidence, a bit of that life from the A play.
Yeah.
We got way more varied looks towards the end. We had that B hit. We had a few rounds as well that I would say, like, again, I want to sing the praise to Astralis Talent because they seemed very ready to make redirections, very ready to grab an opening somewhere else and then everybody go to join it.
Man. Okay. Well, before we get into the second half, we're going to take a listen into the Astralis Talent TeamSpeak for the first round.
Du skal have armor, bror.
Ja.
Mener du lov?
Jeg lister bare her.
Gør de også.
Skal bare pikke kranden hurtigere.
Ja.
Nogle stykker.
Løber!
Flash!
Ja.
Bang! Står klar med den anden.
Yep.
Flash ikke. Flash ikke.
Flere, de ikke får 2 mere.
Løber hurtigt.
Ja.
Jeg står tæt gul lige nu.
De er der alle sammen, ikke? Så
Ja.
i hvert fald 3.
Fremgul død.
Tight.
Det så der
Det igennem her.
Lad alle ikke gøre noget.
Ikke Lyngby. Okay. To side. Ej, så stok, man. Ind til 2 side, en gul.
Gul og sejt. 2 mod 1.
Kid er ude gul.
Han er ikke noget armor. Kid er stadig gul.
Kom igen. Fuck. For helvede. Ærgerligt. Det er også...
So, Young Ninjas taking up the second pistol. Astralis, you know, letting it slide with
I'm going to call
composure.
Yeah, I'm going to call this scaratory.
Scaratory.
It's scaratory.
You tell me why.
Because that might have been the best half out of anything that we could possibly see on any map for Astralis Talent. And then they lose a second pistol. They're also giving up the last round of the first half.
Ooh.
You know, it's a situation where this could already be tied off of the anti-ecos. So for Astralis Talent, we're going to keep the optimism high. But history would tell you not to. All right, so that's all I want to make clear. It has obviously been a couple months.
Yes.
You know, so we've got to keep that in mind. But
again, you know, the reason that we study history is to not repeat the same mistakes.
yes.
And even so, with that time off, surely the Talent team studied
Yes.
the mistakes that they were making.
Maybe some of them could get like a Glaive Steam ad. You know what I mean?
I get you.
To be able to, hey Glaive, what do you think about this?
Can you tell me why we lose?
Yes.
And can you tell me how to win?
Yes.
Right now, right here, they're on their own. Gonna have to implement those improvements that they no doubt are keen to make. 5 Desert Eagles, of course. So clearly the nerf wasn't enough
Yes.
to sway them.
But they could have bought 10 dualies for the same price and had 20
For the
weapons
less
on this
price.
pistol. Yes.
Even less, man.
Yeah.
300 smackers.
And I think that goes towards what Pimp was saying, where like there are a lot of changes that can be implored and like make the game a lot more interesting, but it's going to be a cascade over time where things start to change. It's just that the potential is huge.
It's all there.
Yeah, which is really cool.
Slow and steady for changes in CS and also this one. They will start clambering into the site. Speaking of climbing, Altex takes to the head of his teammate, drops Fuzi, Devo's frag grenade's good for 1, and now the panic starts to set in. The chaos begins to unfold here, and the counter-terrorists just don't have the guns or the health to survive it. When you get into a boxing match like that situation right there, lest I remind you, that wasn't even a retake. Bomb was not planted. They just committed to the fisticuffs, rolled up their sleeves, and started punching.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's the Young Ninjas who come out less bloody than their opponents.
It's like Groundhog Day. Look at the amount of people who are coming up for elevated fights, and you got to stay disruptive. As these smokes are starting to dissipate, that's when you want to start fighting. That's when a number of angles start to appear that they didn't have before. As soon as someone's planting the bomb, number one, you know where one player is. Number two, that player can't fight back. That sounds like the perfect opponent.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Or these two are also quite perfect. They're prime, plump, and prepared to be picked apart by the MAC-10. Unarmored CTs just looking to fight.
Oh.
And they get a second kill. You know, 1 kill, that's something. 2 kills, I consider that a victory. Altec's upgrade to the AK as bomb needs to be picked back up, so he actually gets a little bit more time to drop a third. Again, if you can get 3 kills in a round where you barely have upgraded pistols, you take that. You're happy. But what you're a little upset about is the fact that this game is now tied. You lost that lead you established in the first half.
Yes.
As quickly as Young Ninjas could, they have closed that gap, and we are tied at 9 rounds apiece.
Sometimes we glaze over the economic impact of kills like that, but every time there's majority deaths, anytime an exit player gets way too many kills, that can knock on for the rest of the half. It really can make a huge difference. So that's something that needs to be paid attention to. And like over the years, the higher levels of CS, there's been so much more attention given to how many times you die, even over how many kills you have. Look at a player like Shiro, for example, like an excruciatingly low death per round stat. And you see how much his KD is and how often that team has an op. Like that has such an enormous impact. Sometimes less is more when you have an op.
CTR has been boosted. This could be exactly what they need to drop Mr. right off of the side of this wood. There it is.
Oh, he's in and out too. He doesn't even have a chance to get taken down by the op. Now, there's a very hasty rotation that's been coming over this way. Fuzi will put up Rolf. Wow, Vigo will be covering this. So it looked like for a moment they had no idea someone could be close mid, but they got themselves together and realized, well, maybe there is somebody here, and we've already got a kill down ramp.
They went for 2 separate boosts as well, right? So they were making plays on multiple fronts. We saw ZTR. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought he flicked him. I thought he flicked him.
Because in the top right,
yes, there's the players alive.
We're getting used to a new HUD, but I like the reaction.
Oh,
I felt the energy.
It's because of that rain play we watched the other day, you and I, that I'm just assuming everybody hits
every
those.
insane shot gets hit now. After that, I'm with you.
That's my guarantee. If something crazy does happen, that's what you will get.
Rain. It's PTSD. What's the opposite? What's the good version of PTSD?
I don't know if there is one.
Good TSD.
Yeah, the P stands for poor. Flashbang over top of the green. Vigo does have a little smoke gap. Ooh, but he gets smoked out, so his position now gets canceled. Altec's doing damage, but it's Vigo with the aggression. He's got himself the 2.
Okay.
Very nicely done. Again, like I think he was happy to hold that angle on the first smoke. He knew that with the smoke popping on his feet, he had to change it up. He had to go forward. That can be a little intimidating when you're walking through smoke, when you're not quite sure what's on the other side. But for him to come out with both those frags, that's big.
Yeah, looked great. And I think, yes.
That moment right there, like you've just got to run in and trust that something's going to happen. And Fuzi killed his teammate.
That's his own smoke, I think. So, yeah. So the one that, I think the one that lands by generator, they tried to connect it so he doesn't have the opening. Then when it came down, he realized, like, you can throw this smoke, but I still have this play once I pass through the first one. So he went through with it. That's just great. I mean, that's what you should do for sure. You got to trust situations like that. And they had the players to give a way to do it. So, okay, what'll happen now? This tight match, 10-9. Ash will come down the ramp. Vester will take a peek. Quite shallow. Doesn't see anything, but at least no one here on the short side. Still, they seem paranoid for good reason. All the roaches are coming. They're in the floorboards right now. The vermin. They're approaching.
Yeah, but they're doing it quietly for now. Soon the scurry starts.
Young Ninjas have very good protocols. ZTR is a clear voice in these situations. Oh, and they try to do this really, really scary kind of re-aggression on the ramp. We'll see if Astralis Town will pay for that.
Oh, they dive behind box. Vigo trying to get into some sort of cover. Remember, 2 AKs on the play for the Young Ninjas. ZTR challenged up close by that op, but it misses its shot. And we're in a daunting position here. Do they justify the retake? With Mr. getting ZTR, I think so. He is still going to be that front runner, ahead of the double ops. Can Can the CTs hit their sniper shots? That's the question. Do they expect there to still be a player inside of sight? No. And Rolf's Tech 9 is good for just the burst. It needs to be Void to give cover here, but he actually dies. Luckily for Mystery, he's able to get another on the feed.
Oh!
Debo dives back into the cover. Bomb's ticking pretty quickly.
Oh my God.
He's going to finish this.
Respect for not committing too hard after he missed a few bullets there.
Able to survive.
He got it. He got it. We take those. We take those and we move on.
Could he have gotten punished in that moment?
Yes.
Absolutely.
But honestly, he'd get punished he'd be more likely to get punished if you just try to commit to that spray.
So he got away.
So at least he played off time and went off.
Yes, you made the...
Now that's a situation I'd just like to say. I think the CT smoke was a bad idea there because of exactly what happened to ZTR. The left side sight smoke, which is becoming a more popular smoke just to throw by itself on some of these execs, can actually do a little bit more for you. And it allows you to connect your default to the short side. They didn't have the back heaven control, right? They didn't have CT. They only blocked off CT in that spot. So you don't open up a lot of angles for yourself to fight that. And when ZTR got flanked, it was like that was a loose piece in a situation where you don't have great guns.
Double boost. Oh, no way. Safeback just turns around, pops his head open. Vigo, though, in the meantime, double P250 kill. I believe he dropped down ladder. He must have. Debo would have been in this lower connector, so he couldn't have come from that side. What's important is that it primes Astralis talent to possibly steal this away. And we just saw Altex, by way of Sapex X-Ray, climbing down that very same ladder. Because the numbers have been cut thin for the young ninjas, Altex could very well wiggle his way into a team that is not watching their flank. And if they don't, then suddenly Astralis talent can just crunch them inside sight. But young ninjas, they hit the gas pedal. They sprint in. Here comes Altex. This is the flank they needed. And an AK picked up gives him a chance to fight Rolf while Rolf looks away. Mr. up close dies at the hands of Debo. So the flank needs to be everything. And they sustain it.
Wow.
Young ninjas get away from the pressure cooker that surrounded them with not just the round win, but now a 1-point lead.
Yes, that was a really cool attempt with the flank that came in, but I think his AK wasn't reloaded.
Oh.
He swung out, dropped a few bullets, and was like, I've been sabotaged.
Yeah, who left this?
Sabotage. So if he had a few bullets were missed in that retake from both teams, so it got a bit dicey. There was a moment that could have flipped for sure, but this does leave Young Ninjas now with a small lead. I like how they look. I like how they're moving on T side. I think it's quite promising. Now we've got a tempo change.
Whoa.
And this M4, almost connects for the second kill. Rotation will come in from Mr. in the back of the site, and his teammate is already supporting. Looks like a successful hold.
Not to mention Vester wins his 1v1 underneath. So Fuzi is screwed. Surrounded on all sides, and Void is getting pretty sharp. Comes out with another op kill on the play. Looked like Young Ninjas were just going to express lane into the B bomb site.
That rotation was so nice, actually.
Solid hold, yep.
Because like in that spot, a good player, I think he was playing Dupree around that wood wall, and he gets blind, so he can barely calm. He can't calm with confidence that it's 5. He can't say that the bomb has been spotted or anything like that.
Drop grenades. Drop grenades.
Oh, they're leaving an extra nade here. Okay, let's see where it goes.
It's real.
It's going to be ferried over to the A site, I guess. See, these are the little things that's so nice. I mean, I keep talking about the situation where we had with playing Mirage and how we use that. And it wasn't in any OP sets. It was just very nice to be able to do.
We only had money for one flash.
Yes.
You happened to buy it,
It's
but
really,
you were also on the best spawn for entry.
Yes.
And it's like the moment it
feels
dawned
like a
on
quality
us.
of life change in the moment, more than anything else.
Hey, I need a flash.
But yeah, it resolves misbuys and allows you to make the money a real pool of money.
Wall bang. Ooh.
Well, he was right. I don't know why it didn't do damage, but he was right.
Oh!
Excuse me?
Collateral! Void, he's got 2 bodies bagged already. If this was worth versus guns, it'd be all the better. But it's still a hell of a way for Astralis talent to send a message to the Young Ninjas that just because you take our lead away doesn't mean we're done.
What the hell was that? He hates the yellow tarp or something? He didn't even see the first guy. Let alone both.
What a crazy collat. And what a good time for it to happen. Astralis talent back in the lead, 12-11. Their CT side has now picked up consecutive round wins. Yes, it was versus the Pistols. Yes, it was kind of offered to them, but it's what they need to get convincingly with their economy behind them to just close out this game. Even Pimp expected this to be close.
Even Pimp. Even ungracious Pimp.
Expected this to be close. And so it is. But neither of our experts actually expected them to take away their map pick win. And it's not over yet, but they're closer. Altex jumps over thanks to the flash of Mister. Nicely timed. And Vester as well. He would have got that info because that player just got hit in the face by the utility. Yes, Sapex able to swing out and trade that, but because you got your kill on the B site, this is a nice 4v3 for Astralis talent to just hang on to.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad of a situation for Young Ninjas, though, because they got the ramp cleared, plus they're up. And here's where the lurky fights get a little bit scary, but oh, so nice from Vigo to capitalize in that moment.
He tries to go even further, and that's going to be the end of it.
And the flashes on the ramp, always very scary. I think we've honestly seen T's benefit more from flashes on both sides than we have the CTs who've been throwing them. This is 2v3. Keep those numbers keep coming down. It's not that bad for the Young Ninjas. They'll come closer. Shot missed.
Not that time.
Oh, through the smoke.
Voids rotates and op impact on this CT side have been very good for Astralis talent. Debo's going to go ahead and fake the bomb plant. Mister doesn't respect it, comes over top. Because it's a 3v1, he can actually commit to such a risk. And there you have it. Another round win from Astralis talent, this time versus weapons. So we're talking a CT side that is trying to snowball and gain momentum, enough so to at the very least get to 15, which 14 looks easy. Check out the buy here from Young Ninjas. I see one set of Berettas.
They're going to give this
Glocks
one away.
across the board.
Yeah, it's very true. I think it's so underrated how clean that shot was from Altec. He's actually got a hard job to come in and peek down the ramp. It's got to be a perfect jump, and you've got all this area, like a fishbowl of angles that you have to pick from, but it's really not about crosshair placement. It's just about reacting immediately because it's impossible to be able to predict where in the middle of the floor they'll be. And for him to take any more bullets, right, to take that fight and win it, means that somebody else could pop up and refrag him. So it was very cleanly done, just mechanically speaking, from Altex there, with the flash assist, of course. Can't forget about the flashers.
It's all about the flashers.
At the end of the day.
Especially now that you can drop all your flashes to them.
Yeah.
Good little adjustment there from Void's op. Wasn't pressured too much, was just ready for the shot, and he landed it. Good way to start the 5v4, but will they check the sandbags? Will they need to? Vester actually gets flashed into the open, taking a player with him. Void's op again, always on the rotate, always ready. Right here alongside Vigo for a very simple, very clean close. 14 guaranteed for Astralis talent, 2 for their map win.
And at this point, I mean, this is where they can start really just laying it on, right? They can actually use more aggressive tactics, and the rounds are ending faster and faster. They're very comfortable with any look that Young Ninjas have to show them on this T side. And the slow crawl resulted in pretty decent trades in some of the rounds a few rounds ago, but at this point things have started to fall off a bit in terms of how comfortable they look, and I think that the confidence is much higher for Astralis talent here. So we'll see what the next tactic is going to be here for them on the CT side. Another crane peek, and a player spotted, but that's about it. It'll be supported with a push here from Vester, and I can't tell if someone's just crossed him or not, but whoa, he's going to take the risk of phasing the smoke. I think they'll probably throw a flash in with it. Maybe he'll just chill. It'll be hard for him to fall back. There are a lot of attacks going on.
And Vester with the double. Oh, third. Come on. This is what they're looking for. This is what they need. A big pop-off to get that 15th. Fire up the troops. Don't let Young Ninjas crack the armor. That could be your close. Royf disengages. What are his options? What's open? This is when Vertigo becomes such a Vester.
Oh my God.
He's got 4. He's on for the ace.
This would be a nice one too. This would be so. Oh, now he's
trigger
hunted.
Discipline, at least for as long as he could. Altec starts to turn his head, and for that reason, the shot had to be made. Fuzi looking to drop down and finish this off. He saw the shadow. Vigo's been taken down, and now Fuzi's got the clutch.
Chill, Fuzi.
Headshot for the third.
Holy.
And you thought the ace was on the cards, but instead they get dealt the 1v3 clutch.
That was so clean. What? No way. In all those positions, inside of spawn as well, like angles you've never seen before. He's taking out operas, riflers, you name it. This guy does not care.
Oh, that is an important round for either of those players to pull off. Either the clean sweep in the 5K or the Fuzi 1v3. But you saw it, right? That kind of indecision from Altex, the unknowingness of like, where's this second player got off to?
Yeah.
Really caused in that 2v3 moment, everybody kind of lost track of one another.
That was the Vester show. Until Fuzi showed up.
Fast one into the A site, but we've got 2 players already behind the sandbags, and they've seen at least one. As the Incendiary comes down, the peek comes out. Void hitting the op shot, but dying out to Debo. Will they know? You'd assume.
Think now.
You'd assume, but they could have also thought that the first player to die had just dropped that smoke. Now that he's fired his gun, they're absolutely certain, and it's going to cost them. He had created just a moment to catch them by surprise, but it doesn't work for them. Astralis talent trying to throw their bodies into the site. Utility going over the top of the wall and a smoke to try and section off short, but it's 2 clean frags from the Young Ninjas.
What has just changed?
They are closing this distance, 14-13 guaranteed.
What has just changed in the Astralis talent camp? They fall apart in a way that they haven't done this just yet. Now, the fast approach from the Young Ninjas, you got to appreciate that. They pounce on the opportunity after winning such a hype round. They come up that ramp quickly. They get the nade down on sandbags, and it's the round they pay attention to the sandbags, the round that Astralis talent double up on it. Shout out to Vigo, though, for almost finding a way out in that situation. He didn't panic. He didn't try to run away and try to get to the site, which would have been impossible. Instead, with his smoke dropped right after his teammate died, he hoped maybe they'd believe that it wasn't him, and then decided to find a very careful angle to peek onto the ramp. But equally, in terms of credit, Young Ninjas were careful about their approach.
Yeah.
I think they realized that there might be a chance someone else was there. Maybe they knew of a setup like this from watching some of their games in the past and decided, we've got the kill, let's add an extra couple of seconds to our default, approach this properly, and win the round.
And you saw the caution, right? Instead of just jumping up next to the crane, what cost them with that second player being ready over smoke is that he shot that one bullet because he saw a head, but the head had just crouched back down.
Fuzi just did something here. Might have been a jackknife round for Young Ninjas. At least you could see in terms of the IGLing, what they do next says a lot about the way they feel. So, you know, Astralis talent have to look back. They have to press tab and see that they've done extraordinarily well in this half. Apart from like losing the pistol, they got a 4-round streak, and they should be proud of that. And they should remember that overall, they've stopped a number of different looks here from the Young Ninjas, and that they really just have to commit to playing the same way again. I think that was the cool part for the Young Ninjas themselves. The fact that they knew what to do on the ramp. It didn't work out at first, but they stuck at it, and they eventually figured it out.
Can they keep this close coming? Young Ninjas going to be tested quick by Mr. But ZTR's got his headshot. With relative low cost, he's taken down to 35. Also, Debo dropped to 40. I didn't quite see how that one happened. But that means 2 players from Young Ninjas low.
This is a gap. I mean, it looks like the ramp is being watched, but there's a small timing here.
Oh, he's got
an opportunity, yeah. Man, that's a way in you don't want to give up.
For a
5v4
second,
here.
just half a second, it looked like the CT was just going to get back around the cover. And I think in hindsight, he wished he had kept going. But remember, low players, Young Ninjas, now 3 of their members a couple shots away from death, and we've seen this walk-up. It's being hard held by Sapek, but again, 23 HP, so that's an easy one for Void. And instead of overstepping, instead of extending, they tried to fall back. Rolf, however, he's killed Altex.
Wow. Oh, we've got Debo coming through the B site on this lurk, and that
leaving.
just changes things completely. It's again a
The
situation
CTs have to peek.
when the rotation comes this way, and they're going to hear the re-aggression. We've got one on yellow. The CT runs up. We get the frag in, at least. But they're still a bit late to the party and don't know exactly how much information has been taken.
They don't know how many players would have stuck around. I love this pre-fire. It's enough to convince Fuzi to start peeling off, and he can afford to do that, especially with the Molotov. This is going to buy that time. But I believe they just extinguished it. Yeah, Astralis talent, they want to play with a bit of a faster timing.
Oh, man, they got to think about their money even for the next round. 2v3 retake. They're both been spotted.
Oh, they've got
There's such low odds of actually winning this round. Like, it doesn't make sense to even consider it. Bomb will tick past halfway. And those are the power of those lurks, right? And that's the whole point of having the player advantage on the T side, is that you hear the running, right? You're allowed to run if your teammate has that much map control, and there's nothing that the CTs can do about it. It's a message to the CTs that yes, we know something, but now we don't have to play games with you and pussyfoot around. Instead, we can literally run away and get this round over with.
We know where you are. We know where you aren't. We know what we can do for free. And they punched that free ticket, dude, to take that 14th round away. and sure enough, leave us in this void of uncertainty. What happens next? All three possibilities here. Somebody's securing overtime at the very least off of the back of this next round. And each of these duels, remember the low HP from the players on Young Ninjas, all of them had to win their individual fights, and they did it by a fine margin. But they all did it. There was no chance for Astralis Talent to get back into the even man. And now it's not an even buy. Yes, those two weapons saved in the previous, but they're just going to have pistols sprinkled alongside them. No armor for 3 of the members of Astralis Talent either. This is going to take some kind of huge heroic from Void or Vigo. Or even better, both.
It's going to have to be Vigo Morganton. Yeah,
Let's see him. Oh! They both go down. Ooh. They both died. They tried to get aggressive on short A, and they fall for it. ZTR lurking into middle will be covered by Royf in order to secure what could be either of the 2 bomb sites. Everything here for the Young Ninjas. It is a hell of an attempt from Astralis Talent. It was an excellent first half with 9 rounds on the board, but that clutch from Fuzi, that 1 versus 3, primes us for the close of this game. It feels like the moment he wins that, he almost won the game.
I don't know if we have a sponsor to call it out to, but we could say that this the WePlay clutch of the day so far.
And for this final round, we're going to jump into the team speak to see how they handle this pressure, because somebody's going to close.
Yep.
Jag lägger sig inne.
Jag köpte en HE.
Jag lägger pick och jämpa.
Jag vet så min push. Ingen pushade. Kommer lägga 0
gula.
Jag håller picken.
Triangle D säkert.
Nice. Nej, jag failade.
Jag backat mot A.
Ja. Vi går tippa alla tillsammans. Jag lämnar midden.
En D säkert tror jag.
Ja.
Dash. Kan du lägga one way?
Nere ramp tror jag. Nere close.
Lägg one way.
Ja, nere close tror jag.
Jag lägger softa. Laddar.
Kan du flasha honom?
Har ingen flash, har ingen flash.
Jag flashar. Jag laddar. Till höger
jag
i
ramp.
ramp.
Jag går upp vänster.
Ja.
Vad är där?
Jag går upp sido. Sido dog.
Jag är 5 mot 2 nu alltså.
Jag är med i sido.
Lägg full nades. Låt mig
gå
till sido. Ja, gå
alla. Du måste lägga något Erik.
Ja, okej. Jag lägger höger. Och så håller jag sido.
Båda tror jag.
Loppar dem av.
Ja, japp. Jag smokar höger där. Någon får flasha.
Jag flashar bakom. Kommer lägga 2.
Det kan vara dålig
höger.
höger. Kan vara dålig höger.
HS AV.
Nida HS.
Jättedåligt smack.
Om man OS.
Ja, ta det bara lugnt. Båda här.
Har mot höger. Höger du.
Sista rifle.
Sista kom nu alltså.
Vänta default.
Uppe höger.
Nice. Back on back.
And so that's exactly what happens. Ninjas, the young ones, able to finish off at the back of the Fuzi 3K, a clean streak at the end of that second one, and they stay composed all the while to finish. Heartbreaking loss for Astralis Talent.
That's insane. I mean, that has
heartbreaking.
That's why we talk about these intangibles so much in CS with confidence. I mean, there's no chance that has no correlation. But shout out to the calling from ZTR for that T side to bring it back. They had a small opportunity, even though Astralis Talent were playing better, but he capitalized.
I'm very excited to see what the desk has to make of this one, this little comeback from the Young Ninjas. So I will hand this back over to Heku, Maui, and Pimp.
I think this is a tragedy. They got 14 rounds, just 2 remaining, and they would get like at least like the first round win. But then like Young Ninjas was like how 5 rounds in a row. They were just like denying. They were denying this map from Astralis. What exactly do you think actually went wrong for Astralis?
Astralis Talent, I mean, they put together a great T side, but the CT side right there, it actually looked very comprehensively good until that 1v3, and then they lost all their momentum completely. It was just every fight after that point went the way of Young Ninjas, and I mean, the economy was hurt a lot because Fuzi won that clutch, but all in all, the fights just looked completely different. It looked like Astralis Talent weren't fighting together as much. They weren't peaking as closely. The crossfires were kind of dissolved after that. It just felt like the teamwork was not nearly at the same level that we saw prior to that clutch.
It's gonna sting. It's gonna sting a lot. You know, that's one of those that you feel as a player on the server. You can just feel that you lose grasp of the game. Right? They were in a very comfortable position, as you said. I think the CT side were looking good. They were winning a lot of the duels. They were looking prone to beat NIP right here and move on to the second map with a map in the back. But as soon as they lost that 1 versus 3, it was like confidence left them. It was like the players started to self-doubt them a little bit. And as you described right here, Mauri, often you get into a position where the players themselves think, okay, we messed up this round, right? Now I'm going to be the guy bringing us back. No, I'm going to be the guy bringing us back. No, I'm going to be the guy bringing us back. So you have solo efforts all over the map, and all of a sudden it falls apart for them. So for Astralis Talent, this is more or less, the absolute worst way you could start the tournament. It's your own map pick. You're going up against the favorites. You know you're not supposed to win, and you have every single chance of winning this first map, and yet you still find a way to lose it. If I'm Astralis Talent right now, I'm going to be a little bit disheartened. I'm not going to lie. That's gonna sting a little.
It's kind of sting a little, but when it comes to the T side, they actually did a really good job because only the 2 final rounds were the rounds where they didn't manage to plant a bomb. So when it comes to their economy, they kind of had no problems with that in the first half. But once they switched sides, they just couldn't stop the Young Ninjas.
I'll say that the first half for Astralis Talent, this was a really good look. I mean, we knew that they were going to be a solid Vertigo team, and what we praised them for last season is that the beginning of the rounds, in terms of the angles that they held, the way they took map control, it looked good, it looked solid. It's just that in the mid rounds, they could fall apart if they went blow for blow with the team. This time around, they were finding so many opening picks. It felt like every time they went up a ramp, it was either 1 or 2 kills, just constantly finding ways to stop NIP and to take so much space. And then really the CT side, they were continuing that. It looked good also. And then it just was this huge shift in momentum that you really can't necessarily talk about in terms of and is Young Ninjas bringing a new strategy to the table? No, they weren't. It was pretty much Young Ninjas just playing with more vigor in terms of their spacing got a little bit better. Their shots got a little bit nicer after they saw Fuzi win that one. It was like he inspired them in a way that, for the first, I would say, 10 rounds of this game, Young Ninjas looked kind of flat, but they played themselves into shape over time.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like Young Ninjas played retake server in the first half because every time the bomb is there, so it's either they get it or they lose the round. But I mean, the next map will actually be Inferno, and we saw those 2 teams playing this map. And previously, it was 16-3. Do you think it's gonna be competitive, Pimp?
It's going to be better than 16-3 at least. I don't think Astralis Talent is going to bow out of the server like that, but there's no doubt, especially after watching Vertigo, knowing the history on the 2 maps for both the lineups as well. Young Ninjas are the heavy favorites. They play Inferno at a very high level. Astralis Talent, I mean, they can play Inferno. We've seen it a couple of times. They have some recorded matchups on the map, but they don't really play it to a high level, I would say, especially when you compare them to the Young Ninjas. And I just know, when you lose a map like this, sure, momentum doesn't carry from one map to another, but your mental state, your frustration, your belief in yourself, your confidence, that can get a little bit shattered when you lose a game like this where Astralis was supposed to win. So, I mean, if we come in from Vertigo and Astralis close it out 16-11 and they win the first map, I'm willing to say that, yes, it can get competitive on Inferno. Young Ninjas still favorites, but after watching the way Vertigo ended right here, I'm afraid that we get a game where it's going to be something along the lines of 16-6, 16-8, where Astralis never really get into it, but I hope they can turn up and shake that loss off them.
I think I might pull the Pimp here. I feel like Young Ninjas are just going to stomp them now.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be a one-sided affair. I think if Astralis Talent start on the CT side, given that it's Young Ninjas' pick, I think Young Ninjas are just going to walk all over them. I think that they're playing too well now, and what we saw for the first half of this game, I feel like Young Ninjas have closed the door on whatever mini chapter in their own book that was, and now they're on to write something new for themselves, where they're back to their old ways in terms of just looking like one of the most polished teams at this event. I mean, we've yet to see everybody, and maybe some people have improved over the season, but the last 5 rounds of this game are where Young Ninjas look like the team that is coming into this tournament as a heavy favorite.
I kind of need to remember this pool Pimp for future references. That'll be a really good thing to say. But actually, wondering if the action in Banana will change in any way, because all of the nade changes, because will we see something else? Because maybe now they'll be just dropping all the nades for one person, and he'll be just sitting there throwing 24/7. What do you expect from this action?
I was just about to say, right, I feel Inferno is one of those maps where you could actually play around with it. That may be a map where the meta can change a little bit, because you can allocate nades. Normally you'd have 3 smokes towards the smaller bomb site. You'll have a guy coming over there, dropping the first smoke, then rotating over towards the big bomb site. But nowadays, maybe you leave a spawn or smoke in CT spawn. You have 4 smokes towards Banana, and then you only have 1 towards middle, and you play a little bit more, setup heavy on the bigger bomb site. I don't know. Actually, I think on the CT side of Inferno, there's room for for exploration here, where you can try to experiment a little bit. You can try to allocate more smokes towards the small bomb site. You can also go the other way around, have 3 players playing towards the small bomb site, and then have even 2 guys towards the big bomb site, but they have 4 smokes to work with, so they can just constantly smoke down middle, for an example.
Yeah.
I don't really know. It could be interesting to see.
This nade change actually reminds me of, you remember the old Inferno, how people had smokes from like across the map to smoke banana for their other teammates and things. That's kind of what I'm thinking is possible now. I don't know if anybody's experimented with it that much yet and gotten to that point where they're just tossing 2 smokes in spawn for the B players to have just constantly refreshing them. Because, at the same time, that'll obviously weaken the A defense, though. Like, you want that pit player to have his smoke to right-click to defend that position. You want those smokes to protect bracket control. But I wouldn't mind, a B player dropping a flash towards spawn so that Arch Rotator can also give him an extra flash so that when a B exec comes about, maybe the B players have a little bit more support. So, and if there's any team to do it, I mean, Astralis, Talent, Young Ninjas, those are teams where you think they would probably be theory crafting a little bit more because they have a lot of support in terms of their organizations are chiming in to help them out.
Yeah, but so far it kind of seems like even though Young Ninjas had like a last-minute change, it's kind of working out for them. Like, I don't think they'll have too many problems when it comes to Inferno. I'll first ask actually Pimp this time because I guess you're gonna roleplay as Pimp this time. So, Pimp, what is the score that we should expect from this matchup?
I think Astralis will have to fight if they want to get it to double digits. I expect something along the lines of 16-8, 16-9, depending on how the game pans out in the beginning. I think Astralis can put up a fight against Young Ninjas. I think they should be able to gather some rounds, but as we also saw on the stats, they played the map 3 times, they lost every single time, and they probably play the best Inferno team in the entire tournament. So there's not a lot of arrows right now, let's put it that way, that points in the direction of Astralis talent, but I'd be disappointed if they don't bring up, at least 9, maybe even 10 rounds. They need to make it somewhat competitive, while of course still losing.
Yeah, one thing that Astralis Talent have been doing lately is that some of the BO3s after the Academy League is that they picked Inferno. So that's, they should be a little bit more confident. It didn't go their way, but, they actually think that it's a map that they're able to play. And if they have any signs of showing that, it would be now, because Young Ninjas, even though their stand-in is looking decent, like he's looking okay, they're still losing a lot of firepower, not having Nilo, not having Manon. So if there's any time to try to bounce back, this is the weakest Young Ninjas could possibly look. So you gotta do well, and I hope for Astralis Talent's sake they do better than what Pim said, but I think it's gonna be even more one-sided. I think it'll probably be like more like 16-6, 16-5 actually. Young Ninjas, they're playing with some force and momentum right now.
Okay, I see. Well, we'll have to actually find out pretty soon what will be the result, because right now I'm sending you back to Scrawny and Londers. Guys, are you ready?
Yeah, always ready. Get back over here. Come on, bring the crane on in. Bring it all the way in.
I had no idea we were. I just decided to walk in the room.
Launders walks back in. Hey man. I was like, dude, you got 10 seconds. You
headset on.
You got to sit down because the second map's about to start. That's right. Inferno. I am very much holding out hope that, we saw a big improvement on the Vertigo map from the side of Astralis Talent. I hope for their sake that they can do that same here on Inferno and blow everybody's expectations out of the water. You've had time off. You've had time off.
Yeah.
You've had chances to practice, chances to improve. Yes, okay. This is the curious question in my head, because this is the result of the format change. If we had vetoed down to a best of 1 and happened to play Vertigo as well, we'd be walking away from this first BO1 series saying like, damn, maybe Astralis Talent have something to offer us. Now, because they're stuck in this BO3, they're going to be thrown through the ropes, and we're going to see whether or not they just get straight up bullied. But I would hope, fingers crossed, that they can take Young Ninjas down a peg. Individually, on a pound for pound basis, yeah, Young Ninjas are definitely your favorites. Young Ninjas could, I think, have the potential to blow this out of the water, but it's either going to be
literally 16-1 them.
Dude,
map.
I don't think that.
Did you watch the last game? They played on Inferno last time.
I know.
It was bad.
But there's been so much time.
Seen close 16-3s. That wasn't one of them.
So much time, and time heals all.
Imagine if Young Ninjas didn't get better in that time off.
That's a very fair counterpoint.
Both teams play an equal amount, improve. Young Ninjas just stay that much farther ahead.
But I think what would have stunted them was the whole roster situation.
That's true.
Got you back.
Damn, you're right.
Woo!
They might get 5 rounds. It's going to be.
Okay.
We have to have. This is
you have
even,
to have realistic expectations.
The thing is, they lost the map. That was their pretty much only chance in the veto.
Yeah. because of a crazy 1v3 and the momentum that it shifted. But time heals all. And now they've had a little time off between these maps, and now they're going to walk into Inferno.
I'm less optimistic now.
All right, give me a score.
16-5.
I'm going to say 16-10. Still to the side of Young Ninjas.
One of the best aspect resolutions.
16-10?
Ratios, yes.
Okay, guy, okay. If you're not playing 1440p in 2021, I don't know what you're doing.
Dude, I'm not ready for that level of crispness.
Come get some. Come to the dark side. We've got more pixels than you. And right now, we're about to jump in.
This was the thing, right?
What?
In that game, Astralis talent were worse in every single way.
Okay.
Yes. The only thing that they understood how to do the last time that these two played against each other on Inferno was where to go at the beginning of the round. Literally, after Young Ninjas put any pressure on any position, they didn't have any protocols to help them out. They didn't know how to re-aggress. They didn't know how to take map control past a certain point. They didn't really gamble stack or rotate effectively. There's just so many things. There were so many things they had to fix.
Well, look at this. They've gone to the right spot out of spawn because Altec's able to get the first one. Vester, little flash off of the wall. That does slow it down. We get this very quick flank to the bottom of middle. ZTR will spot this and smoke it off. So no utility, or not that utility in the post plant. By nature of the smoke grenade, they're going to have to wait it out. Vester, let's see if he can survive in the meantime. No, he can't. ZTR just had his neck snap. Man just got Spider Monkey scrambled, and Vigo is in with the 2 kills, but he gets dropped by Debo. And Void on for the clutch attempt. He doesn't have a kit. He's got 100 HP. There's a kit to be picked up right here. So this route to push into construction actually works out for him. However, he puts his face on a silver platter for Rolf, and down he goes.
That was a good try.
It was a nice attempt.
They got a couple of kills. I've been really impressed by Vigo over the last map that we saw.
Yes.
Promising round
100% agree.
And it's never about the actual flicks. It's about the little movements, right? The little ideas that they have. That feeling of they're very aware of where their next fight is. Like, I'm getting those, powerful vibes from Vigo.
Vigo and Void.
I can't do tarot card readings, but if I did, I would see something in the future for Vigo.
Well, here's the secret. Nobody actually can read those things.
True. Well, I don't have the confidence to pretend I can.
Okay.
So that's my other problem.
Well, Astralis talent needs to pretend they at least have enough confidence to hold back this Young Ninja's push. Can Mr. pretend to be more than one person? Void, who I also wanted to talk about based on his Vertigo play. I think really good rotates, getting into the right spot, and like when your opper just arrives in time to shoot one bullet and gets a kill. That is a value that I appreciate.
Yeah, that's good. I like the way you put it. It's like with another opper, they might get smoked out, and you wouldn't really think so much.
Ooh. Mister's got the Deagle headshot into Sapek. Can't get a second because Roy.
Oh, this bomb has not been planted yet.
He was right in the spot, in the money for that kill back the other way. Young Ninjas, man, disadvantaged, but post plant. And ZTR, despite getting flashed up ever so slightly, is able to cross. Okay, that would have been an embarrassing way to die.
That was sick that he just kept walking.
Debo would have had to say sorry. ZTR, 2 CTs ahead of him. Will they line up? No, he's going to actually get pushed off of it because of Altex. So now Debo, 1v3 from the pit, sees the shadow, sees the backs of 2, turns it upside down, gets the player off of the defuse, but Vigo's got the kill. He's got the kill, but he doesn't have the time.
Man.
Oh, because the other 2 players go down, Vigo's hand is forced. He needs to come off of it, or so he felt.
He's not going to get a 10-second stick, so
he felt.
Yeah, the thing is that the reload would have come in. It would have got really close, but I don't think he would have got it. I think it made sense, actually, for him to do what he did. Nice try.
Very valiant.
You know what's crazy is that wallbang into Emo was heard, right? That shot was heard, and that allowed ZTR to get destroyed. But okay, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the Young Ninjas TeamSpeak to see how they're feeling about this round coming up.
Lägg en 47 du då, Kalle. Jag har inte flash.
Jag droppar den här.
Eller har du? Ja, det har jag.
Jag lägger en vägg, sen lägger jag en pool direkt efter dipp. Alltså. Nu vet. Så kan vi typ slösa öken.
Lägger där. Lägg.
Slösa där. Boom. Slösa pool där.
Jag kommer söka in här.
Jag smakar sätta.
Håller du min eller? Ja, ser inget mitt. En är CT.
Dog. Akta boost sätta.
Jag söker mig in.
Close card.
Det är kvar lugnt.
Alltså
Jag kommer pika en kart.
Jag kastar bort UMP:n.
Dra upp plattorna.
Här kommer Love.
De smakade ruins tror jag.
Jag kommer B. Ja, de smakade ruins. Se på dem vill flasha igenom CT. Ja,
Nej, det är lugnt. Det är CT. Till CT.
Jag widar.
Kan inte komma
Inte.
bandet.
Går den vänster, inte
Eller
säker.
vänster ja.
Ja, nej, nej. Ja, my bad. Ingen mer säte. De är spara.
Kort, sista kort. Jag
Kort,
softar.
Jag kommer med
Jag
det.
försöker överleva alla femmor.
Ja, kort. Jag är bakom honom. Det är Gako på min kropp.
Lång. Mitt close. Han är kort.
Pikar inte, jag går till.
Ligger Rakon kvar eller inte?
Jag tar upp bakom. Han kan
Det
ta den.
ligger Galil där. Han kan inte backa.
Jag widar mitt.
Jag hade bara mack 10 alltså.
Ja, jag håller Galilen.
Vet du om han är kort eller lång?
Unknown. Han är nere mitt.
mitt.
Kan ta upp Galil. Nice.
Oh no, he gets caught on the very end. Nice attempt by Altex to add up the cost here, but Young Ninja's moving through that one like a knife through butter.
Yes.
Smooth and easy.
Yes.
No
Who? You know, it's how it's like a hot knife through butter.
Yep.
Well, who's
heating up knives?
Who's heating the knives
That's
up?
why I say normal knife, because if you're heating up knives to cut your butter,
Yeah.
you've got too much time on your hands.
You got too much time, way too many. You have like who's preheating the oven for that?
Not me.
Not me either. I spend a lot of time death matching.
We've got an A4, Mister. You didn't get the memo.
Yeah,
It's an
what the hell?
A1S only event.
That's crazy. Out of meta, and now he's griefing by dropping his teammates A4s. It used to be griefing to drop your teammates A1Ss, but the times have changed.
Yeah, but one thing that hasn't changed from map 1 to map 2 is the sharpness of Void's op. Down goes Sapek to start. Astralis Talent going to at least have a man advantage, despite currently trading by 3. Roy gets the pit player out, and with the last few bullets in that Mac 10, he finds the head of Vester. Now, Mr. Had to fall back from the nade, but that one had a little heat on it.
Nice.
A little spice.
A little spicy. Ah. Good positions now, all the way down mid.
Through smoke, that's
kill.
huge.
That over the boost.
That right there could justify
boost
the retake.
again.
They're trying to get an alternative angle. This time it's been seen out. Debo knows there's still a second player, and we get the arch peek from Fuzi, but it's the 1v1. Void posted on it, left or right. Where does he look? Where does he push?
Ooh.
How does he hit that?
Okay, Void. All right. All right. That's very underrated. That looked like he barely had a headshot. If he missed that, it'd been fine. We'd still call him a great opper. He hits that. Build this man a statue in the middle of the site.
Man, you could see him as well on the retake, right? It's like at first he was holding his right side,
Yes.
then he went to look left,
Yes.
and then it's like he just snapped his crosshair back into position for it.
That was good stuff.
Royf as well. This was crazy that he got that second frag. That was the lineup. So yes, boost on the close side of the smoke.
And they just boosted again.
Oh,
That's a great shot.
snapshot.
That was a beautiful shot.
Astralis Talent on the board.
That was a Kodak moment.
That's the sound of it printing. I just struggle.
Like a Polaroid picture. Okay. Okay. Well, there's still enough to buy, but not that much. Majority guns. T-side's a little different, you know? 3 rifles can feel like 5 if you use them properly. It going take some ingenuity, though.
Void so blind.
Uh-oh.
Vester gives cover for the 1 kill. Altex with the MP9 drops down into the pit, but
They
mid
get 1
has been given.
and they had 2 pistols with 2 players with pistols, so now they have an op as well as 3 rifles on their 4 players in total.
Just like that, they've got the better guns.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Sapek doesn't clear his corner, though. That's an easy mistake to avoid.
Nice for Mister to catch that lurk. Don't know if the library wasn't even smoked there, but he felt it. He felt it coming.
Now they're able to just split into the 2-2. With the 4v3, go ahead, stack your bomb sites 2 players apiece. I like this move. Gives him a chance to play a much more passive angle as well. Yes, he's given over all this CT control. Yes, they could wrap library over to the A site, but look how much safer Mister is by playing here as opposed to right in this position where ZTR and his teammates are clearing. He's supposed to be safe.
That was a good angle he had. No, it's not bad. But now things are getting weird. They got the clear through mid, but the rotations are far because of that really heavy
Oh, he's got a tuck.
pit setup. Oh no, Vigo got spotted. Okay, let's see what he can do.
He goes off with a flash. Peeked right before it. Debo just committed to his spray down and gets the kill. So from 4v3 to 1v3 in the retake attempt.
Brother,
I thought he played that well.
I will tell you right now, there was nothing wrong with the CT setup. You know, the protocol if they go B is retake lane and go down mid. If their case they're still CT guys, whatever it is.
Good close.
And then their B guys, they set up in that exact fashion. They have deep CT control. They can rotate a normal way, however they want, depending on what the A attack looks like. But you at least want to be able to disengage. If you can get destroyed like that, I mean, there's nothing you can do. That's just a beautiful opening that Young Ninjas found. Now, the one thing is that is the standard setup in that situation when Arch has been given up for the CT side. So for the T's, they know that you're in some range of that if you're being smart, which ironically can mean you're obvious. Yep. So that's where, you know, it's a moment where you don't want to be overly critical, but yeah, it makes sense. Oh boy.
Nice nades. That's at least going to take ZTR out of this one, but it's just the pistols, so 2 frags, 3 frags. They'll be happy with that result. You throw the one off, you rush down middle. Again, it's like that last round. I really want to emphasize Astralis talent. You know, we talk about like the infrastructure and the support that these young players are supposed to have around them with this organization.
Talk about that for a second.
They played the textbook, man. The problem is, Young Ninjas,
they've read the textbook.
They've memorized it by now.
They wrote the textbook.
They said textbooks. We've got Wikipedia.
Yeah, we watch YouTube.
I got all the knowledge in the world. Get off of this angle. Boom. Yeah. And what did you want to talk about? Or do you want to hold it for the next pistol?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about a next pistol.
Okay.
But it's about what you're talking about.
Organizational support.
Yeah, the organizational support.
Let's put a pin in it.
Okay.
Nobody forget. We come to the WePlay Academy for lessons. We will learn. Woo, go back, pick up nades. I'm glad we caught that.
Nice.
At least we know that the utility update's being played.
Clutch.
But at the same time, we didn't get to catch Sapak with the double entry into the B site. So I think that's a nice euphemism, a nice analogy. You can play all the utility you want. You can be as fancy as you need to in spawn. At the end of the day, Counter-Strike sometimes it's just about hitting headshots.
Sometimes you just gotta shoot guns better.
And that's what Sapak did this time.
So, first of all, I'd like to say, the last time they played, it was Young Ninjas T-side first, dominated, then we moved to the second half. So, still rough here for Astralis talent. In terms of how much worse they are, that's hard to see. It's just Young Ninjas are just looking very good. So, there's still lots of time for them in this game to potentially get back in. But I want to say that, you know, with the Young Ninjas, this has been a direct feeder team into their main lineup, right? ZTR, LNZ.
Yeah, fair point.
And ZTR has gone from the main lineup and come back with knowledge. Look at Astralis talent. These guys don't actually potentially don't have a chance to actually get to the main lineup. You know, it doesn't feel like they focused in the same way on their talent team as Young Ninjas did.
That's a very fair point.
Right?
I do like that comparison.
So the thing is that there are certain teams that have gotten more help from their organizations than others. And we don't know who. We just heard some stuff. I heard that Acid was helping with Big Academy. Young Ninjas, they've definitely gotten help because they have like some experience from ZTR, who has come and gone.
We know that Blade of NAVI also keeps an eye on the younger guns.
Yes. But yeah, what we know for sure with the Astralis talent is that there is a bit of a disconnect between their talent team and their main roster. And the thing is also that their main roster has gone through so much stuff, right? At the moment, that it's going to be hard for them to really focus on both their main lineup and their potentially secondary lineup or their feeder team, because they can only be stretched so thin. Even Glave's big brain. Oh, wow, nice shot.
Void's
they even tried to flash.
Void's got impact, man.
Yes.
It's not the first time nor the last time that op will get an early pick. Sapak going to try to challenge. Ooh, I like that. He tried to catch somebody in the open. Vigo was potentially going to get peeked, but instead, Vigo's able to stand that test, gets his kill, and follows up. I like this. Just another little bit of a shift in the angle, right? Going 1 step, 2 steps closer. Devo, he's got dinked through boxes. He's dropped to 50 HP, can't escape, and he needed to because Fuzi is supposed to come over. But now Fuzi knocks on the door and nobody's home. Fuzi's not any allies.
Fuzi is what made this series different.
That 1v3 on Vertigo.
Man. That was not an easy round to win either. That was not like a freebie, so that was fairly clutch, and it rocked Astralis.
Man's putting up a clutch of the season attempt, a candidate in the first map.
On day one. It's like Chris J with his 1v5 in January.
Imagine. I can't do that. You're supposed to wait. We're supposed to get better as time goes on. Yes. Fuzi comes right off of the press, says, I got it.
What's nice, at least for Astralis talent, compared to before, was just like the protocols past the point of. Oh, that was just a flashback. to the pistol grab. Oh, it's the utility grab there that gets him opt. But I think he does try to throw a flash. And Valve told us that there was a flash assist. No. Void was not blind. Valve. Get real. Flashes don't go through walls.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, next update. 10 days before the major.
All right, Astralis Talent, you've got your second round win. Now it's a matter of getting multiple round wins in a row. That is the challenge that this CT side's currently facing. Void looking to open up with another op kill. Oh, and he's found a nice gap between two separate smokes, but he's actually so susceptible to utility or the peak. Will they expect him here? I mean, he's playing a very dangerous game. He's got a teammate close by to support it. Smoke's going to start to go away, and it's all about Void hitting this first shot. Oh, he does!
Jesus.
Even though he's somewhat blind, snaps it into Rolf, and then walks back.
That was... Man, honestly, that was insanely risky what he just did, because as they're phasing the smoke, they're also setting up their window flash. The window flash comes a second after he stays, and he's able to find a very, very, very insane shot, but honestly, that was a little bit too risky for me, I won't lie. But he's been hitting some shots. And Astralis needs something crazy to get back into the game. So at least on the other side of the coin, Astralis Talent being a bit more aggressive on bananas is nice to see.
Ooh, Mr. gonna get a cheeky headshot through smoke there. ZTR, big scalp to take. And Young Ninjas are gonna have to fall back and try and pull off the straight up B hit. Their smoke grenades go down. They do have one flash. They decided... Oh, Void!
Put your straw hat on, Void. You are farming.
And now Fuzi can just sit here as long as he wants. Void may never peek back into him. And the call has been made. Buddy, you gotta save. Void sucking them in with his gravitational pull. Smashing them one after another. And just honestly, clean round. I love the fact of how risky it was to start. Right? Huge risk,
I didn't like that.
Truly rewarding.
Oh my god.
Fuzi's going to go for the style points to finish, but he was never going to survive this.
I wonder if he had also... I don't know. Did they have a car flash for him as well to stay there? That was just... You never see anyone staying at a car that long, especially after all those games are going down at Banana. But he might have had an escape plan with the flash, but I wonder if he lives if he doesn't hit his shot. That's what I'm not sure about here. See, there's their flasher on the bottom. And he eats it, and they also car flash with it. Okay, yeah, they also car flash with it. So they give him a chance. They actually both agree to phase the smoke. Okay, it's a little bit less crazy than I thought. That's actually quite nice for Astralis Talent to try something like that.
That shot, man, that was the nice one. It's because like as he's sliding back into cover, he kind of snaps it down on him. So Void, let's agree, has made the difference enough for Astralis Talent to, while they do trail at 3 rounds, have a good chance of establishing their CT side. It is not too late. Currently, too little, but not yet too late.
Yes. Yes. This is their quota already.
Yeah, that's...
Nice. We're up 10,000%, Mark.
Yeah. A lot more respect. Contrast this setup from Astralis Talent to the last round when Void was stuck behind the boxes, risking his own life. Now they're just inside of the site, hoping they can hold.
Wait a second.
2 ninjas already able to get into the bomb site. The flashbang's going to get Fuzi's Berettas
not like
2
this.
Kills.
Not like this,
You
boys.
can't pull off the last round and then drop the ball like this.
You can, though. Void's on A. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh! Okay. Come on, one more?
Thanks for not leaving me alone in that boat. Sapek already going to get the shutdown for Vester, so now it's like, do you really want to run the whole risk? You know that they don't have armor. You know they've only got your picked up guns. And you know you still have a chance with a kit on you. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Let's go Altex, but the lineup from Fuzi going for the 4th. He slides wide into it. And Void trying with the op to hold. Not going to come up with the win. Ninjas steal the round.
Fuzi's got the gene. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got that.
He's got the gene. He knew exactly when to start pre-firing and didn't just spray all his bullets. Edged out just a bit. And also, I mean, there's an op coming for him.
Yes,
if he doesn't pre-fire, he will die. He will die there. So, got to appreciate that. He's got that right sense. Just like Void does as well.
They're working with the right tools.
Some nice players. Nice players to watch for sure.
Tools doing work.
That was close, but man, you can't sometimes you don't want to play that afraid when you're going up against pistols in a round like that. Like, yes, they were like periodically spotting at the banana from the site. Sometimes you got to work harder than that on anti-eco first of all, and sometimes you want earlier info. I think that's the other thing.
Yeah, agreed. Nice play from ZTR.
Ooh, that's brutal.
He was helped by Fuzi to catch Vester up close. Looked like the counter-terrorists were about to make a play of their own, but sometimes it comes down to that margin of seconds, and it worked out. Mr. missing his first one. Sapek's going to punish that. Debo just teasing out from apartments. That distracts the CT for ZTR to come out wide, and one after another, the counter-terrorists have fallen.
Dude, this is what you want. Keep Void alive as long as possible. Don't kill him, just avoid him. Put him on your avoid list. Put him on your void list. Null and void.
Null and void. That's a good one.
Okay.
Don't get. We've got a whole season to cast. Don't be dropping them
They're
all
just
now.
starting to come to me now.
Okay. You got to bite your tongue from time. Like I just did. That was a curse. I cursed myself. What is this voodoo magic?
Voidberg. What is Voidberg? What does he do? What noise?
I've never watched Futurama.
What?
No.
Okay, well, I know what he does, but I don't want to do it because you're the voice actor guy. But we'll have to show you something to mimic after.
Desert Eagles across the board.
You haven't even heard him before. You did a good job.
I think I recall.
Oh, fast arch split coming through. Trey's not stopping. Vester's got the information. They got 2 in the halls. It's not bad to hear this stuff.
1.
Oh! That could be
the big one.
Yes, that could be a game changer right there.
Don't forget, Fuzi is also coming around middle. So now with Void looking over towards the graveyard, he's going to get dual Bereta'd. Vester kills Rolf. Vigo tries to come back and catch those dual Berettas. Oh, but he's going to swing him again. Fuzi making those things look like they're easy. Sapek and Fuzi, 2v2, turn to the 2v1. Mister's going to try and charge into the site, but that's where the ninjas cut him down. And a 9th T round for the young ninjas.
I would trust Fuzi with $1,000 notes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe he's going to be aware of any potential danger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know he's getting that to the bank.
He's on high alert.
Yes.
He's on high alert.
He's got the setups mapped out. He's got a good idea of the rotation, very good in the clutch. If I gave this guy $1,000 and said I need this to get to the bank, I believe Fuzi will take it there
and put it in his own account.
No. Well, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe actually.
Depends on
the one thing I don't know about him. But what I do know is that he'll get it there.
What I know is that Astralis talent needed to have more than 1,000 in the bank to buy these double ops, and they both work. That's money.
That's a perspective trick right there. That smoke is obviously from the other perspective. It looks like it's covering the half wall completely just to stop him in the default, but as long as the bottom B is not smoked, then the T's are mentally disarmed. Got to be very careful. See, they re-smoke it now fully. They're like, damn it. You tricked me.
So late half swap out to the double sniper setup. Smoke's going to fade. Sapek gets the player in front, but good job by Vigo to come out wide for that. However, the exact same thing can happen here. Vigo sees the incendiary, peeks into it, and drops the bomb. So that's 3 frags off of the op for Vigo. Very successful double sniper setup.
Not even the opper.
And the 4th round win for Astralis talent in the bag, in the back pocket. Or is it?
Is that what you just said?
Or is it?
Was that the ultimate caster jinx of all time?
Another op to get past. He just thought about it. Goes for the flashbang. Oh, but Void comes out wide. So all 5 kills this round by the way of the double op. Clearly it's worth its weight. That's, however, only their 4th round win. Is it too late yet again?
No, yeah, and they used a tactic to open up the round there. It's a gimmick, so you won't expect them to fall for that again. But it's really nice to have. It's important to have like plays like this, because if you don't try to implore them at all, I mean, the other team will, and you're gonna lose opening picks. But manufacturing this opening pick sometimes half the battle. Look how everything just falls apart completely. People just start taking the most overt risks when they start going down a player or two early on. Now we've got a heavy exchange of grenades. Vigo made his way down mid. He'll catch this frag and ult. There's no pressure from the stairs itself. He can't go in for a second kill. There's no further flash to support him. He's a little bit worried they're going to come back and try to refrag him. Gonna have a little more time than he expected, however.
Oh, the damage lines up for Ultex. However, only able to shut down one. Mr. gonna flash, and that's a good time for the flash because the Molotov's on his feet. So, good support from his teammate to take the edge back into the hands of Astralis Talent. They are looking to close out the half with yet another round win, and they will. So, can they get to the 6th on top of it? Big question, but what I do like out of Astralis Talent here is I feel like we've seen few rounds where they're the ones who try to take the initiative out of spawn. I'm talking Void sitting behind the car, waiting inside of those smokes. Previously with the double op setup, that gimmick to get it kick-started, both ops succeed, and then this round they throw a player down middle. In the 3 rounds that I've like really seen a standout play from Astralis Talent, when I've seen them try to set the pace and set the mood at the start of a round, it has worked almost every single time.
Yes.
That is 3 of their 5 round wins. When I see them sitting back passively inside of a bomb site, barely peeking banana, that's when they lose to pistols. Yeah. So I want to see it one more time. Out of this CT half, I want to see them go for something, a playbook. Sure enough, they tried the boost, and it could still be saved. If Altex can drop these bodies, then, they had a chance. He lays down utility damage, and the terrorists throw nades of their own right into Vester. He's only good for the single kill. There's damage all over the place, but it's a 4v2 for Young Ninjas nonetheless.
Oh my God.
ZTR tries to cheat his way through a smoke, which ultimately costs him.
Yeah, that actually might make the round a little bit spicier, but okay.
Nah.
Now there's really no chance.
It's done. So, the 10th for the Young Ninjas. They stopped it, but there was an opening there. I saw the opening move, the boost in middle.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a bunch of Young Ninjas charging straight up into your face, then maybe that op picks a player down ramp. Maybe.
Initiative is good, for sure.
It is.
That's already way better than what they were doing last time around.
15-9 for Void, 17-7 on Fuzi. Those are your top fraggers this map.
Yeah. But they're, I guess, I mean, I don't know. Like, they still did so much better than they did last time, regardless of what the rounds even say. Obviously, it's still only 5 rounds, but at least they had more looks than sitting on site and holding an angle and then getting flashed off and not knowing what to do. They had some interesting stuff. They clearly had grinded the map a little bit more. Probably could foresee where this veto was going. But, they didn't really make their case a lot better by playing their anti-eco, so scared when they were back on B.
Yeah, I didn't like that round at all. That one I was not a fan.
Everybody hated that. Then they got 1v3'd here.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, that might have been the retake, actually, of the same round. Yeah. They could have survived that one.
I think about, we saw improvements in terms of decision-making.
This was...
The one round where they had the 4v3 advantage, they go play inside of construction, they play passive, and Buddy still gets his head taken off. That's the X factor and the mechanical edge to Young Ninjas. I think we all agreed, Young Ninjas look hot.
They're just good. The Young Ninjas look really good all the way through. They had a lot of variety in their strats. They've got good players. And they're even missing one, and they're still looking very, very solid. So, in fact, they're missing their best player from the group stage, and they're still looking really good.
Well, let's go ahead and spend this second pistol in the Astralis Talent TeamSpeak, see if they can win this to take it back 6-10.
Meget, skal vi læse på et tidspunkt?
Bare løb. Bare løb hele vejen. Vi skal vel læse hoppe over. Vi læse her, så de ikke gør det her. Nej, løb nu. Vi bliver nødt til at løbe, boys.
Flash!
Vi flasher banan. Jeg flasher der, bank.
Tæt, afsted.
Nice. Har både her.
Min pit fri. Smukke fælde.
En lille sand.
Stor pit.
Ingen bøj.
Stor pit stadig.
Stor pit. En kort.
En lip. Dinget lip.
En lip og en under.
En af dinget lip.
Ja. Bagom midt, mand. Bagom midt og... Bagom rusher kort og rusher lang i det.
Prøv at kort her.
Ja. Jeg hopper op langt.
Kan I prøve at flække ham lang her? Jeg prøver at flække ham.
Jamen, er dinget her.
Nice. Kan vi svinge kort på et
tidspunkt? Så alle 3 på dem. Ja, bare sving på dem.
3, 2, 1, nu!
Kom måske i gang eller langt på gangen. En tilbage, kort.
Tid.
Crouch der, Andreas.
Skal ikke en skid? Nej.
Nej, det skal ikke stå op.
Der er sindssygt her, mand.
Fin, dreng.
Godt lavet. Jeg troede, du var nede pit der, Andreas, og clear.
Nej, jeg
vil ikke have med stammer her.
Jeg havde også pumpen, så jeg blev lidt fucked.
Okay. Jeg tror bare, det er vigtigt, når vi laver gang på...
I'd say of all of the TeamSpeaks we've listened into so far, it's not a massive sample, that had to be the most hectic. I think the most energetic. Astralis talent, clearly, you know, I don't know if it's the discomfort of being on Inferno as opposed to on Vertigo where they want it to be, but way more back and forth, way more action in between players, and at times even just layering over one another. So just by nature of the communication, I'd say like they're working hard. The comms are sweaty at the moment to try and get themselves back into this game. And it is going to be a very tough hill to climb. Not only is it not their map, but obviously already after that first half. Still, you've kicked off with the 6-10 start. You've kicked off with a pistol round, and what's most important is to just simply not lose the momentum from this. Flash into the backside. Banana fully cleared. But still, 3 members of the Young Ninjas in this spot, ready to rock. Even though they have just pistols. Rolf will die out, trying to extend in. Rotates here in time. No flank down Banana. Oh, they wanted to go for the boost, but that's not going to happen. Void getting Fuzi off of the oranges. And ZTR slides through construction as the bomb should go down, unless he really wants to force the issue here. Lays down a smoke grenade of his own, and he's met by the Mac 10 damage. So Astralis talent, you know, I think there were sketchy moments in there. I love the fact that the frag grenade killed the player who wanted to give him a boost, because that boost is what could have made the most problems for Astralis talent. Unless Debo's got more deagles. There's 2. And a couple more to get, but you see how quickly Void goes back? Like, yeah, okay, let's give him this.
They're already majority deaths here. Get away with theirs. Nice shots, you know. The very clean couple of shots, so there's only so much you can do about that. You still have to bow to the Deagle gods. Even post-nerf, still one-shot headshot.
That's the way it should be.
The way it should be.
You know?
It retained its essence. It's goated.
As it should be.
Yes.
Legendary. There's no game out there that's got quite our Deeg. No. So we run back the banana push. That's the frag right there. Boom.
Boom. And the new way people die, if you didn't notice...
the physics.
Yeah, the physics. They got the source physics in. People be flying forward and
source
stuff.
2.
Honestly, when it's wrong, it looks even better. When people just, like, you shoot them in the front, and then they just go flying forward. It looks great.
I think so.
Yes.
Also, sometimes it just looks funny.
It's hilarious.
I like a good laugh.
And at the end of the day, we're playing video games.
Can't take it too seriously.
Yes.
But by realism.
No.
Go play Arma.
Yeah.
Nerd.
People be shooting from the hip in this game. That ain't real. Who would hold their dualies like this in real life?
A little minute angle. A smidgen.
So this is one of the rounds where, the thought was, on TD side of Inferno, what are people going to do with dropping grenades to make things, really OP? But it looks like some of the ideas haven't really changed too much. At least on this one, we've got a rotation coming over. A third CT is actually making their way. They've got info. This could get really ugly if you're not careful. But they take apart the crossfire, which is huge. Then the wide swing comes out, and everybody dies. And this is a moment where Astralis talent, obviously, it could be very scary, but they were super good on breaking apart that crossfire nice and early before too many rotations come in.
All they had to deal with really was like the Deagle and the USP on the same angle, as opposed to what could have been way worse, which was the Deagle and the Berettas in a crossfire.
Oh my god, yeah.
Could have been infinitely more scary.
That would have been horrible.
Horrifying.
Yes.
Debo, save the AK. Oh, man could have got away with it.
Now, I actually don't know if it's Debo or Debo, but I just remember Debo from Friday. So that's all. I just keep saying Debo because I just picture him as this like big angry dude from Friday. Okay. Got hilarious quotes, and I really hope his name is Debo.
Deesbos.
Did you say Deesbos? Is that what you just said?
Yep.
Did you just Deesbos me?
Yep.
Live?
Yep.
Okay.
Live and uncensored.
Okay.
WePlay Academy League Season 2.
How about both these?
All right, Astralis talent, you've done it.
Whenever we laugh at the same time, I see foreheads in chat in my mind.
They're in there. I don't think words, I think emotes. I've had too many broadcast days in a row. I guess that's what happens. It's the side effects of too much Twitch. But too much Twitch also makes you a real cool cat.
No way, you just fit an emote reference. Oof. Was that a money nade? Oh, no, it didn't hit.
Nope.
I was looking at the radar, and I was like, man, that's beautiful. Oh, Fuzi will get flashed off. Important piece of map control being taken. They are transitioning into the fast exec, just more map control, basically, which is an interesting look. Look at the late banana grenades that have come out, just in case the rotation is back towards B, and it looks like it is. This feels like a moment where Young Ninjas specifically know one of their protocols because of that preemptive smoke and Molotov. There was no one on banana at that moment, but they did throw one and just cheat over towards the site. So smoke will come down. We're going to rotate our position here for Rolf. And now the support will come back. And this is a moment where, yeah, the exec is coming.
Oh my god, they're so close to this. The utility's actually going like too far beyond. Yeah, they weren't ready for that fast of a hit. They didn't think that Astralis talent had already closed that distance. They thought they were still 10 meters back. And look how just a few seconds, a few paces closer can make a hell of a difference. Your CT player is caught throwing his utility as opposed to being ready for the push. If he had his gun up and his crosshair on the placement, then we could be looking at a one-sided retake. Instead, it's an even attempt, if they even attempt it. Molly hits the money. That's going to force two players right into the crosshair of Debo and ZTR. Smoke goes down on top of bomb, so now we could watch the talent panic, just like that. He tries to peek out and throw a molly onto a bomb that's already too far gone and covered in smoke. But now, the defuse has been flubbed, or has it? Oh! What a robbery!
Oh my god. Are you serious?
What a robbery! And there were mistakes in that.
That was an unwinnable retake, I want to say. That was like unwinnable.
When they got the
two players
diffuser off,
swung out into a flash, and both died to the blind player.
and then the player new box threw a Molotov on a bomb that had already been smoked
and died for it. There was just every single moment there was a moment where they could have just not died, and then the time would have won them the round.
And then the banana player pulled through with killing the diffuser, but then the follow-up diffuser, he got on time by like half a second.
When you watch the demo back, you just skip that round.
Okay,
because you can't reconcile what just happened.
I have a prediction.
Honestly, look at the score. That was a really you're gonna say that was the swing round?
I'm gonna say that was the equivalent of the Fuzi 1v3.
That was a Fuzi round.
So if anything, okay,
Can we make that a thing, by the way. What's the Fuzi round in the game?
We call it the Fim Fuzi.
The what?
I don't know. Flimsy Fuzi.
Why?
Because Fuzi's play made them flimsy enough for them to lose. I'm just shooting out ideas.
I'm frumping at this.
Okay.
I'm frumping at this.
All right, so it's not
IRL.
Right. It's not that then.
Just call it the Fuzi.
We'll keep thinking. But okay, lessons were learned, right? When that happened on Vertigo, when Fuzi pulls off the 1v3, no further round wins for Astralis talent. It broke them, and it was the momentum shift that really closed things. That round right there could have the same result. Was it as clean as the 1v3? No, that was just hectic shenanigans. But the problems could happen again.
Yep.
Utility down in the logs. That's a crazy push. Crazy push for
God, he's body blocking.
Not to mention Rolf is now making all sorts of contact inside smoke. We're getting into that crazy sloppy CS. It's starting to unfold, right? These are players who are trying to paint themselves in professionalism, but now mistakes and flaws and emotions, they're starting to play a factor.
Jesus. Is that the bomb crossing? Not the molly down. It'll come a little bit late. It'll push them out, but there's no one here to punish. That was just nuts because, okay, once that first kill comes down, I think it's in obviously Rolf's best interest to try to fall back, to delay as long as he can, as opposed to trying to get as much compensation as he can, because there's so much information gained on the banana push that you can go and take space somewhere else. But look at the setup right now. The player dies, and then I guess Rolf feels like he can fall back, actually. From Rolf's POV, he really wanted to be a part of that attack, and so, okay, it looks a bit, I recuse him a bit. When you see that perspective, it looks a little bit hard to fall back, but I think ideally in that spot, when your teammate sees that much stuff going on, you want to get out of there, see if you can delay.
Also, I think him getting flashed while inside of the smoke just kind of created that little bit of a confusion.
Yeah.
He couldn't help or leave for that half second. And then that half second makes a difference.
To be honest,
then his movement gets messed up because he's thinking he can peek, but he can't. It's just a lot of things that are going wrong for him.
So many things.
He's kind of lost in the sauce, and Young Ninjas are going to lose because of it. So
it's a good attack still there from Astralis talent. So there's been a lot of razor sharp rounds in terms of like, a small timing here could have made a world of difference, but that knife is going to cut both ways. Many, many times. But yeah, maybe it wasn't a Fuzi round, because there's one where they actually hold their resolve a bit, and they survive the very next round, even though it's quite a fast play out from the young ninjas. They are equally as ferocious. We're going to call it a Flim Floozy?
Maybe not.
Just Fuzi.
Just Fuzi him.
Yeah.
We'll give it time. It's day 1, map 2.
Fuzi Ghazi.
I like that. I'm ready for this push.
So are young ninjas. They're ready. Uh-oh. Okay. That's actually the... Oh my god, the ISO play.
He gets one.
Get that zoning Molotov with a flash coming out. They don't push, but they get info, plus they have 2 players in the site, so they're ready. They want the push to come forward, and they're already set up for this.
And if Astralis talent make the mistake of thinking that there's only one guy here...
This is a well-executed setup from young ninjas, and we'll see if they decide to go back to A, but there's still a double pit set up, you know, open for that rotation. They leave Arch wide open. The longer they do that, the more paranoid they're going to get. But as we can see right now, there's no plans for Astralis talent to try to take over this Arch gap. So as far as they're concerned, they're just really strong everywhere.
Utility thrown back down in response of that fake. That's all it is. ZTR just pressing his face to the bricks. Oh, now he sees them inside of the site, sprays into Ultex.
Do we have a bike peek here, or is a smoke mist or something? Still one in the hall.
Ooh, that's not a good one for the side of Astralis. Now, all of a sudden, no Arch play, and they lose their second guy inside of the site. Mister, he's about to get attacked by the back, so the more he focuses forward, the closer Fuzi gets to just USPing him in the side of the head. Or why not, finish with the op. What could have gone differently there? They had 2 players inside site. Astralis talent lose Arch first, then the second player in site peeks and dies.
Oh, you mean in terms of what Astralis talent could have done differently?
At what point did they lose that for certain?
Well, I mean, the reason I said double pit, there's only 2 on A, right? But double pit is very strong for stopping a lane hit. Even if you don't have that extra Arch player, sometimes that guy is straight up useless. So it's honestly just very hard to pick apart. They might have had more protocols in place, but to be honest, like, look at that, right? Young ninjas are down a player, but it doesn't feel like it. That was actually a beautiful round by them. They didn't over-rotate in that spot. It might have made sense to rotate one from B to A once they had done that ISO play and taken over top banana. But even despite that, 2 on pit, and knowing that Astralis talent are not going to take over Arch, it felt like to Astralis talent that there were still 5 players alive. That's when you know you've got a beautiful round. I love to see that. I love to see that level of composure, and it feels like they're playing with a lot of experience when you see that, or like that play out.
Even as we see Astralis talent trailing by 3 at the moment, have we seen enough to say clear improvements on Inferno?
Yeah, they definitely have so much better on their. Oh, I didn't even see their second half last time. So
right.
so much better on
fair.
CT side.
That is fair. We had a small sample to work with. This time, maybe a little bit more emphasis on balcony could work out for them. We've seen the talent team chew through a crossfire like this, but Roll is going to help out by cutting down Mr. first. Void will catch him with the op. Debo, the double, and Vester clearing the site in for the bomb plant in this 2v2. Now, Sapek has been tagged earlier on. Fuzi's also on 3/4 of his HP. They have no utility for this retake, but they do have enough time to send Sapek through the apartments.
It's interesting. This is definitely a T-favored situation, but there's still a Mac 10 up. If one player makes a mistake, then the other one will certainly die. The setup should become clear, but they got a nice crossfire for now.
But Sapek has room.
I don't know if he's totally aware of the potential threat from Halls. He's exposing himself quite a bit, and you can see his little backpack
and
his
the player
backside is poking out from the back of pit, but his teammate in the site is the one who gets the kill first. There was a moment there, Altec had no idea someone could come out Halls, and he actually incidentally hit him with the flash. That wasn't even on purpose. He was looking at something else, fully exposed himself to the Halls there.
Thing with the player inside site as well. Vester was giving a chance for that apartment's walkout to happen, right? When you have your column blocking off the first part of the balcony, you saw how much closer he got.
Yeah, but that's why, you know, if you're in pit, they can slightly get out. It's your position to watch, right? From the pit, you can block yourself from everything if you want to from big pit. That's the spot.
The spot.
You have the spot.
Well, Astralis talent have the chance. Now that their opponents are on just pistols, they're at the 10-12. They're only trailing by 2. This is a competitive map. We've yet to actually see the Young Ninjas score consecutive round wins on the defense.
And now they don't even have rifles behind this op.
We have got a game. Debo gets wrecked by Mr. Good flashbang, good protocol to just get through the apartments, but they do run into that one op. Again, I need to emphasize, this is the only thing they have to work with. The single op on Fuzi has to make a world of difference.
Oh man, they're wrapping A into an op that can't even rotate. Okay, they're going towards B potentially. This makes more sense from them. Oh, they're gonna give up another.
He hit that.
Opportunity. Zvester will go hit down to 20. This is a moment where the CTs need to try to rotate out, and I think we want. Look at how smart Fuzi is, okay? He realizes there's a gap here. He needs to make a play to get lane back. His teammate's not even with him yet, and he'll go ahead and rotate and take over mid. 2 players in B end up falling down, so now the plant will come down, and the anxiety will wash away. But, yeah, there's a moment where I feel like, honestly, Fuzi knew exactly what needed to happen, and he made it happen. But Astralis is they still picked the right side at least. It almost looked like they were rapid arch.
Fuzi gave his op away. He swapped it out in top mid for this AK-47, and ZTR just stole it.
Okay.
Or no, okay, it's okay. It's all been shuffled.
We're just like maybe giving it a chance there, see if they could get a free frag or something like that.
Did Sapek make a crucial error by standing in the open CT spawn? He was the guy that was out in the pistol. I think maybe could have been inside of construction instead. You know, I guess they wanted to try and challenge Arch for some info or library.
Moments like that, the only thing is that, like, look how there's no, okay, we have no action on Arch, right? So in terms of fog of war, the CTs don't actually know what Astralis is telling they're doing with their arch control. So it's real hard for them to call accurate timings as to where people might be in CT. So in Sapek's mind, if he knew that the attack was coming that way, there's no way he would be that wide out. But he thought he could maybe make it to like the side of library or something by the time he gets there. In that moment, he was wrong. And as much as you could say, well, they don't have arch control, they could be there, it's still hard for the B rotator to know like where they can get to. But as you're saying, like, there's always the argument. What they were thinking is that maybe the arch trap was going to come in or something like that, which wouldn't have been the best play in the first place. But Sapek could have tucked or done something else for sure.
Ooh, nice opening for Astralis talent. Frag grenade against Rolf. Kicks this off. This is a gun round as well, right? We're not talking about just kicking a pistol player out of the server. That is a 5v4 in the round that you're looking to tie a match at 12. But Fuzi, who has definitely had impact, comes out into middle, goes for the repeat. That one's going to cost him. Altex was ready for the second up peak. ZTR trying to slip through library in time to stop this inevitable A split, and the smoke goes down in his face just as he gets into position. He's not going to respect it by the looks of it. He walks out, he kills Altex, and here's the player on Moto. That primes Debo. Now we've got 2 more Ts up from lane side, and they're able to take a player off site. Sapek's on 80 health.
They grab one.
ZTR falling away and attacking this from a different angle. Oh, but Vesker turns it upside down, and he needed that kill. Sapek gets tagged up, and we've got the recovery from Astralis talent.
I'm really happy they won.
Because it looked like Young Ninjas had it.
Dude, that got a really M4A1 SE, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of lurking, a lot of spamming through smokes, a lot of incognito plays, and it was all very it was all very chaotic. There wasn't a lot of strategy that went into the way that they were playing that. They're like, I'm going to phase this smoke in this timing. I've got to make something happen on the A side. It wasn't really organized, and I think Astralis talent almost fell victim to that. And ZTR made a nice last-second rotation around, but I'm almost glad he got caught off on the timing because it felt like Astralis talent. They were in more control throughout that.
Ooh. Quick opener.
I'm going to say this, though. I respect the re-peek from Fuzi.
Yeah?
I loved it.
Okay, going for the mid play?
I think he does that again. The same situation, I think he does it again. But he does have to hit the shot.
If I'm not mistaken, he did hit the first one, but it was through the pillar.
That pillar is so unfairly impenetrable. It's the most annoying problem in the entire world to shoot through that pillar.
It's like there's a...
Because you shoot, and if you tag them, they're slowed, but you can't even slow them.
It's like a titanium rod in there or something.
Made of freaking carbon fiber. I actually don't even know if that's stronger than whatever concrete. It's made of diamonds.
Frag on the cross.
See, this smoke also is really important. That's just a common thing to do now, but it leaves a gap on the left side, which means that you can't cross over to that pocket on the right side, and it slows you down for that entire time, or you have to take a risk to do that. So one-way smoke for the CT side that also really slows down the map control and any nades that need to be thrown, any positions that need to be taken. Uh-oh.
See ya. Nice boost attempt from ZTR, but it's going to be Debo, the only guy who has a chance here.
Oh, it's going to get crowded here on the B side in a second.
I mean, sometimes you thrive within chaos, but they clear all the corners. Oh, he does get the 2. I thought he had already been sprayed down because he was being chased. Now, if the bomb plant gets stopped by Debo, this could be his moment to shine. But Vester, nah. Peeks out, gets the headshot, because that was a very real chance.
I like that.
Very real.
I like how Vester played that. You know, Debo had flames coming out of his eyes, right?
Sure.
Because he's like, man, we don't even have to win this round. We just got so close. I can do whatever the hell I want right now. I got an AK. I'm so close. I got timing. I'm swinging. That's the most free he's ever been. That's a scary player to go up against. But how Vester tucks behind the bomb planter and then swings after, I love that.
Yeah,
I think they could have so easily lost right there.
It's like he's sitting in his backpack.
Yeah.
Banjo-Kazooied.
Yes.
Well, the unthinkable. Astralis talent, 13-12 lead on Inferno. After...
Don't curse them, Scrawny.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm doing my job.
Yes.
After an unassuming half, the tables have turned. Void. Not going to find anybody, but this does allow for Vigo to, I was going to say, go a little bit more further, and you know, if he can just cheat an angle into the site, then that could have been something, but they're met by smoke, so they leave.
They got some respect here from the young ninjas. It's almost a full passive setup across the entire map right now. Not even eyes on Arch with their Opper.
Yeah,
always paying attention to Fuzi's movements. He feels like he's on a different level, actually, when it comes to his awareness. And yeah, there he is. Right place, right time. They try to be too tricky about this and walk the entire way up Arch, but oh.
Nade in hand, man.
He throws that open to see. He throws that open to Archway. And now the floodgates open.
Yeah, they've got this B-Rap in the bag.
The CTs need to retake lane and get down mid as soon as possible.
Rolf flash off Xbox, though. That's the peak for the banana play. He lines up the first. Vigo, good trick. Oh, but the double. Oh! Sure enough, Rolf stops bomb, but they don't know about the Opera crossing. So now Void has been given a chance.
They better be scared of him.
He's got 2 more players to take, both of them coming in from Banana. He hears the utility, and he prioritizes positioning. He gets into the new box, peeks around, sees the first head into the little pit, misses his second shot. These are the kills he needs, and now it's time to get them. Debo goes down, but he gets shut off by ZTR.
Nicely done.
Oh, what could have been.
You know, dude, Void is definitely terrifying. That was a really good try. He sectioned off the fight perfectly, but still a 2v1 at the end of the day. And honestly, the Orange's kills on the hold.
Oh, what could have been.
That was ridiculous from Rolf. I mean, to turn that into a spray transfer, they literally needed that. This round would have fallen on its head. But they had a nice flash tactic on the hold as well when they knew and were sure that the play was going to end B. And they also were pretty quick about rotating off. And I think the one really big mistake there was Fuzi. Because he's throwing an empty flash into the archway. And he's not going to peek off it. Yeah. He doesn't have a teammate there on Arch. It might scare them and stuff, but it's also something he doesn't need to be peeking to throw at all. He could literally just be banking it off the wall behind the pillar and been fine. But, of course, if he thought someone was going to peek him, he wouldn't have even thought about it. But it's still something to consider, especially in a moment like that. Literally 12-13. So here we are in the final stretch, round 27. There's no op in play for Astralis talent, but I'm sure if Void will win a round here, kill Fuzi, he'll pick that up as soon as he can.
Oh, aggression, down middle.
They're trying to punish the 3B play, but they don't actually. They don't get through it because it's actually a fast play down mid.
Is that worth?
Just a handshake. I think this is kind of nice for the CTs. Well, it's a heavy rotation while these smokes are up. This is interesting. This might be finally a good mid-round here from Astralis talent where they found a huge gap. This is unbelievable how much has been committed over by the ninjas.
How do you justify this?
This is a crazy...
How do you justify this?
Yeah, it's they have some kind of read that's wrong. It's in the wrong language.
They read the wrong book.
They read the wrong book.
They rented a movie.
But also, this could be completely Astralis Talent's read or Young Ninja's.
Yeah.
Right. This could be.
Either way, it's the wrong one.
Yes. Well, not for Astralis Talent.
No.
That was a great play. They committed all the way into the site. There could have been a passive hold on CT and site as well.
There was nothing.
Yeah. So, looks even more horrible, maybe because they were very smart.
That's true. Nobody knows how dumb you are until you sit down next to somebody smart. That's the way to do it.
Right.
That's how it works with everything.
Yes.
You never know how weak you are until you find yourself next to a strong man.
Honestly, let's go. That was sick. That was the thing. Like, that I honestly didn't see any potential in the last version of Astralis. Now there's just at least some cool stuff here.
What's wild to me is that this game could already be over. Like, this T side is so lopsided. The only 3 rounds that Young Ninjas have won on the defense are defuse rounds. One of them's that ZTR 1v1.
That
a couple of, like, minute...
That was a 2v1, but yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it was a 3v1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, got down to the 1v1. He 1v1'd. Alas, poor Yorick. ZTR right back down to the bottom of middle. And now he's got something. And a collateral that takes Vigo down to 14 HP. So just as quick as the last round was run by Astralis, this one is bashed by Young Ninjas. There's a chance at recovery if the player in Underground pops up, but the moment he does, his head gets splattered on the floorboards. This is all they are going to get. A single kill thanks to Vigo's 14 HP, 14 rounds each. And in the exact same fashion as we had Vertigo, we don't know what's going to happen. It's the final 2 rounds, excuse me, of both maps that are going to decide the difference.
Very exciting stuff.
So at that point, we have to say that Astralis Talent are on par with Young Ninjas, which is something in a conversation we were never even going to say, fathom, hell, could believe at the start of this day.
Yeah, but you got to win. You got to win at the end of the day. They get, like, even at Vertigo, it comes close, but they don't win, and that's a map they always do. So it's going to be tough for. It's very, it's brutal. Can't lose series here. So we'll see what happens. They're coming up. We got Safe back in the boomage position. They've got a flash from the back of the site. It's really perfect. The 3 frags from that position.
Oh, the wind out of their sail now. And do they feel as though all they have is an attempt at the B site? If they turn back the other direction, they're going to get cut off by ZTR. Uzi doesn't wait, and neither will Rolf. The Ninjas have turned around and gotten this 15th win. They have pushed Astralis Talent into a desperate spot, not for the first time in this series, but the second.
Yeah.
And this buy is nothing on the side of the terrorists at all.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. They had just chewed through 2 rounds where we had full guns. And that previous round, Young Ninjas did like 3 different tactics, and they just literally all worked. They just came up huge. They pushed alts, they pushed down mid, push B, and push halls, and there was literally a terrorist in every single choke point.
What a round for Sapek to come alive. Catching them as they turned that corner.
They try to refrag, ate that flash from the site. Boomaged.
Boomaged. Yeah, sounds about right. The only way I see this going down is with the limited smoke grenades and couple flashbangs. Catch the A site off. Pop in and hope that the Young Ninjas drop the ball in terms of gunplay. But instead, there's a little redirection. Sapek, that's an easy flash for him to just
They're waiting for this
dodge. He re-peeks, gets the single kill. Only the one. B-site potentially compromised. Rolf gives a more passive angle away and forces them to come in. But Vester runs wide with his back fully exposed. Never did he have a chance to stop it. Fuzi's just going to run in with the dual Berettas, and that's going to cost him, but Rolf's there to trade it. 30 seconds to spare and another redirection because all this time, Altex has been coming up arch side. Excuse me, lane. ZTR He caught wind of it, and it's the experience of ZTR, the leadership of ZTR, that shuts down what could have been a very interesting way for Astralis Talent to rotate back to the A site. They had them bluffed on B, and they had them bluffed, all of us, in terms of spectating this match and thinking that maybe Astralis Talent had a chance. 16-14, heartbreaking fashion, not once, but twice.
Yeah. Shout out to Vigo. Shout out to who's our next man? Void. Amazing op shots. You know, he had that aura of like, oh, the clutch is here. I think he'll win it. You know, like that's the level. So much better than last time. But
that has to be the takeaway.
Still a 2-0. You gotta win the maps.
In terms of 2-0s, though, definitely better than the 16-3s we could have expected. 2 close maps out of Astralis Talent, and hopefully just a little more time as Season 2 gets rolling, right? Maybe the nerves are shaken off. Either way, heartbreaking defeat. We'll hand this one back to the desk to catch their emotions.
The only feeling that I'm experiencing right now is sadness, because Astralis Talent, second map in a row, they get to 14 rounds, but they just cannot close the map.
It happened again.
Again?
This time it wasn't necessarily off the back of just some pure heroics. This time I would say that even though it was very close, it felt like more of a team effort for Young Ninjas. It wasn't just a Fuzi 1v3 or anything too crazy. They were able to put things together. The beginning of that CT side was a little, it looked like Young Ninjas got caught off. Some of the banana plays in particular that Astralis Talent were throwing at them were surprisingly effective.
Yeah, it was just a constant situation where it felt like Young Ninjas, they found the opening pick, but they instantly got refragged every single time. So they had a 5v4 for maybe a couple of seconds, and then one guy would peek an extra time, you know, maybe over peek a little bit, or another guy would get trade fragged, and all of a sudden they find themselves in another 4v4. So I do think this was a very close game, and I do think Astralis Talent had a great on this one, and it could have been a game that went to overtime, or it could have been a game that went their way. But if you look towards Young Ninjas, and if you just look at them in a little bit of a critical light right here, I do think that they threw away a lot of these advantageous situations on the CT side where they probably could have closed it down much, much earlier. They didn't. Astralis kept it alive, and we got a competitive game.
I'll bring up Fuzi in that regard. He had a great game. If you look at the stat line, I think he was 25 and 13, at least going into one of the last rounds, and yet he gets those opening picks, and he frequently just kind of overstays his welcome.
Sure.
Like he'll try to throw a nade, he'll try to do a little bit more, and to me it kind of felt like maybe a little bit of disrespect from his side, but he's just playing with a lot of confidence, and sometimes that comes back to bite him. Sometimes it's too much confidence, and despite the fact that he was a standout player in the game, there were some times where he was the person that, despite finding the advantage, was also the reason that Astralis were able to find an equalizer.
Yeah, this is probably the score that we actually expected to see in the end of the day, like 2-0, like NAVI Junior winning. But yeah, the maps were actually like really, really close. And I wonder, was it because Young Ninjas just recently made a change, or is it because Astralis Talent actually improved?
A bit of both, I'd say. I think Astralis Talent were looking way better today, and have been looking way better so far in the tournament than last time around. Still early days, still only one game, but they were able to pressure one of the favorites coming into the second season as well. 16-14, 16-14 is by no means a bad result for Astralis Talent. I will say, though, that looking at Young Ninjas and having watched them play the last season as well, just a couple of weeks ago, it does feel like they're not up to par, right? We saw it in the last season as well. I do believe they started out being 2-3 in the opening 5 games in the last group stage, where you're thinking to yourself, what happened to Young Ninjas? And all of a sudden they went on a streak where they won 11 out of 12 games. It could be the same case here, that they're slow starters and they allowed Astralis Talent into this matchup without really giving them, too much of a chance of winning it. I think Astralis Talent can be proud, but I do think that, as Mauri said, just a couple of minutes ago in the last segment we did, that if you ever want to beat Young Ninjas, now's the time. They're not going to be any weaker than they are right now, bringing in a new player, first game of the matchup. So I do think that was the one chance they had.
Yeah, and things aren't going to get easier for them in this bracket. I mean, the next game being Big Academy and NAVI Junior. I mean, both of those teams, if either of them lose, they will still also be the favorites against Astralis Talent. That being said, I mean, Astralis Talent, this is obviously a better version than what we saw last season. They weren't able to close out this vertigo, which would have been characteristic of the Season 1 Astralis Talent, but that Inferno was was definitely better. I mean, even the fact that they were able to find the refrag there, I mean, it kind of felt like Young Ninjas were giving it up. But the thing is that Astralis talent before, when they lost that opening pick, sometimes it just felt like they had no chance in the round. But this time they brought some of those back, which was a pleasant sight to see. And it shows that when they lose that player, it sometimes felt like they would start around with 5 alive, and they know what they want to do with all 5 of those players. And as soon as one of them falls, they just kind of fall into chaos, confusion. And then this time around, they just kind of held to whatever the game plan was, whether that was a B exec or an A wrap of sorts or a Halls pop. I mean, they had a few plays that you can run with less than 5 players, and it didn't look as bad as last time around.
Yeah, it doesn't look as bad as it was previously because it was like, what, 16-3?
Yeah.
They, like, no doubt they actually improved, and they actually had this beautiful score against Young Ninjas that are, with no doubt, one of the favorites of this whole league. But we are actually going for a short break because afterwards we're going to have our second series between BIG.OMEN Academy and NAVI Junior.
How to simplify spray control. Most players have the default command set as view model _recall 1. But with this config, if you fire and spray your gun, the model will visually jump when you hold the trigger. If it makes your spray control uncomfortable, you can turn off these gun animations with a command view model _recall 0. Want to die less like a noob? Never switch your weapons. Some folks switch their weapons at the end of a reload with the idea that it speeds up the reload. Well, it's a myth. Switching is one of the most harmful and useless things in the game. If you struggle with peeking for a long time, well, you can bind the change of weapon, and it will make a much more useful result. Never fear to let your money go and give drops to your teammates. The best use for your money is investing it in equipment. First of all, you can't farm more than 16k, and then there's switching of sides where your money will get reset. Don't forget to make a full buy on the last round of the half either. Instead of saying, give me a drop in all chat, find the player with the most money on your team and ask for a drop from them personally to avoid any situation where all the team drops you a gun and you're left with additional weapons just lying around on the floor in spawn. Never follow all the rules. Some rules are meant to be broken. Learn to think critically and process the information to benefit your game. In most cases, if you get mollied, it's irrational suicide to push through it. But in some cases, this irrational call might be absolutely unexpected by your opponent. Don't be afraid to break the rules, but always understand why you are doing this.
Welcome back. We are ready for the second series of the day, and it's going to be between BIG.OMEN Academy and NAVI Junior. So, like, one of the teams actually managed to get to the LAN, that being BIG.OMEN Academy, while NAVI Junior, like, unfortunately, they lost to Fnatic Rising, so they didn't actually book themselves a trip to the LAN. And actually, both teams went through some changes. Because, you know, now BIG.OMEN Academy has processed that previously was playing in Fnatic Rising. But when it comes to NAVI Junior, we see now Flamey, who's actually previously playing in the main roster of NAVI.
This is a cool look. That the fact that Navi Jr. are swapping out one of their youngsters. I think Pogger Love is out, and now it's Flamey. It just makes you believe that this team should get to the LAN, surely, right, Pim?
Sure. I mean, Flame Dogger is back on track and back on the server. He should be able to put on some numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, probably the star of the show should be Menezi, isn't it?
He is, without a doubt, the star of this show. He's without a doubt the best player in the entire tournament, and we said it right here. We said it last season as well. The guy on your screen right here, standing and looking hardcore. You know, Menezi is a guy that when you watch him play, you can just see he has that sixth sense for the game. Not only is he mechanical, incredible gifted, but he also makes a very small amount of mistakes, dare I say it, considering how young he is, right? He's a very unproven player, one very inexperienced player as well, but he doesn't really make a lot of mistakes. Whenever you see him in a situation where, okay, you're supposed to die now, you can't really fight your way out of this, he finds a way to maneuver out of a tough situation, and he's still very, very young. It feels like he's playing a lot of his intuition, and I think when you can do that in such a young age, the sky's the limit for this kid. His rating the last 3 months, you said 1.51 or something like that.
Insane.
It's absolutely unheard of.
It's unbelievable.
Let's be honest, even Simple at this age was nowhere near as good as Menezi is right now. I know you can't make those comparisons, but if he continues to grow as much as he is right now, there's a new Simple in the making right here.
It definitely is. And Menezi, I mean, if anybody has not been a believer, I really implore you to just watch back one of his demos, because like Pimp says, he's not making mistakes. He's not just shoving his op down the throats of every opponent. He's playing every round out in such a complete fashion. It's not just starting it hot and then ending after a couple of kills. He's staying alive often. He's falling back. He's trying to be a win condition for the entire round in Navi. And yeah, the reason he has a 1.51 rating for the last 3 months isn't because he's just getting 2 kills immediately in the round and then just throwing the round for his team. It's because he can play multiple spots in a round. He can sometimes play the mid round very well, or he can clutch incredibly well. And on top of that, his rifle is pretty good. We haven't always had to see it. Usually Navi Jr. prioritize getting him that op, but when he does have to bust out the rifle, I've seen him multi-frag just as well as that. And he just comes across as one of the most complete players, and one of the players that if he didn't love Navi so much, he should be on a tier 1 team. He shouldn't even really be at like his skill says that he should be on a top 30 team immediately.
It does, but I kind of feel like when it comes to Navi, he's kind of in a similar situation as, for example, Electronic. You know, like Electronic is a great player, like he's in the top 10 of HLTV, but when you have Simple, like he just outshines everyone. And this is, I feel kind of this is the situation where like you can't really imagine like Menezi taking the spot of Simple, at least at the moment.
No, and you can't really imagine them playing on the same team either, right? There'll be something with the dynamic and what Menezi is good at, lurking around with AWP and moving around is the exact same thing we praise Simple for. So they remind of each other a lot, right? So you can't really put them on the same team and expect them both to be delivering the numbers they are right now. So I actually agree with you, Maui. I think it's only a question of time where Menezi, if possible, I don't know his contractual situation. It could be that he's signed down for 3 years and he just can't get out of there. But give this guy, or loan him out if you're Navi, right? Loan him to a tier 1 team. Let's get him some experience, and then one day Simple will retire. One day Simple maybe will, go down in level, and he won't be this guard he is right now. And then you have the next guy coming in. If you can secure this guy on a 3-year contract, loan him out to a tier 1 team, give him some experience, bring him back in whenever you need him, and that would be the way to go. He's way, way too good in order just to play the WePlay Academy League, and that is said with all the respect for this project. But Menezi is one of the best players right now.
I mean, now we have Flamey playing, so like maybe eventually we'll get even more major players, in the league too, and like just to provide more like experience to the teams, because like that's, I feel like what Flamey is actually giving. Like he has the confidence, he has the experience. So like while some players, for example, I think it was Pagarelov who was in his spot, like maybe he's like a young player, he would be like a little bit shaky. Flamey, like he played in majors, he won and lost clutches, like so many of them, so he would not care too much. He maybe like might be that backbone that like the team actually needs.
Right. When we look at Flamey, I have a little bit of trouble thinking that he's going to bestow a lot of wisdom on the team. Like, he never came across as the most just overall cerebral player. And he was frequently just kind of like during the end of his tenure with Navi, it was clear that he had some difficulties in terms of adapting to modern meta, to try to reinvent himself as a player. He could still put up the occasional just 1.4 rating performance, carry a map. I think think of Mirage frequently when I think just the way he would play connector. Like there's so many times when he would take over a game with his own ability, but Flamey right now with this project, the fact that he's playing with the Academy team, it feels to me like he's trying to find his groove again, because at the end of Navi, it wasn't always pretty. And so if he's able to just dominate this league, which we would think that he should with the experience and skill that he possesses, I, in a way, am not sure if it's going to be about him trying to help out this project or he's trying to get himself onto a new roster moving forward.
It's a bit of both, I'd say. If you're Navi as well, you have Flamey right now sitting on the bench. There's no reason for him to be in consideration to the main squad right now, the way they're playing right now. So he's well aware that if you want to play Counter-Strike at a top level, he has to find another place to do that, whether that's in Navi Academy or that's for another team. This is a way to raise his stock value as well. If you want to sell Flamey to some other organization right here, he plays well in this league. He showed that he still got it. He got that drive. He got the motivation. Well, all of a sudden, he's twice as expensive as he would have been if he hadn't played this league. So there's so many aspects to this as well, but I do expect Flamey to come in and have an impact. I do expect him to come in and show him and show us that he can still play at a high level. And if he can't, if he just will be a regular player, if he just will be an average player in this league, that will be the death of Flamey. To be completely honest, you have to show up right here, right now. That is more or less your final chance of showcasing that you still got it. And I hope he's willing to put in the effort here.
Yeah, but actually we already have the videos, and I have pretty good news that we actually will not have vertigo.
Oh,
finally. Well, like that's like a nice change, but like that is kind of expected, like for BIG.OMEN Academy to ban that map, because they just kept on banning it during the online phase. Also, when they arrived to the land, that was the first map that would actually ban. Then Navi Junior, I would say kind of like to my surprise overall that like they banned Nuke. Like, because, you know, like their main roster plays this map. So like maybe you kind of want to prepare your players to play it, but they prefer just like, nah, like we just try to avoid it. Let's just play something else. And what they actually went for, well, Navi went for Dust 2, for the change Dust 2. So it'll be pretty interesting to see all of the changes. But BIG.OMEN Academy went for Mirage.
Yeah. The new Dust 2 changes, that's a Monacy nerf right there. You would love to see him just stick down mid and find some kills right there. I'm actually a little surprised that Big didn't go for some punish pick. We saw Navi Junior during the last group stage. They banned out 3 maps every single time. It was always Overpass, Nuke, and Inferno. And looking at Big, you'd think that they could play Overpass. They actually had a decent win rate on it, but they go with a comfort pick in Mirage. But I remember at the very beginning of the WePlay Academy League group stage last time, they beat Navi Junior on Mirage. They looked like one of the best Mirage teams in that moment. And to raise Big stock, we haven't talked about them too much, they dropped Lapex, their in-game leader and Opper, and they picked up Prosis since the last season. And so that's some more firepower. But the question I have is who's going to be picking up the Op now? Because it's essential for the first 2 maps, Mirage and Dust 2.
Probably going to be Glaive. And I was just about to say, when you look at those 3 maps right there, you think of Monacy and you think of Flamey. You said Flamey on Mirage, you know, even on Tier 1 Navi, he was doing a good job. That's a comfort pick for him. You say Dust 2 for Navi, right? We've seen what Monacy can do. We've seen what Flamey can do in Dust 2 as well. I think that was one of the few maps he also had where he performed well. And then Ancient being the last decider map where Monacy have been putting up some of the most insane ratings and performances I've ever seen on a CT side on any given map out there. If you're BIG.OMEN Academy, you better have a plan of how to avoid, or at least how to maintain a decent level against a guy like Monacy, because if he gets loose, if he gets off the chains right now, I don't see a player from BIG.OMEN Academy who can match him or even come close to stop him, especially considering what you just brought up here, that you no longer have your AWP player, which most likely will be Glaive, which we saw a little bit, you know, in Season 1, but who knows?
Well, we'll have to see, because right now we're actually going to start our game. Scrawny.
That's me.
What about
Lounders?
Me? Yes, I'm here.
Let's go.
Here.
Let's go. Let's do it. Come back on over. It's nice and cozy over here at the casting desk. New Dust 2. I just want it now. Let's skip everything else, man.
I'll be honest, I literally haven't seen it yet.
No.
I haven't even gone into a server and like looked for myself.
I wanted to avoid doing that so that I could share this moment with both you and all of you guys at home. So.
I did it because I'm forgetful as hell.
Yeah.
Dude, my favorite clip was from Simple's stream, and it was the trailer, and they're on Dust 2 in the spawn, and then the camera just reveals that the place is blocked, and then Simple just says, "How will I pick mid?"
We've seen some ways around it. There's this weird boost you can do to get over top of it and look down. I'm expecting them to like just cut it like a little chunk. Give me like a little piece. You know what I mean? Let me. I don't know.
No, there's no little piece because then it's just what it was before.
Give me a little peek.
But I know what you mean though.
Just a little bit.
Some matchups. I wonder. I don't know if there was another way.
There wasn't. I don't think so. It had to be done. It just fundamentally it went against the essence.
This is for all the B players out there.
This is for you boys.
This is for you.
You can have your smoke now.
And girls.
You can have your HP now. Everything that you're supposed to have at the start of a round of Counter-Strike in your bomb site when you have crossed out of spawn,
keep it.
It's yours to have again. We'll see what changes when we get to Dust 2, but first we've got Mirage. We got to get through that one, Mo.
And the last time they played, it was a stomp in favor of Big Academy. That's the weird thing about NAVI Junior is just that it's just Monacy, dude.
It's just Well, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was.
Oh, they got a hell of a core now.
Yeah. Some new kid named Flamey.
Yeah. He's coming in. Yeah.
I think Flamey. So this is the whole concept behind. We've reconceptualized the Academy League in a way. Because there are already a lot of experienced players who help out in terms of coach role or who help out in terms of like supportive staff at these organizations to try and get these young guns into a top level. What we haven't had at Academy League is a player of Flamey's caliber, tenure, and history not play as a supportive piece analyst / coach, but be in the server.
In the server.
And I'm telling you right now that anybody who is in the server with a player who has that much experience is going to grow fundamentally way faster than if they had them on the sideline to give them pep talks after games.
Facts.
You get to play with Flamey. That is the power of the WePlay Academy League and of the seriousness that NAVI Junior gives this team.
Play with Flamey Academy League.
Imagine that.
What an experience. And Flamey gets to play with Monacy. That's pretty exciting. The one for the future right there. But you know what? Flamey, man, he literally doesn't have to do anything for the rest of his life. This guy has earned so much money. He's been around the block. He's been in the game longer than Simple playing at this level. So respect for Flamey. He has already put his stamp on the game. And now, again, this is actually them, NAVI bolstering NAVI Junior, which is great to see. Because, again, with like Astralis talent, it felt like there's a little bit of a disconnect there.
And the same way that you mentioned that NIP's players can go up, we now see that NAVI are willing to send their players down. And
that almost sounds funny. That almost sounds funny, but it's very fair. It needs to be put that way, actually.
And that's a good thing for everybody here. It's a good thing for it's like a true example of believing in the junior team. So let's see how it all unfolds. Right now, it's Head Trick with 2 kills, Monacy with 1. Flamey got like flashed and iced out of that position, but Monacy is able to at least stop the bomb carrier, and it just falls onto Aqua. He doesn't know whether all the CTs are out from door, but that is the case. You saw him just kind of check over towards Catwalk, so he doesn't know about the numbers, but he has to at least lessen the numbers before he can justify holding W out into this bomb site. So what he's doing right now is perfect. Little jiggle peeks, little prods, little pokes, and he can cross his fingers to hope that he nails one with the Glock shot. He's been given his chances, but he's missed those chances, and now he has 17 HP. So he's meant to die, and he does, to the hands of fear.
Yeah. So you can get a kill, maybe jump out, get crazy with it, but until then, just got to play off the time that you have and the life that you have. Ooh. This was Head Trick actually grabbing 2 from his position up here on the balcony without being cleared, of course. So that was a nice win. Nice setup, and a couple of nice frags from Monacy as well. I had so much trouble. I did a video on Monacy a while ago. I had so much trouble pronouncing his name, and I started to mess myself up because I started to put other ways to pronounce it in my mind. But when I looked it up, I think it was a video with like Tanya or something that actually pronounced it properly, that I could hear it, and I know how to say it with an accent.
Do you want to test it?
Monacy.
Monacy. Big money sees.
I can mess it up slightly, but
you're replaying it in your head.
So bad at it.
Oh, you're not going to be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah, but I know it's like for NAs, it's fine to say like Pokemonacy.
Monacy.
Nice little phonetic tool, crutch.
I can't say his name too often right now for the fun of it, because I feel like we're going to be saying his name a lot across this series and this season.
He was the most impressive demo that I watched. I mean, he's one of the most impressive demos I watched, period.
Let alone in Academy.
Yeah. So, gotta say, there were some people who try to be hipsters, like, yeah, he's kind of overrated, like, he's not that good. No, he really was that good, actually. You're wrong.
Decent trade frag from Aqua through the bottom of connector. Monacy just... Okay, his bullets are magnets.
He actually had his eyes closed that whole time.
Gonna play sound only. There's a cross here, though, from Prime Taps. He's got a 1 in his name and a Z. That's, he's supposed to be powered up, but not this round. Maybe once we get him on a gun, he'll offer us something to talk about. For now, it's Fear off of the ticket, tap with the FAMAS. I like that. It should be the next rifle to get a buff, in my opinion.
The what, sorry? The FAMAS?
Yes.
Dude, the problem is that there's too many people that think it's good.
But it's not actually that good.
But that's the problem, that they're actually ruining it themselves. Because if they just said it was bad, then maybe it gets nerfed.
You
if
mean
people
buffed.
just are buffed, if people boycotted the FAMAS, then we could all get a buff, even if it doesn't need one.
Yep.
Like, we might have to admit that the FAMAS is good, but we're just bad with it. But if it got a buff anyway, then we're literally in paradise. That's what happened with the M4A1S.
Then all the
we were
rifles
already
would be
using
good.
it,
Well,
and it got
some of us were.
buffed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of us were.
Yes.
Just have to use this chance to remind you guys that both of us were using it like so far ago.
Yeah. But we're skin whores.
That's very true.
Yes, we did. We have. What are you using?
Blue phosphor.
I had a Prince stream. 2 very, very shiny skins.
And now we can justify them because it's kind of busted. Let's jump into the Navi TeamSpeak to see if they can rob away a 3rd round win straight out the gate.
Не слышал, да.
Яма один. За дымом.
Ковры один, смотрю старт.
Хейт не вижу, да. Забрал старт. Справа ковры.
Кавандер смотрю.
Ковры отпрыгал.
Жень, не трать.
Справа в коврах. Дым яма рассеется сейчас. Я ковры смотрю. Сейчас яму пикаю. Пикаю яму. Старт один. Даю флешку от старта.
Я шел сбоку.
Дал. Старт пикал дальше.
Подвал не идешь?
Не вижу. Бачеко. На старте. Один яма. Я ковры заберу сейчас.
Заберешь
Два
там
яма.
снова, да?
Нет, дал хайер. Два яма.
Ковры?
Сэндвич может быть, осторожно. Яму убил. Найс. Между. Ластарт был давно.
Well, it's just laughs and giggles and goofs and gaffs, and I understand why. How you tell me how that looks so easy?
How are they 2-0 and there's like 2 1-digs by them?
I don't know.
Onker up top, on the stairs. Don't care.
Damn, I mean, we are 3 rounds deep in this series, and we've already got NAVI Jr. pulling style points. Very, very clean shutdown.
Wow.
But now a very real challenge, perhaps, as BIG.OMEN Academy buy-in.
Yes. And there are really great things to say about BIG.OMEN Academy as well. Heku did an awesome interview. You guys should all watch Heku's interviews, because he did a bunch of interviews if you want to learn more about, who are the future talents of CS. Because that's what this league is all about, baby.
Who's next?
The fresh talent stream. Okay? Yep. Who's next? Is it Prime Taps? Or is it m0NESY's Flash? Fear? Or is it Fear's IGLing? That's what we're here to find out. So a nice tactic to get that 5v4 quickly. Very low risk. And Onker even sees some action inside a connector. Whoa, what is happening here? Okay, the kill comes down. Oh, they can't get a way back. Ooh. Dude, I'm telling you, this was a 16-6 the last time they played.
Well, it's looking like a 4-0. At least that much we know. Okay. That frag grenade was on point. The peaks were perfect. It was a very simple play, but at the same time, it was just very convincing. He anticipated all of that and made it look easy peasy.
The interesting thing that I heard, it was actually from Aqua. It was that Fear is a great IGL, but the team has m0NESY, which he regarded as the best player in the first season.
Okay.
But they had some of the worst results for those kinds of accolades. And I was looking, I was like, what is that then?
Yeah, how does that happen?
Yeah, how does that happen?
You've got the heaviest hitter and one of the big brains.
Yeah, one of the big brains. And you think it actually is a knock on the IGL to not have the team play together well, right? I mean, that comes down to maybe some of the calling too.
Yep.
I did hear some of it did seem like they were a little bit frantic. They got a little bit nervous in some spots.
Yeah, frazzled
a little bit. So I think the composure was a big thing for NAVI Jr. Some of the mid-round ideas and stuff were good, but they didn't seem to be on they didn't seem to be layering at the same time when it came to protocols. If they had to do something simple like, let's say they were all going B in a situation, and then there's one player they didn't expect gets a kill with an eagle on some point, then everybody seemed to get tunnel vision. I think that was a big problem for them. They weren't like, all right, I'm going to molly this while I know you trust you to look at this, and I feel like they were missing some of that natural chemistry that would get you out of those pickles, where people are thinking about different things at the same time. So this is a team also a huge upgrade, having Flamey come in multiple respects as well. So
definitely exactly what you're touching on.
Right.
Flamey has to be one of those guys who's not going to get.
He's going to make way less mistakes than anybody on the team.
Dead on.
Yep. Yeah. And he takes the edge off on CT side, right? He's a CT specialist, says an anger. So
great grenade. Yeah. That's Glaive down to 40. He is, of course, one of 2 players who were able to save last round. That's why we've got the AWP and AK on the side of BIG.OMEN Academy. And while we sit here talking about, whether or not Navi get too frazzled in these kinds of chaotic moments, well, we need to also see that Big can offer us those moments. So far, it's just been nothing but bullying to the favor of Navi Jr.
And still plenty of time here, but the damage will probably count for something. That was an interesting spot. This nade actually... Does it hit? Process. 37 damage, I think, at the bottom of connector off of that, which is something, a little bit of compensation. But positionally, Big are getting to a spot where they want to be. But now we're at the point where fakes are not going to be possible. So when the commitment will come through is the question.
Good spray. Head Trick looking to stop a second one. Flamey also killing a player in the apartments, but Head Trick turns back to get that second one on Apps. m0NESY dies. That was over towards the A site. A pickup from Cat to A, using, again, one of the guns still hung onto by Big, but Fear on the default plant. He's going to stop the jungle pressure. So there's no real direction. Counter-terrorists survive yet another test, but again, this test was already, it had half of the answers filled in.
Yes. And it was, all along the... Sorry, go ahead.
It was multiple choice, not an essay.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, but they...
Oh, after time?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like a death after time.
That one hurts.
Yes.
That's the nade that started it off. Glaive wanted something. That's going to stop him.
The other interesting part about Aqua's interview was that I think he spent more time talking about Glaive than he did himself.
Okay.
At every single turn in the interview, he was saying Glaive is the best. He's got really good mid-round comms. He is like the most talented rifler that they played with. They had him opping, but he was too good for the op, so they put him back on a rifle, even though he's really good with the op. Like, literally had a list of things that were just like, he was gushing over Glaive. So, big respect for his teammate there, and I definitely saw some of that impact.
Sounds like Aqua is the kind of kid who's got respect for everyone around him.
Yes. He definitely had a lot of good energy. He had mad good energy. Yes, mad good energy. Yeah, he kind of just objectively looked at things, happy to give compliments to other teams, said, I think, good, nice words about his own. So definitely seemed like a great teammate for sure. But yeah, right now, they just... Navi Juniors, don't have any questions. You don't have to do too much on the CT side to look like a good squad. You just kind of have to play decent spots and hit your shots. And they're also stopping them at every turn, but BIG.OMEN Academy are not actually working too hard to get tricky things going. They're keeping it simple, and they're paying for it.
They played map control last round, but they did it pretty slow. Everybody seemed like on high alert whenever the play happened. This round was way more aggressive, way more explosive, a lot more pressure, but with a lot less weapons. And, well, they at least got a couple of kills this time around. They tried to swarm into the A site, gets shut down for the most part. This just proves to me that Navi, last round, when they're slowly kind of waiting around for something to happen, they didn't lose focus and they stayed sharp. And then the round after with just pistols tells me they're also not asleep at the wheel coming out of spawn.
Yes.
They are prepared for all of these kinds of bolstered quick pushes.
Every spot here is perfect. What I love to see here was that every single time we switched to a new Navi player, they had the perfect angle for their fight.
Right. They're all doing the right thing.
A little bit of distance. They're ready for the swing, holding wide enough. They should get one in that spot kind of thing. Always looking strong.
No, sir. m0NESY with the blind shot doesn't find his target, but we've got a challenge, okay? These are the rounds that I think we need to pay a closer eye to. These are the rounds.
Oh, and Glaive is actually opping, and this interview was dated a bit. So it was a situation where they didn't want him opping because they wanted him to rifle because he was so good on it, which is a common problem between, like, a lot of players.
Oh, darn, I'm so good at everything.
Yeah, then you should rifle, basically, if you're too good with a rifle, because then you're more versatile. But he is back on it, so okay.
Well, good luck, Glaive. You've got Monacy to deal with.
Let's see. Just walk back into halls. Oh, go ahead and grab the bomb. They've established on big control in very nice time. So they have some options open. They're keeping their palace lurk. And again, it's been very standard, but you love to see all the protocols go well. Only question right now is like, okay, what are NAVI Jr. doing in response to the fact they've just lost mid? They've
cleared
player left. This is an A split coming, right? It's on a timing. They know it. They seem to be aware that someone could be in connector. But honestly, NAVI Jr. aren't in the best spots. Fear isn't committed in the ramp. He has to frag. And as he comes back, he's in jeopardy. There's opportunity here for Big to actually punish.
Here comes the utility from Big. Dropped up shot by Monacy, so it's not the 5v4. They do get a little bit of pressure out, but he comes in for second servings. Him and Onkir with a kill apiece. Process able to jump across stairs, and that catches Onkir by surprise. So now Monacy's going to have way more to do on his own. Yep, the challenge is there for it, and the flash has Monacy to fall back. Molotov goes over top, and he was not ready for that wide swing. So we've got NAVI Jr.
Is he planning opposite? Oh, it's
compromised position. They boil that down to the final few seconds, but BIG.OMEN Academy have a post plant. And now they just need to close it. But this is what Flamey's brought in for, right? He's going to be synergizing right now with Head Trick, trying to win these crucial moments. But it doesn't matter how big your brain is, it can still get popped. Process comes out wide, insta headshot. Flamey, let's see it. He's got two players stacked up, but Process with the op, he makes a huge difference in this post plant.
Yes.
3 kills on the round for Process, 2 of which in the 2v2.
Dude, that was a nice round. You know, BIG.OMEN Academy all the way
Step
through.
by step.
And this was what I was talking about with the Astralis Academy, maybe not getting as much support as some of the other teams. One thing that Aqua said about Big was that they had Taps and actually watched their demos with them. They helped them prepare for the first season. They probably done even more work. And I mean, the value of having a player of Tapson's caliber. I mean, he's not just a great caller. He's someone who also has specifically been taught by Gob, knows a lot of like an insane amount, and also has to make up for the fact that his team can sometimes lack some star potential. Like that's even that makes him even more to his credit. Honestly, will he see this? It looks like opportunity. What? That's a quick one.
That's what they need.
A worse man would have died.
Because I feel like the rest of Big Academy is making their play off of the fact that Aqua had that position so early. Aqua was probably convinced he was a little bit safer than he truly was. Monacy won't be smoked off, so he's ready to catch players on cross. They do flash him, which is perfect for Big. They're able to cross over somewhat. Fear puts out the fire.
Oh my god, why would you
but Monacy lays down the lead and then gets caught just outside the murder hole. It's Process yet again. He was the difference maker in the last round, and he's going to have to do it once more. Ooh, but now he's softened up. Dropped to 4 HP thanks to Flamey. Bomb already ticking. Process, how the hell is he getting these kills? And he's still toying with Flamey, still jumping back and forth across this angle. Flamey has to use fire to get his kill, but they concede. And we've got BIG.OMEN Academy with 2 rounds in a row.
They took way too many unnecessary risks there. They ended up sorting it, but they could have so easily lost. Even the Og crossing, the peek onto Monacy after they knew where he was. They really, I think, wanted to get into jungle control. So at least they came and, you know, they swung with 2 players to make sure to refrag. But I personally didn't love how that looked. And also, they did the thing where they do a very light execute on A, so they're low on smokes, but they don't get that instant frag. And then I think they look a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to transitioning and putting the rest of their nades down so that they can establish. And there's just opportunities that got slightly missed where I was like, all right, this doesn't look nearly as good as what we saw in the last round. So okay, we'll see what happens now. It's still nice for them. They keep their money afloat. They'll be able to go at it again. And we've seen like basically a near perfect round. They're getting that player dropped off in connector in a timely fashion. They're establishing on mid control. Then they're getting they're clearing out most of the map, you know, by a minute, and also barely taking any damage. That's a great sign.
Protocols are there. And then you've got this X factor so far of Process. You know, whether it's in the clutch or in those mid rounds.
That was the other thing. He could have died.
Could have.
The second guy as well hit some crazy shot inside the window.
So that's what you need, right? If you're going to compete with NAVI Jr., who have been given a hell of a player buff, you're going to need your key pieces to step up. So far, 2 rounds. Not overhyping. Just 2 rounds. Nice and clean from Process. He's caught my eye. I'm watching him a little closer as this game goes on.
Trust the process.
Very nice. Save it for the big ones, man.
Okay.
Unless you've got another one.
They're just flooding in. I don't know.
Go.
process of elimination.
Oh! He didn't even do anything. That's called foreshadowing. Get ready for it. It's coming. It's a much deeper angle this time from Fear. Oh, because there was a smoke. All right, so he had it for a second, but now he's walked back. Makes sense. It's like this guy's got some nerve standing down so deep. Grenade timing, decent. That's decent. Prime Tabs has dropped to 54. Got a little bit shaved off Glaive. Now Feared boosted up. Oh, bit of a delayed shot. Maybe looking at the radar. Maybe a little drowsy, but this is going very well for Big as they continue to cut down players all across the map. They did it again.
Dude, absolutely.
Another similar situation. It's just rinse and repeat. Copy and paste.
Yeah. To be honest, I mean, absolutely nothing bad to say about
Boom.
Big in this spot. They did the exact same thing. They got away with it. It was smart, and they just followed through. And obviously their post plan looks a little bit better. But for Navi Jr., it's the staticness. It's the staticness. It's the exact same spot. You've got Fear playing close A ramp. He's taking that jiggle peek. He's going to throw down his nade, and then they have Monacy and CTR window, and they have everybody in a default position waiting to react to something that happens. There's no proactivity. There's no prophylaxis. That's such an important concept, obviously, in Counter-Strike, to make sure you stop the problem before it starts, or to, get one step ahead. And the more Big just are able to establish in a default and work the map control, get the space they need, and then just zone their opponents out, like, of course you're going to win, because you've compromised all their positions. You've made it really hard to guess where you're going. These are the fundamentals of the game. So all good if everybody wide swings into Monacy and he hits all his shots, but if you play that same round over and over again, only if Big Academy were not thinking would that make sense. But they're clearly thinking, so it's time to step it up a bit here if you're Navi Jr.
It's time to play some real CS. But a drop shot won't help. Now, you wouldn't think that someone from Big is going to step back into that scope. They're very wary of the Opper being on Cat, and that Opper is all they've got to hold the T's back. Unless Oncare goes huge with the Deagle. Looked like he could have lined up some bodies, but now it falls to Fear, and he falls away. Monacy immediately has to prioritize the save, and this is Big Academy with a 4th consecutive T round win.
They finally, to give some credit to Navi Jr., did a good job of keeping their money up so they could buy throughout some of these rounds.
Sure.
Here, BIG.OMEN Academy just got a moment of respite where they don't have to plow through a bunch of rifling players, so that's nice for them. And the game becomes a bit closer, and what's also nice about that is it tells the story more accurately right now, that BIG.OMEN Academy are getting better, and Navi potentially showing a bit of staleness. It's like they're a little bit past the expiration date. You can still eat it.
It's not dangerous yet.
It's not dangerous yet, but
it tastes a little funky.
Yeah, something's turning green. Could still lick it, but
green, the color of money. It's what? Well, it depends on where you're from. I take that back. Green is not the color of money.
Yeah, that was very countryist of you.
Yep.
So you're canceled.
Very imperial.
It's not even Canada all the time.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Come on. Let's see if Navi Jr. can offer us something. Somebody poke it. Poke it with a stick. Let's see if it reacts. See if they can win a round back, or whether Big. I would love to see just a complete redirection, right? All of this mid play, all of these late A hits, and now suddenly they go into a B pop. You wanted to talk about the lack of proactivity from Navi Jr. Well, here's something ahead of the turn, ahead of the curve. Flamey, single kill inside sight. Process gets the second, and that's a man advantage to the favor of Big. They've got all the utility they need to keep these players back, plant their bomb, and continue on with winning ways. This would be 5 rounds in a row. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I love it. Just as Navi tried to do something different, as they tried to play more towards mid, Big just change up the game, a step ahead of their opponents for the moment.
That's awesome. Yeah,
props to that.
That's sweet. I mean, that's just good. That's just good. That's just great to see. That's great to see from both teams, but obviously even a little bit more impressive and better for Big. And you would almost expect nothing less, right? They just got away with 3 rounds taking over mid control, and they did it slowly. and that has to be respected, right? If you're Navi Junior, why wouldn't they do it a 4th time? You could. It's a very sustainable way to win a round. You work it, you give them picks. So Navi say, okay, if they try this, then we'll go through the exact. Big say, all right, it's time to go to another gear. Let's go for this fast B hit. So much pressure on Flamey to basically get way more than he can. And
he hits that?
Yeah, he hit that little leg shot. Just kind of who he is. Like, every moment like that, you're just, maybe.
Okay.
Like, maybe. That's just what it is.
I appreciate you flagging that, because obviously there's a short list of players who, you know, a lot of times as commentators, you see a situation, you're like, the odds of this are like 5%.
Yeah.
But if it's Zywoo or if it's simple, it's like, okay, the odds of this are 30.
Yeah, yeah.
And you don't want to write him off too quick. So
I
you're telling me Monacy's got that buff, huh?
And the Oppers in the academy all have a buff where if they're good enough, or a lot of times they're a star player, but also a strong gun. And because the nades and utility and
this is new too. This is new.
They got opt on the way out though. There's 2A ramp. This is much better for the CTs for the moment.
But they looked away.
Oh, wait a second. They get destroyed.
It crumbles.
Everybody on the A site goes down. This was not a bad position to be in. They got the opening kill from Monacy. They had one on the ramp, 3 coming out halls. You don't want to be running out sideways in halls when there's 2 guys ready to shoot you in the side of the head.
But the one player who comes up ramp peels off the player on that one side. Then the guy standing on side of the box gave space for Big to... Oh my god, a knife! Flamey has been... Welcome to the Academy League!
Okay.
You just got shivved.
The way you just said, welcome to the Academy League. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
You're kidding.
That's a scalp. That's a scalp to take if you're Aqua. Really nice guy, by the way.
If you're Aqua, you can retire.
Yeah.
You've done everything you need to. Oh my. How did that happen? I
don't even know. $1,500 though. He did it for the money.
You got to.
Yes.
You did it for the prestige.
It's 6-6. And now it's
6-round streaks.
It's fair to say, you know. Big, they're terrifying. Now they're even winning rounds they're not supposed to be. Look at this. See what I was saying with the tunnel vision a little bit? Right? But I think, obviously, they have the right idea. They want to try to stop this Halls pop. But you have one player goes up, and then the other player is thinking about ramp even before the player is there. But they aren't doing that right away. They're both trying to like make sure this one thing gets shut down, and that's actually not productive. Maybe if obviously if the player who's watching ramp gets his frag or just holds inside the ramp,
then he's good.
Then he's good. Then the whole team is good, actually. So...
Yeah, you did kind of you did write about this bad omen.
Lucky that Navi Bad Omen Junior Academy.
Yeah, that's a Frankenstein mix. Maybe if they combine teams, they'll be able to stop Maus in the finals this time. I like that this first group actually is kind of like finding one of the better contenders to try and chip away at Maus, who are sitting over in Group B. Who's going to come out on top? Six-round streak. Excellently done. And it's been a nice mixture of flavors in these last couple of rounds, right? Again, we just praised them for hitting B out of nowhere. Then they prioritized the Palace play. Now, the Palace one looked like it could have gotten stopped.
Sure.
But they recovered it.
And that's fine, you know. That could have been Navi to take their aggressive tactic to upper B, and you know sometimes it doesn't work out. But the ideas are still good, at least from both sides in a couple of these spots.
But Navi have gone back to being static.
Yes.
They're just into their default. It's like it didn't work trying to make these moves, so let's just try to play it normal. Let's see if maybe this time it does work out, and so far it's good from Fear. He gets those 2. This is a 3v5 for Big Omen Academy to attempt their clawback. Monacy's going to make the difference. The last 2 players of Big just sitting inside of the site. A1S, spray at a distance. It's great for the damage. Glave's on 25. He's going to take that op challenge and lose out. We've got Navi Junior back to their winning ways, back to having a lead, if not only by 1 round. It's something. Trying to close this one with a bit of a buff.
And sometimes you have so much individual level yourself that you just go to what's comfortable because you're like, man, I can put up my 2. If I just play in this spot, you know, this is my position, like, I'll do that. It might not be the most productive for the team in the grand scheme of the whole map or the whole series, but yeah, that's why sometimes you see people resort to doing that. Now, I think a lot of this game needs to be them setting up their offer to do interesting things. But a lot of the times, m0NESY is going back and forth between some regular positions. And right there, he hits a crazy shot, right? It's like an arm peeking out of Palace. But that's only because Big let him. Like, they should have been flashing CT on their cross across the site. He should have had the opportunity. They didn't need him to throw a molly from Palace for the guy who can kill him as he throws a molly for Palace, right?
That's fair.
So there's opportunities, and I think that's also a reason that some of these oppers are able to farm in the Academy League. On top of the fact that they're just star.
Is he his gun?
He did, but he didn't.
Ooh, it's right there.
He does, but he doesn't.
It's because he's peeking so fast.
He could, but he couldn't.
It's right there.
Don't tell me he just looks up. Oh, he's lining it up. Process.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna eat the frag grenade.
Oh.
For the fallback into the molly. Head trick. Stuck in a tough place.
Oh, he got killed.
Process gets naded by somebody else. All right. Sketchy situation that leaves Big into just the Palace pop. 3 players here and 1 over on ramp, but they get out for relative free. Fear softens him up.
Literally tapping. That's so good.
Ankir is able to finish. And now poor Aqua fully blind. It's a solar flare as far as he's concerned. They've got a player stuck behind the Tetris, and there's about to be a bunch of bodies right inside the jungle. That could prime Glaive to get some op frags, but 20 seconds to spare. They've got to get this bomb on site, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Glaive's killed after getting just 1 more to the tally, so an 8th one for NAVI Jr., and that's a solid hold. Never really tested, never really pressured. Comfortable 5v3 for NAVI Jr.
Yeah, that was super solid. Another attack on the A site. It's not quite what we saw the last time around, but this time it's just flying out. Now the one thing is, like, the ferocity is like a 0. Like, all of these standard spots, I don't actually know what the value for them is of doing a low utility execute, but we have not seen Navi play in dangerous spots to deal with any kind of heavy execute, right? A lot of the times, m0NESY's in a rotator spot. Okay, 1 player is in the site, but they want to try to ISO him. Here's a moment where that happens. Now we have jungle open again. Do we need to fight this? No, we need to deny vision. Get this bomb down. You're already in an advantage. Put this post plant up and establish those smokes. They finally get into this spot.
It's deep CT control, but m0NESY's going to be boosted over. No, he doesn't know. Aqua could, for all he knows, play super close to this. So they're going to be cautious about clearing it up. Aqua, all the while, just giving them that space. And as they come around ramp, they're eventually going to be met by Glaive, who's already scoped in and ready. He hits his shot into head trick. Aqua makes sure that there's not a second player close, and this is BIG.OMEN Academy trying to hold in the post, but it's that m0NESY factor. It's the X factor. Bomb's going to blow up to clear the board. 7th round secured. Big Academy able to win at least 1 more at the end.
Yeah, they put it together. And they got to work a little bit on their post plans, some of the decision-making there. Sometimes their executes, their defaults look really good, but then when they scale, they're having trouble, especially on the A-side hits. Honestly, OG were doing some of the same stuff, if you remember on Mirage, where they'd go for a light execute or a low clearance smokes or a contact play out A. But then once they got out A, it's like they break down the door. As soon as they walk up to the door quietly, they break open the door, they see no one, and they're like, oh shit, what do we do now? You know what I mean? That's the moment where I think they've got to have better protocols to support themselves when the round changes. There's not what they expected. They didn't see anybody in the site. All right, it's time to establish and smoke things out. Let's throw our connector smoke, our jungle smoke from Tetris flash over, and make sure the round still feels like it's all part of the plan, right? Our opponents are farther back than we thought they'd be. Let's continue forward with more disruption and make it really feel like this execute is not done yet. But instead, sometimes they meander a bit. Sometimes they have trouble going from that choke point to the plant zone or making sure a smoke goes down. And that's when the dry swings come out, and that's when the oppers get free kills. But of course, I mean, it's all easier said than done. And overall, they hell of recovered that half.
Yeah, I was going to say, and as much as we can, nitpick all the tiny reasons as to why they didn't win every round, I will say they had a nice varied T-side. And to me, the most impressive thing was that round where they just popped into the B site because we were calling it ourselves. Like, NAVI Jr., you've got to play more proactive. You've got to get aggressive. They tried to get aggressive in the same spots where they would have expected Big, and Big are nowhere to be found. So if you're just that 1 round ahead of your opponent with your calls, and you're knifing Flaming, stop for a moment, rest in pieces. And you've got that edge in terms of decision making. I praise that a lot. It means that you have the forethought to not only know what your opponent's doing, but to know what your opponent thinks you're going to do and when they're going to counter. So really cool T-side coming out of BIG.OMEN Academy.
Definitely.
It's time to see whether Navi Jr. can impress us even more so. We'll see if they can stay tethered, stay composed, and stay in the lead. It's as close as can be after the first 15, but Process kicks it off with the USPS top mid tap.
New Glock alert.
Clear polymer.
I know you wanted to say something.
I thought about it, but I'm like, you know what? I'm new here.
But take this seriously.
I can redefine myself. Oh, you're the skins guy. No. No. Unless you need me to be.
I'm here to ask questions.
I'm here to ask. I must ask you some questions. Nice Glock jump. Oh, Flamey, that's so ratty. How are you going to do that to Process?
That's a site. That's a site compromise right here.
The prime taps.
He sits in CT. It's a spot that everyone can be in, but it's also a spot that's kind of hard to go. When do we activate?
Oncare's going to call to rotate.
Yeah, they're running all the way through spawn. They already got window control. And everyone can spread out. It's one of those handshake agreements. All these spots can get cleared, but yeah, that's information that you can't deny here from Onkar.
They count pure numbers, then they'll be off by 1. Ooh, smoke on top of the bomb. We're going to cause a little panic, are we? Well, these are... Oh, Modesty snaps back up into that, and the diffuser gets killed. Prime Taps has the answer, and he's got himself another. There's still a chance for them to follow through on this. Here's going to have to run in. He gets both kills. The headshot to Prime Taps, the smoke spam to Aqua, and the second pistol to Navi Jr.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed that. That was great. So Onkar had undeniable information at the rotate. Most importantly, he had that spot, right? Like, it's not quite as common to hold on a CT control because it's really hard to hold. So sometimes you have the spread that leans towards jungle with a plan around triple. And if you have the window room control, you deny the window room rotate, people jumping out from cat into window, you hear a lot, as you pointed out, and that can work in your favor. So nice for him to get that position, especially on a pistol. And now we got Big Open Academy with something to prove.
Double scouts, always a fun round. I visually enjoy watching double scout upgraded pistol rounds.
Absolutely.
It's one of my favorite formulas.
I like it. And the deal is, every scout shot that goes in, and every second that comes off the clock, the more deadly those pistols become. That's the idea. So you can't just take time and give them opportunities to reposition too often if you're getting tagged in the process.
Yeah. Slowly powering up like the spirit bombs.
It's going to take 300 episodes like Goku.
But who's going to drop that bomb? And whether this literal bomb in the frag grenade can find even more impact is also another question. For now, Navi Jr. going to establish a 4-man outside B-type play. They're looking for the 2-2 split. Glaive sees an arm, immediately ejects out the windowsill. That frag grenade will do nothing, so at least one question answered.
I feel like he knew the double peak was coming. I think that's just really sick that he got out of there.
Prime Taps has all the info, though, but they didn't expect that. Glaive's caught by Head Trick, who doubles down into this 4-man B setup. Process, Scout, Wallbang. You take those, but he dies out. Head Trick looking for everything he can get his hands on.
That was a nice move by Navi. They got tagged once, and that's where the fear should set in. But from that point, there were no opportunities for the scout. There was a single shoulder peek on the end of B where it was pretty much impossible to actually hit that. Plus, they were ready with a double swing to make sure they could punish if there was a scout. And then they went into their just straight up B attack. So that's super nice formation. So far, some impressive stuff from both teams here on the T sides. And as we can see from the X's, a lot of deaths happening over in B. These days, a lot of TNT goes end up in B. Because no matter how much you stack it up in the site, and you can see 3 people dying in the back of the site, once one player turns a corner on Cat, that site is really hard to hold. Really, really hard to hold. So it's about trying to get the damage in when they're in window, when you got a CT in the window, when you got a vision over the top of the smoke. And everyone used to avoid going Cat because of how many ways you could die in mid before you could get to Cat. But people realized, well, okay, if we survive that portion and we put an exorbitant amount of resources into just making sure we get around to the bricks, then we're good.
Then we're Gucci. Gotta say, props to Head Trick as well. That first kill he got, the reason that I think it looks so easy is because the first frag was instant, but that player was just jiggling a little too far out. Head trick kills him with like the first 2 bullets out of the gun. So very crisp entry to really snowball it. You know, if that shot's missed, then the guy close arch has an extra player to try and swing with. Yada yada. Flamey, Mac 10 kill to the underpass, but he even beats out Prime Tap. Sphere is going to close that distance down middle. The Galil, easy pickup, easy upgrade. Now we're looking at an 11th round win for NAVI Jr. secured. And Flamey, gotta make sure you don't get knifed again.
Dude, he's a threat. He's a threat with this Mac 10. He just reswung on that AK. That was insane.
Thanks for the Galil. Ooh, wallbang.
Yeah. Well, this is quite a test. You know, again, it was so one-sided in favor of Big the last time. They're feeling really good about Mirage. So, but looks like
said it was what, a 16-7?
16-6 even, I think.
16-6.
Yeah.
So single digits.
Yep.
I do like this setup. You know, when you come into a round with just one tool, I always hate when it's kind of like flat, like, oh, just put it in the back of a sight or something.
Yeah.
No, I much prefer trying to put it in the forefront of the battleground. And he had a very real chance at not only getting that first kill, but then falling down, icing out Flamey. Then the B-apps is clear. Both your players have an exit route. Like, just that one fight versus Flamey, I think, is what kind of spells disaster in what would have otherwise been a round you're not supposed to win. So I tip my hat to the BIG.OMEN Academy in the sense that I think they used the tools they were supposed to. The tool just wasn't sharp enough in that one moment. But still plenty of time to recover. It's not the end of the world. We've got a straight-up gun round. Glaved versus Monacy on the ops. We find balance.
Yin Yang. So much emphasis and focus on connector. Ooh.
You're going to regret that peek.
Wow. It doesn't even take an extra second for him.
You agree with that peek? No flash over top?
I mean,
trying to find timing on a smoke peek?
I'll be honest, even I was surprised a bit. I was like, oh, he's right there? But yeah, he's not going to do that again.
No. Yeah.
Maybe for the rest of his career after that. That's going to feel bad. There was so much emphasis on connector in that moment. So we got a important piece of map. Look at this. Look at this.
The cat play.
Look at this.
Like you said, no matter how many players are stacked up on this B site,
there's a lot.
Once the cat crumbles, so do your chances.
They're going to molly the...
And they're just moving so quickly up.
Oh my god.
But Glaved, he's got the gun to try and stop this. He could skewer bodies. Instead, they're able to get past that sniper, and when they do so, it seems to get easier, or does it? Glaive drops at least 2 players with the sniper, and that's everybody taken down. All things considered, you know, I thought they would have had to have stopped NAVI Jr. further away to even stop them at all.
Yeah.
It's a 1v2. It's not an ideal position for Prime Taps. He crosses over, gets softened down to 57.
It's a moment where you need to watch the market cross. Let your other teammate take position.
He gets out.
Yeah.
How is he going to pull this apart? Onkir should never peek him. Oh, unless you've got the shot.
Yeah, his teammate is spotting the crosshair, so you're right. Like, you know, got to play off contact.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
You know?
But yeah, there is only the only thing is that if he's standing behind one of the 2 pillars, then Onkir can't trade him immediately. So it's a bit. That's a tough one. Honestly, I think there's more emphasis on this. Our guy in Get Right holding the cross towards bench. That's guaranteed all the way through. And then Onkir peeks off that, but he moves. He moves off and tries to plays a bit more confident, a little bit more pizzazz, a little bit more foozy.
Put a foozy on it.
Put a foozy on the play there.
Hey, listen.
So, okay, but yo, nice scaling. And listen, I said that when you turn the corner of Cat, that was specifically for anti-ecos, but still, it's really hard, obviously, to do with a split when you're not stopping them on Cat. But in that position, you know, there was the maximum amount of rotates that came in. Like, everybody from BIG.OMEN Academy came in to help. So they had a good read. They still disadvantaged. But if NAVI Jr. did not scale properly there, they would have lost. Okay. So it was very important that they agreed to actually get to that bench and to the empty pillar. Yeah, and they did a good job of that. So already another promising sign for them.
They chewed him up like a springtime plow.
What's that?
You know, like a plow for fields?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the spring.
Oh, right. Okay.
plant.
For some reason, I thought it was food. Some kind of food. Okay.
Spring roll?
I definitely eat more spring rolls and talk about plow, so that's me. That's on me.
Well, without the farmers, we don't get spring rolls.
That's true. That's true.
Praise be to the farm hands.
Yes.
Get ready.
To the skadoodles of the world.
Honestly, hoping that somebody had gotten a little deep. Crazy to me that he actually cleared that, because he does have a teammate at the top of stairs. So he's just, he's clearing things he doesn't have to.
I don't trust my teammates either.
Prosis.
Wow. What's the prognosis?
Definitely a concussion.
What have we got here? Oh, this is an interesting situation because now we're in 30 seconds. CT will spot here. It's 5v4 in favor of the Deagles, but they haven't actually recovered the gun that they dropped as well. The correct molly comes out, but a smoke is still available here.
They're a little bit more worried about the jungle side, but they know there's a player underneath. Only 10 seconds to spare. Not ideal. Hedrick's trying to clear it, but Prime Taps gets the better of him. No way.
This is the moment.
Big Academy.
Wait a second.
It's still
They're
winnable?
coming back. They need to kill the guy who was under Balcony.
No,
there is the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a crazy round
What
where
is
like
this?
maybe something wild happens. They're gonna go running by after Modesty dies after time, loses the op once the round expires.
No way. That's such bad coordinate.
I don't like that round at all.
No, that's tough. That's tough. That's why you got to give yourself
more time.
You got to give yourself time. You don't.
Navi.
You're not scared of.
There's many ways that you should be influenced by their bigger brother team.
Yes.
Not that way.
Not that way.
Don't play the clock down to the 15-second mark. I don't like it.
And not the talent discrepancy way either.
Yeah.
But you got to give yourself time. But I mean, when someone smokes themselves under Balk, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
It is, because you can't molly. Hey, screw you. Because you can't molly them again, and you have to like run across spraying. It's hard to deal with. But if you had time,
then
that smoke would disappear.
It's a little bit better. Better like butter. Smooth, baby. Just like Prosis as he peeks along the side of the staircase. Prime Tap's going to spam through smoke. Finds nothing for his efforts. But that's okay.
They're falling apart before, with these smokes down, before the bomb is even planted. Need to get that bad boy down. You don't have CT control. The default plant will come in. You're asking a lot of your CT player now. He's getting pushed.
But it's good.
He covers.
Enough at least for the bomb plant. That much is secured. Can Flamey get off of this position?
Uh-oh.
Or is Modesty just going to get aggressive?
Oh, that's a moment. The bomb is default, though.
Flamey can't afford to peek. Modesty, he's got to try and, weigh the balance between pushing out to cut down another player.
Is Flamey watching stairs for him? Let's see. Yeah, he's spotting it briefly. Time is kind of on their side at this point, so
they've waited long enough
on the CTs. Yeah,
they thought Modesty was maybe going to get even more aggressive. Smoke on top of the bomb. Modesty cuts down Aqua. Modesty then though peeks all the way off of the ramp, but the time is already so far gone.
Wow,
dude. Okay. Explain to me this.
Yes.
Modesty in a 2 versus 4
yes.
knows he has to cut down the numbers.
Yes.
He peeks out, he gets the 2v3.
Yes.
You saw him for a second think about trying to get another, to force it to the 2v2. But then he has the forward thinking of falling back instead. And to me, it felt like Big Omen Academy wasted all that time because they thought he would be more aggressive.
Yeah.
Because they thought he would go for another peek.
They don't want to get opt.
And they didn't do that.
They didn't want to get foozied.
Navi leaned back. They just scared him. Big Omen Academy just lost that round to the boogeyman.
Yeah. You didn't even need me to explain that.
You're right.
You had that.
Oh my God. Even I'm learning.
Sometimes you just got to sound it out. That's probably, I didn't even think about that. So, yeah, they probably were burning time off the clock. Like, I just don't want to get opt. So, yeah, being disruptive is one of the greatest tools you can have here because everyone's not got like the perfect reactions to every single moment. Like when Modesty's in the middle of like the open peeking me inside a window. We're not prepared to deal with that. Oh my God, I'm next. I'm in CT spawn. But those are the moments I think. That's also why players like Modesty can get more kills. That's the reason why players like Simple can get more kills.
It's the reputation.
They get free space.
Yeah.
They get free space. They earned it. Like that's the only reason they earned it. But now they get even more kills.
It's the reputation.
Yeah.
It's why Zipix wins more clutches.
Yes, it is.
Because when you're playing against him,
you think you're going to lose.
Head.
Yeah, you already lost.
He's like a brain worm.
Yes.
Burrows in.
Ordered sushi from Simple's sushi place.
Oh,
here.
did you?
Yeah, Ninja Sushi.
I'm very excited to try it.
So
maybe I too will have better aim after.
get a taste of Simple. No, they shouldn't make that the name. That's disgusting. Well, it's not necessarily. It just wouldn't be appetizing, I guess. Well, maybe it is for some people. I don't know.
Hey, dude.
Order it. I don't know.
Do you?
That's my advertisement over.
You do you, boo-boo. And we'll see if Big can do them. You got to find yourself. You got to find your inner self, your inner identity to come back from a round like that, because I feel like they just lost the plot. Lost in the sauce.
Yep.
And while the match is paused,
They got sauced up and crossed up.
we hold
They
off.
sprained their ankles. Think about this.
Crisscross.
What if one day you tripped
Mhm.
and you sprained both your ankles?
Both at the same time?
Yeah. You literally can't walk.
Okay.
That's it. Think about that.
That would suck.
Yeah.
That just sounds awful.
But you know, that can happen so easily, technically.
It could happen here at WePlay.
Yes, literally.
I'm nervous that I
the
might...
spiral
The
staircase?
spiral staircase. It's a listen. It's our first time at the
Dude.
WePlay offices. This is a beautiful studio. Very hospitable people as well. Everybody I've met today is very kind.
Yes.
But your guys' staircase is a challenge, and I'm afraid someone's
Dude,
already
I got
fallen
big
down.
clown feet.
Yeah, exactly.
If
This guy's
someone-
got size 14.
If someone's walking, no, I don't. If someone's walking on the outside of the staircase and I have to take the inside,
Yeah.
I have 30% chance of falling because the stairs are smaller on the middle and the inside.
We need a slide. I don't know if anybody here has thought about that, but a slide here would be amazing.
And a slide up would be great too.
Yeah, they call those ladders.
An upslide would be amazing.
But other than that, you know, I'll get over the fear. I'll get over the fear. We'll get more and more comfortable. My other goal coming here,
Ladders. That's genius.
my other goal was to learn something from these academy players. I felt like I already learned. I've had a moment of self-reflection.
Yeah. It is. I mean, it is great to be able to. I'm sure it's like clear in a weird way. Like you don't. You can see the difference, right? You can see the difference, and obviously a lot of skill here, no doubt. But you can feel the difference, and then just like put it together. Put it together. You know what I mean?
And I think a lot, so far what I've seen too is like a lot of these players are, you can see that they've, like earlier, right? We said like they're playing the textbook. They're doing what they're supposed to. That's easier for me to pick out.
Yeah.
But then it also makes mistakes and those heroic moments a little more visual, a little more vivid.
Yeah. They both. I feel like it'd be good to have a kind of like a rating chart for each part of the game, right? Like, okay, fundamentals.
Yeah.
We can't really judge comms.
That's why we've got analysts.
We've got one round.
Get these guys a whiteboard.
But if they had like a different thing, like fundamentals, retakes, defaults, CTs, T sides, like map pool, and just like gave them all individual ratings. I would watch that segment.
I would watch
boys.
that segment.
I would watch that segment. Boy. Come on. And girls.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone.
All the beautiful people of
Oh,
our
this
Counter-Strike
could rock
community.
them. This could rock them. This could rock them. They got the B set up right here.
Knockout
Perfect
punch.
B hop. We see one. Oh, this is the B site. Take it. This Deagle in play.
Drive by.
Have you considered stopping, Hedrick? Have you considered slowing down at least?
Nope, the light was green. And even if it was red, I don't think Head Trick would have slowed down a second.
No.
Total wide swing.
That was very nice. The B hop. It's also important is you got to hit your head on the top of the windowsill.
You got to bounce off.
So you fall faster.
I like that.
Yeah.
And like you said, right, that could be a knock. I mean, it's not the knockout blow, seeing as this is just Navi Jr. getting their 14th, and on a round where if it wasn't Glaive Hop that got contact,
yeah,
it wasn't going to be anything at all.
Right. But it's a rocker of a round.
Yes, it is.
It's well done.
Yes, it is. Because it's one of those, quote unquote, we should have, like, we'll take that moment, but they didn't get anything.
And they make money off this. Okay, they peek here. Getting rid of the off would have been insane. So Alcair tries to find a nice timing, and he somehow are ready for this. But
watch this second kill. Look at this.
Beep beep.
We did stop.
Coming through,
but only after the man was already dead. He just stopped to make sure he was dead.
Yeah. Just wanted to stare at his cold, decrepit body.
Ugh.
Make sure.
2 ops. We saw something earlier today. out of Astralis talent, where swinging out the double ops late in the half felt like a bit of like a last resort, but it worked. They were able to catch their opponents off guard. Let's see if now Big Omen Academy can take a page out of that book.
That was some trigonometry right there. Off the mark. Man, how the shoe would be on the other side of the table, which has turned if Navi just close out from here.
Yeah, solid T side. Solid improvement as well, right? Based on their last meeting and matchup on Mirage. Incendiaries exchanged at the bottom of middle, and we do have Navi Jr. walking out top mid. So taking this part of the map with conviction.
We have Palace Control in response for Big Omen Academy. And there will be two lurkers going head-to-head in just a moment over here. But all the while, there's also some Palace or some cat play, cat aggression.
Shots, prime taps on the kill.
Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one to grab. That'll take the edge off a little bit. They can see that their emphasis is towards A, but Flamey kills CT.
That's a hell of a time for him to find that impact.
Prime taps.
It's got to be him yet again, and I like the timing on the peak. Now he creates a little bit of ambiguity with this smoke. They don't know which side he's going to play, but Flamey predicts the push, shuts him down. Glaive has to play it passive. Nixie, oh, he's got the quick kill. That's what they needed, but it is still the bomb plant for Navi Jr. And Glaive's going to be timid because he knows there's a player pushed close. So how the hell does an Opper crawl through this? And how the hell is this CT going to peek into Monacy and not die in that moment? They knew they were doomed. It had to be the CT peek because Glaive was countered by this close jungle play. And with that one option left on the table, Monacy flips it. The chips go flying, and Navi Jr. established the 15-8.
That was ultra solid. And that's where you got the Flamey effect that comes in. What is that CT kill? I don't even know. I believe that was an Opera, right? Yep. So sitting in that position, getting taken down by a rifle, that's never fun. And in the post plant, Navi looks super solid. Honestly, the shakiest they've looked in this half was versus Pistols when things went crazy on the A side. That's when they just seem to get scared when they shouldn't. It's like the opposite, right? They should calm down even more. But yeah, when there's a lot of people taking a ton of risks, things like, it seems like that's when they get a bit nervous. But Monacy is, he's still lighting up. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the Navi Junior TeamSpeak to see what the action comms are like there.
Смок старт нужен, Егор.
Да.
Здесь и сейчас заканчиваем, блядь.
Дай флеш с котелях. Дай лампу.
Флеш?
Дай флеш.
С камня пробежал. 3, го. Флешку дал для кого-то. Мы прямо ему въебало дали, я чувствую. Там просто флеш
Илюх, нужен
мы
будет
занимаем.
дым окно.
Блять.
Ничего. Дым окно, флеш.
На Б ничего не кидают.
Под 3 флешки займем сейчас мидл вместе.
Флеш там, который Astralis.
Да. Я дам общую.
Дайте мне отпикать, дайте мне упор отпикать.
Я в позиции.
Флеш? Даю.
АВП под окном.
Бум.
Сидит прям.
Дальше сидит. Изик снайпер, 2 АВП.
Убил
снайпер
коннектор.
еще был.
Хорошо.
Все, доиграть.
Смотри, я пожим пока.
Брал молик.
Дом забрал.
Вместе можем уйти под точку куда-то. С крысой или вчетвером, похер уже.
Зик пикал, я ему молик дал, не отпикает. Тегин. Хожу подам. Ухожу, я уйду просто.
Ковры аккуратно.
Пойдем вместе в точку, пацаны, все вместе. Они сейчас агрессивнее делали. Бомб подкину. Сати флешку давал.
Хед, дай дым внешний, или скинь его сейчас сзади тебя.
Да внешне.
Молик хелпу, дым внешний и ебашим.
Бомбу. Рано кину, мы не подошли еще.
Ничего.
Яму, яма. Нужен буст слева, Женя, дашь
Окно
мне?
разбили.
Да, конечно, там, братан.
Б не... Б убил аркаду.
Хорош. Есть время еще, есть время.
Да.
Натопайте, что вы убегаете вдвоем.
Я типа Б иду, парни.
Или не надо.
Встань.
Чем заканчивать, да?
Дужа, да, 30 секунд. Егор будет замыкать просто.
Выйдем.
Ищите типа тут.
Го,
прям
пошли
так.
вместе.
Ковры, да.
Я думаю, где-то в упоре должен. Давай.
Между нет.
Фолт убил?
Это опорника, осторожно
Молик
близко, за руку мог стоять.
Я с подвала.
Ставлю по зиг.
Давай.
Прикрыть
Я
не надо.
Зиг смотрю, бро. Отпустил Зиг, забрал.
КТ забрал.
Давай.
Ковры отпусти.
КТ. Минус 50 он, или минус 20.
Я иду убивать его.
Смотрю выход.
Сейчас пикну его.
1 хп.
Найс.
Хорош.
And so we get it, the 16-8. Navi Jr. closing out that game as quick as they possibly could. A hell of a T-side, a hell of a pop-off from Flamey. I think, again, the turning point for me, the real nail in the coffin was that Flamey headshot from connector into the Opper on ticket, and everything seemed clean. But those communications, pretty concise, lots of varied voices, no panic, and why would they? Huge improvements from NAVI Jr. to take away this first map of Mirage, and that's before we go to their pick of Dust 2. And before that, we go back over to the analyst desk.
The first time that these two teams met, NAVI Jr. actually lost. They managed to get 13 rounds, but the BIG.OMEN Academy got their 16. The second time it was not so close because BIG.OMEN lost with only 6 rounds. Right now they performed a bit better, but I mean, when it comes to the second half, they really had a hard time. Again, we saw Monazi, he was getting all the kills, but I also want to say that the duo of Monazi and Onker, it keeps on working. It really works for them. And Flamey was there always on the B side when it comes to the first half. We could not probably expect too many kills from him because the B side is that position where either you get no kills and you need to go for the retakes, or you get everyone and you just die.
Yeah, and Flamey, he played better in the second half though. Even though he was kind of hidden away, tucked in on the B site, it was once he opened up, got onto bomb sites. That's when we saw some of that experience take over, some of his routes on the defaults too, just catching players off guard for Big. And this game for me, I thought it was going to be competitive, Pimp. I thought that Big were showing a really good half in the first, but that second half, I mean, Navi just steamrolled him completely.
Yeah, it was slightly disappointing, also considering the BIG.OMEN Academy were the guys picking into Mirage, knowing that Navi Jr. can play it and does under normal circumstances play it at a high level. So you figure that they had an idea of how to approach it and how to, play both sides of the maps. But it was a little bit lackluster for BIG.OMEN Academy, and then again, I do think I want to focus more on Navi Jr. I think they look way better just in this game that we've seen more or less all season long in Season 1. Composed, they were good. Even in the clutches, when it was a 2 versus 2, it was a 2 versus 3 even, they were good at spacing out for each other, they were good at finding the kills and good at finding the space in order to make it very uncomfortable for BIG.OMEN Academy, and I can't help to think that may be something to do with Flamey. Now you have a stable player on your lineup who plays those situations way better than any given 16-year age guy would do on a server like this. So I do think, despite Flamey getting knifed and despite Flamey getting getting off to a rough start here, that you could see his impact on the server. They seem way more calm in the communication as well. And yes, way too early to conclude anything right here. It's just one map, but Navi Jr. right here looked like the Navi Jr. I expected him to look like the entirety of Season 1, where they never really showed up.
One thing, actually, Heko, because you can understand what they're saying on the comms. I mean, I want to know, and I think a lot of the English audience wants to know what we're Navi putting together.
Okay, I'll not translate everything, just because we want to keep it PG-13 and stuff like that.
Okay.
But the most important thing, I kind of liked, I think it was in the last round when Monazi kind of politely asked, can you give me a boost? And I don't know who exactly responded, but it was yeah, sure thing, bro. So it was it was so nice, just hearing it, it's not just yes or it's just they have such a nice atmosphere.
That's the face it experience everyone is wanting right now.
I
sure thing, bro.
I wish Pip talked to me like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's good to hear that there's some more chemistry on the Navi side. And I think we saw kind of in those late round situations, especially on bomb sites, that they put things together so nicely. There was a moment where it was Monacy and Flamey in a post plant on A, and I think Launders highlighted out that, or maybe Scrawny, that is Flamey watching the top stairs swing, and that was exactly what he needed to be doing. We saw that from his POV he was, because Monacy was looking for an aggressive pick in CT, and really just the crossfires, they feel a little better with Flamey. You can see that they're playing a little bit better and more tightly knit as a team.
On the other side of the server, one thing we have to mention, and I think we did it a couple of times again to those of you who followed Season 1, Aqua, he was one of the big surprises coming into Season 1, playing super well, but also said in a couple of interviews that mentally he's not as strong as he would like to be, and we see this tendency where either he's potentially one of the best players on the server or he's the worst player on the server. He just completely goes missing, and we saw that on Mirage a couple of times in Season 1 where Aqua didn't really find the impact that he would have liked to. And the man on your screen right there looking with the lowest ADR, he's supposed to be the best player for BIG.OMEN Academy. So firepower wise, you're going up against Monacy, you're going up against Flamey, you're going up against Aqua, and you're missing your best star player. It makes sense why BIG.OMEN Academy ended up losing like the way they did here.
Yeah, but I really wonder how it comes to their coordination, because first of all, they lost their IGL, and they also actually lost their coach, Tugux, that was coaching them during the online season. and during the LAN. So he left. He said like, I don't want to deal with academy teams anymore. Like I'm kind of done with that. At least like part time. So I wonder what is like actually happening. You know, like what is the chemistry? Who's actually leading? Because I think their analyst is actually in the coach position, but I wonder if he actually has enough experience to like lead the whole squad.
Right. I'm quite certain that they moved Aqua to the in-game leader role, which is something that, you know, we've seen over the history of teams forever, that when they move their star player, because the star player, he thinks he can do it. He thinks he can do it all because he does it in the server. He thinks how hard would it be to control the macro on top of it. And this is already a symptom of that. We're seeing Aqua fall off his performance, and other players, they're not really stepping up in his place. You know, there were some decent performances. We saw Glaive with the op look all right, but we're not seeing anyone capture what Aqua did in Season 1. And he was instrumental in pulling off a lot of big victories for BIG last time around. And if he's going to be putting out performances like this, that's a huge reason for concern.
On that note, I do want to give an advice. I mean, we are at an academy league, right? And from own experience, right? I think you're spot on when you're saying, like, you look towards history, you look towards guys like Valde, for example, in North. He never really recovered after he was the in-game leader either. You see other players as well. You could argue Nico haven't been at the same level he was at in FaZe Clan, even though he's getting there slowly but surely. Maybe one of the few who did recover from that position. Either you're an in-game leader and you go in 100% in the role of being an in-game leader and you try to develop your career as an in-game leader, or you don't. Don't go back and forth all the time. Don't start like Aqua right now in a young age as well, because he was so impressive in Season 1. A star player, a guy with a lot of potential, and a player that maybe for the future could be knocking on the doors towards the main team of BIG Academy. But at this point, right, don't pretend to be an in-game leader for 1 month and then pretend to be the star player for the next. Either you're an in-game leader and you're going to try to chase and pursue the career as an in-game leader. You fail, you succeed, you learn, you experience stuff. You don't go back and forth. It will ruin your chances, or at least make it significantly harder for you to break through.
I think we see that with Stewie on Liquid too. You know, he's kind of that back and forth thing, and then Liquid are constantly in a tumultuous period of who's calling and what kind of performance can Stewie provide them. And on top of that, the fact that Aqua's doing it, he actually has been listed as the substitute for the last couple events that BIG have been playing. They think that this guy is the future. Like, if anybody were to get sick, they want Aqua to be that replacement. And for him to perform like this isn't what you would expect for a guy that is knocking on the door of Tier 1 CS.
Yeah, but during the online phase, they kind of tried to switch the position of the Opera from like the IGL, because, you know, this position, like when you need to sit, hold an angle, but you also need to take care of like what is actually happening on the map. You need to keep an eye on the radar, just going here and back. So maybe at least like during that time, they kind of like figured out what the team actually needs to do, you know, how they need to communicate with each other. So like maybe just having this phase of having their like IGL not being like not guiding them just on their own, it probably like really helped them, like at least in this situation that they are right now, like with Aqua being like the new leader. But our next map is actually going to be Dust 2, and it's going to be the new Dust 2. So like it's going to be maybe like less kills for Manesi, like when it comes to the C side, to the mid and stuff like that.
Right? But then on the CT side, what's stopping Manesi from just running up mid and like killing everyone and going in towards lower dark and killing everyone? Maybe we're nerfing him a little bit on the T side. You know, there was a few players out there who were just, you know, known to be good shooting through the doors. You know, remember Guardian in his prime, he would never miss a shot through the doors, and Manesi the same, very good at it. But what's stopping him from rushing up CT side middle, going in towards lower dark and just be constantly annoying towards the opponents from BIG.OMEN Academy? I could see Manesi perform just as well as he used to if he wants to.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen a map played yet on the new D2, but the fact that you're highlighting the pushes into lower or even pushes up mid, that is something we have to see. I think that's the shifting meta of the map, because CT's had so few options before, and they always try to do something to gather info somewhere on the route. But now that mid is something, it's ripe for the taking. There's so many ways that you can use that now. Teams before would throw a very obvious smoke towards mid, which would get them into lower. Now you don't even have to do that. If you have a good enough spawn, there's a chance that you can duck under what that person that would jump down could see. So I'm curious about the interactions on the map, and I'm curious to see if any of these teams have any new tricks, like things that we haven't even spoken of yet.
Okay, guys, we are actually ready to start Dust 2, so let's send you to Scrony and Londres for one more game, which can potentially be the final map of the day.
Yeah, maybe one, maybe two, but certainly Dust 2, and a new Dust 2 at that. I'm hyped for this, dude. I think Maui just killed it with that final point. This is going to be some sort of a shift meta. How much of a shift, we don't know yet, but we definitely know that any changes are going to be concentrated around counter-terrorists and what space they now have for middle. Now, here's the thing with mid plays, right? You might not get spotted when you try to go down to lower tunnels, but once you get past lower tunnels, assuming you're not just going to tuck behind lower tunnel blocks, if you are going for something top middle, there's not a lot of cover there for counter-terrorists. So it's got to be a type of play where I think you're like very fully committed all the way to the midpoint, or it's just for like a bit of a peek, tuck in behind Xbox. There's definitely options here, more options than CTs would otherwise have, but I don't feel like it's always a safe CT option.
Yeah, people want to try to call it OP, but that's not really fair because
haven't even seen it yet.
Yeah, listen, I was watching around the other day where someone is swatting the lower push from T-spawn, and then his teammate still cleared the close blocks in lower. So ultimately, what's the difference if you already think someone's down there, or you think there's a timing, or you don't trust your teammate? Being in lower now as a CT because it's more popular only reduces the novelty of the play itself. So there's going to be, it's great that the option is free, and I think the real big advantage is being able to save your utility crossing mid. I really think that's the objective one that makes a large difference. But I liked Maui pointing out those top mid pushes. That's where the angles can get kind of CT-sided. Sometimes you'll have, like Hampus on Ninjas, to give an example, would walk off cat to the top of mid and hold a very powerful angle to cut off the long cross. So like this situation, yeah, this can be very, very nice. So
right away,
there's an option. But once again, it's not one that the Ts aren't going to expect. So that's where the game begins.
Sure. CT is actually turning back to deal with the lower plate just as Ankir is looking to clear that box. He gets peeked from Process. Glaved with a headshot off of the cat, and then they eject. Now, this is something I predict, like the CT to middle play to start, and then finding that proper timing, that right moment to just run away. They're gonna aggressively face, and then they're just gonna scatter back like a bunch of bugs. Now trying to hide underneath their rocks. Monacy. Ooh, Aqua kind of turned away. That was a bit awkward. Whether he thought there was somebody behind blue box or thought he was getting shot elsewhere, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
But he turned his head as if to accept death. And now we're going to get the rotate over towards this A site. So all three players from NAVI Jr. trying to get their way down long, and a clean tap from Prime Taps, Prime Glaved, to come out with one of his own. Fear's all that's left. He taps into the first guy. I like his controlled state there. Wasn't panicking with his bullets, but obviously just way too many targets to tap into. We've got the Big Omen Academy with the opening round win.
Yes, nicely done. And yeah, it's like something that it's free map control now. At least in the first few seconds, it's something that even if you know people are there, you actually just don't have counterplay for a moment. So at least there's that. And this is something that can make the map lean a little bit more CT-sided. And, maps don't have to be balanced in the first place. I think that's also a misconception of the community that, like, oh, maps, the goal is to have 50-50, but that's actually not true. I mean, even FM Pone has said to me that he believed that people prefer maps that are slightly CT-sided, actually. Now, we have a couple of options in the pool that aren't CT-sided, but that was just his assumption. But the main point is just that, who knows? Like, variety is good sometimes, having in a game where maps lean. Sometimes that's not so bad. Prime taps, more pressure put on him from the double stack. No supporting flashes just yet, but he doesn't need anything.
Nah, he had a lot of terrorist flashbangs to try and dodge in that moment. Ooh, but now you've got an A1S in the hands of Ankir and a bomb plant, so NAVI Jr. will be happy about that. At least a consolation prize for now. Flamey, primed with the MAC-10. Dude, if he swings this, just tears him up. We've got CTs in abundance just outside of this window. It's all about the timing. Flamey able to get 1.5. The assists are good in that position. Falls onto Glaved. And now he has to try and get back with the 1v2 clutch. Not an easy spot. He's going to peek through doors, deals with the player close. He's figured out Ankir's position. Ankir's just going to play around the box, and even though he dies, so be it. It's time that makes the difference.
1 health here as Glaive gets away with his gun.
You see how fast those 3 kills happened when they tried to charge through window?
Nuts, yeah, for sure. Now the smoke comes down in K-Sharp just to make sure no one can ever peek from there if they jump through the window. And the timing is good. They get through with our men in the window, turned around. But as they're flying through, it's fine. He turns around, has a teammate to help him deal with the window play, and it doesn't work out too well. Now we know Big Omen Academy have some questions when it comes to their retakes. I think this round actually looked okay. The problem is actually their sight hold wasn't that great. They had And that's a weird things to say because they had 2 kills on the side hold. But hold on, let's go ahead and check out the big team speak and see what they're talking about.
Bitte hoch mit M4.
Lower.
Lang gar nichts geworfen.
Ich hab Lower gerade noch.
Einer Lower.
Ey, ich fake
Digga,
mir,
das wird
ich fake mir, das wird
Lower einer.
Turm down.
Nice.
Ich smoke dir Lower ab.
Einer Lower immer
Ich
noch.
kann Top mit noch
Lang
flashen.
down.
Nice. Lower kommt hoch. 2. Walk up.
Lower einer. Ich geh weg.
2 Tunnel. 2 Tunnel.
Einer P lower noch. Einer P. Ah, M4 ist kurz. Kannst du das picken, Niklas?
Geh kurz auf.
Okay, Lurk Smoke.
Was ist in der Mitte?
Ja.
Der 4 hat noch Lower P.
DK.
Muss er nicht lang haben, Niklas.
Ja,
Okay.
ich hol mir die M4. Alles gut.
Ist leer aber, ne? Muss
Lower
reloaden.
war frei, oder?
Oh, fadet jetzt.
War Lower frei, Niklas?
Er hat nichts
Ja, ich hab
gesehen.
nichts
Kein
gesehen.
Siehst du
Kontakt.
was?
Nein,
Die
der Top
groupen, die
dann
werden
ist.
irgendwo zu dritt gehen.
Gar nicht lang.
Ich spiel von kurz.
Eigentlich nicht kurz so.
Ich glaub eher
Top
lang.
Tunnel jetzt ab.
Hältst du
Einer
grad gegen
18
lang?
AP. Nein, ich hab Mitte die
Okay,
ganze
alles
Zeit.
gut, alles gut.
Und? Wird eigentlich lang, Jungs. Also,
Vielleicht jetzt einmal lang gehen.
Wird nicht mehr Mitte, ich geh Base.
Der Flash hat doch nochmal B. Ne,
Gut,
lang
Kurz
Smoke.
Smoke.
tiefe Base Smoke.
Tiefe Base. Flash.
Gebe.
Einer
Geh
durch. Einer
Einer
da.
low,
Nice.
einer low, einer
Gegen
noch low.
zwei.
Lieber kurz.
Wir haben keinen Kit.
Ich hab grad Spot um.
Hier ist noch
Was-
kurz
was-
irgendwo.
Was
Aber
macht echt
nicht-
Fast vergehen?
Einer ist vielleicht Base an der Smoke.
Warte, ich hab M4.
Ja.
One-Way Smoke. Lass mal chillen. Oben
Und
drauf.
auf,
Nice.
On
Low
one.
tot.
Letzter Half.
Swing. Durch Goose.
Ich
Goose frei.
trampe.
Carl.
Nice.
Nice, nice!
Nice,
Runde,
Mann,
komm
Jungs.
on.
Auf geht's.
6.
Dick David, Mann.
So the car camp didn't quite work,
Yeah, that was not going to work.
and neither did the peak over top box, right?
There was no way they could. There's no way they could win. You know, no way they could win. They have to get. They'd have to cheat.
Well, that's
the
not an
only
option.
way. Literally the only way. They would have to literally be cheating. I think.
Not even an
That
option.
was a nice retake, and you can see how much goes into all those dead spots in the round, right? All these rotates are happening here for NAVI Jr. And all the while, big are chatterboxes. They're talking about all the information they've got. They call alert smoke over on the B site. They are being aware of like what they're watching, where people might be. And it really is communication that holds it all together. It's the dark matter of Counter-Strike. It's not something anybody talks about, but it's
That's
97% of the game.
Very profound. Very positive for the Big Omen Academy that they can take that round back. Pulling it off when they don't have business winning. Look at that. 3 free AK-47s added to the mixture of weapons that they're supposed to win this next round with. Glaive will be contested as he sees the players coming over around from the catwalk. Process stops Fear and Ankir.
Let's get in there.
Hey, goes for the third. Head trick also added to the tally. Prime Taps comes in, but that did create enough space for Monacy to commit to the bomb plant, and he gets that plant activated with like half a second before the jump shot of Prime Taps connects. 3-1, Big Omen Academy. Good CT side so far. Easy test in this one, obviously. I have high hopes for them, Mohan.
Dude, I think this Dust 2 change is cool.
You like it?
Yeah.
So far?
Yeah, so far I like how the map looks when the CTs do something tricky in the beginning of the round. But I was kind of also, I don't know. It was a bit cheesy watching people, buy guns for a minute and just opt down mid the whole time. Like, you have that powerful rotate back. And for the T side, they actually, if they want to do large rotations back and forth, they can do it without ducking under mid as well. So they have a small advantage there too in the late round when they might be down in players.
Ooh, what's this?
Yeah.
Ooh, what's
well,
this?
Well.
What have we here?
There's one way around it. Nice opening.
So they jump down
on
into
his head.
suicide and then boost.
Or he just jumped on his head.
Right, yeah, land on his head. Well then. So you can cross for free, but you can't be slow about it.
Yeah, that's And there's already other reasons why the map has become more spawn-based. Well, people got to learn more than one position on CT side so they can play spawns, especially for long. That's the original reason. Oh no, I have to learn 2 spots.
Yes, you do.
Step it up.
You want to be the best, you got to do it all. Full execute off of the catwalk to the A site. There's nothing here to stop it. Big, yeah, okay, they've got long control, but they're basically playing the retake, and they know
Who
it.
will win this round?
I'm going to say NAVI Jr.
Okay.
Strong post plant for the catwalk. No emphasis from these players to take any risks facing down mid.
If this was 5v5, then we could talk about a retake.
Plus 1 smoke for the CTs if they do want it back. That's it.
There's no way to attack Ket. There's no way to get mid control.
Can't burn players out of positions.
It's basically a gamble stack to have these 2 players on long. If it goes towards long, boom, they can get in the action. They can even up. Even if it's a split, they can even up. But this one exact play that NAVI Jr. concocted to just go full cat is the exact right one. It's the frictionless one. You know, Big Omen Academy should be thankful to them for doing this because nobody died.
That is a fair
and
point.
That's always a positive result.
They're going to save those AKs yet again,
Let
even though the round
stupid
lost.
boxes explode. You know what I mean? They're just boxes.
Could be something valuable inside.
There could be, but nothing as valuable as people.
Damn.
Damn.
Well, no.
Yeah, well, unless there's like people in the box.
More important people.
Or cat. What about more important people?
All right.
True.
You are right, though. They are lucky that they got to save because now it's an easy rebuy. They've got all their utility replenished, and they've got a good chance. Maybe stop it at the 4-2. I'm very curious to see if they leave a catwalk play that open, whether they're willing to gamble, but for now it's just going to be the headstrong charge on long, led by Fear. You've going to make Glaive a little nervous there with shots zinging off the car just beside him. What you got, Glaive?
Uh-oh, that's unfortunate.
At least he's able to just dive into the smoke. The fire will go out, and he can take that position right back. But they should know. They should know that he's close. All the while, Headtrick's going to clear out bottom tunnels, and there's nothing there to stop him. Big Omen Academy stacking up their bodies towards the long cross, and the first one falls. Glaive will not escape with his life.
Uh-oh. Oh, on the way out.
Doesn't connect with that.
Yeah.
But Anker's pushed up, right? And this is the prize they get. Also, Flash meant for the lower tunnel, but Headtrick fully visioned.
Yeah.
He missed no beat. Aqua trying to lock off cross, but ooh, this could be the moment. Prosis. I thought maybe he'd have something for us. Instead, it's Fear with the 2 headshots, back-to-back, instantaneous frags, and we are all tied up, folks. 3 rounds apiece.
They get that long control, and they get in pit, and then you just watch them squirm.
Yeah.
You got someone in lower tunnels. You just like, what do the CTs want to do? They're not going to sit in this position forever. Now, you can actually, if you're comfortable enough and you have the retake protocol, you have to be able to give up long sometimes on CT side. So they have to have stuff in place. But a lot of the times, like we see, you get uncomfortable. The other team gets uncomfortable. You want to get some compensation. So, and some teams got to be prepared to sit on cat. Sometimes they won't do that. You never retake long. That's not a thing unless you, not if you think there's like 5 guys there. Maybe if you think they fake, then you go for it. But not when they got the corner smoke and Monacy and pit. Don't even think about it. But you have a player in lower. He's ready to cut off rotations. That's it. And they throw that flash. I'm not sure if it was aimed for. It was definitely the flash mid so they can re-clear. Either it missed to flash lower or they didn't consider it. But they probably should have, right?
Should have.
Should have.
Definitely could have.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't. Monacy. Oh, that would have been a very quick opening kill. I respect the style.
Honestly, hits that like half.
I was going to say, yeah. Kid's got speed, violence, momentum.
Uh-oh.
But the momentum is going to continue to swing further and further to the hands of NAVI Jr., as it should be. Remember, this is just pistols. This is the kind of round that gets swept away and we never talk about for the rest of the map unless Prime taps. Unless Prime taps goes big. 2 kills for him is something. Unfortunately for him and his team, it kind of comes a little too late. They had already gone down to the 3 versus 5, so the man advantage still hung on to. If you start the round with a play like that...
Whoa. They're going to A, and there's a flank.
This could work.
Now, there is timing. At a certain point, you will check behind you. We'll see if they get flustered. We've seen them get flustered versus Deagles in the past.
This could work.
Nixay needs one.
He tucks down, but the
they
flank
cover.
dies. Nixay does pop up. At least he has another separate 1v1, and he had chances to kill him. He had his chances, but he didn't land them.
Head T.
And if you get those chances but don't nail them, then you lose. So Navi Jr., 4th round win, secured. I would say with ease, but that'd be a lie. The Desert Eagles really hammering home.
Nice from Prime Taps. Prime Tap. He's been good in B.
Buyback on the cards. This is that one that happened as we were... Watch how fast these bodies drop. Boom. Boom. Just deleting them.
Dude, shout out to Fear, the Dota player.
The Dota player?
Also in IGL.
Sorry, don't play Dota.
You do, though.
Nope.
Yes, you do. You told me you did.
Spirit Breaker.
You can't just change up.
Windwalker.
We're on a Russian broadcast, by the way.
Oh, that's true.
Everyone in this building plays Dota, too.
Oh, okay. That's right. I don't want to be the odd man out. I want to fit in with all my new friends.
I spam Enigma off lane.
It just sounds nerdy.
Okay.
I bet you they don't like that.
Not as nerdy as this ratio.
Get out of here. Prime Taps. He's hoping nobody comes over. He's just relegated to sitting down beneath the windowsill, but that's a good time Molotov. Anker's going to have to give up the little bit of real estate that he had taken for himself.
Look how comfy they are just outside the site.
What's
they need
Fear
to join
doing up here, man?
It's dangerous to be out here, but you know,
No, but it's...
honestly, the CTs are. What are they doing exactly? They're not flash clearing this. They're slow coming out mid. Yeah. I don't think they feel this at all.
Yeah.
Oh, I lied.
Prime Taps will find him. Snubs him out. Looking for an additional peek here. Prime Taps losing his teammate on the Humvee, but no smoke on Cross. And if you don't smoke Cross, then you're really giving the rotators a good chance at cutting you down. Process is going to do exactly that and force the Prodigy into the 1 versus 4. He's got players all around him, but he's not going to take anybody with him. Prime Taps, well done. The 2 kills. He did size up that mid play.
Yes.
He did have a red flag on the play, and while his other teammates were being a bit slow to clear out their closer corners, I like the fact that he thought about that close door spot, nailed it, and tied this game at 4 rounds each.
And his team, he had his teammate come and clear out mid, which made it a lot safer for him, and that's why it is so dangerous to be out there, but it just seemed like he went completely under the radar and then just, you know, forgot, and then they cleared mid out, and it's like, oh, okay. So, yeah.
Where was the door smoke? Why wouldn't you ever door smoke as a terrorist coming out to B site?
Dude, I mean, a lot of the times you're just supposed to. It's just I don't know. Sometimes it's literally you just don't want to give them extra notice, but that's such a secondary consideration to like literally they can't see through the smoke. You know, smoke goes burr.
Yep.
So yeah, use the smoke if you're not sure. If you don't know what you're doing, smoke it.
Okay.
Man, what?
It is a game of gambles.
What is going on there? That is like a. There has to be something like.
Shoot enough bullets.
I've seen this before. That too.
Shoot enough bullets and one shall land.
Right between the eyes.
I believe it's mathematics. But I'm no scientist.
He's holding literally the lower cross. I don't know if they bait him into sitting there or if they know that he sits there sometimes, but that's exactly right. He's holding the lower cross. They're spamming the guy holding the lower cross.
It's on process.
There's a rifle right beside Monacy. Nonker entries onto the site. Oh my god.
Maybe the Xbox player distracts so that Monacy dies to the player up close. It works. Either way, Aqua, I think catching Monacy off guard a little bit. Ankir is going to drop down into the CT spawn, find that one clear.
He could literally... Oh, he won't. Okay.
2 players from Cat. Nixay over on long. And Fear's just wanting to stay tucked, but... Oh, he calls out the boost. Aqua's removed, and Flamey's got a headshot. Make it a double. 5 rounds for Navi Jr. They now lead by 1.
What even happened there exactly? Well, first of all, opening tactic is successful of literally spam the hell out of the right side door while our teammates walk lower. This is so ridiculous. I mean,
Didn't even look on him.
He's looking for this kill. Oh my god.
Is that inaccuracy?
He flicked. I think he flicked. I know what you're saying, or what you're thinking. Why would you flick on a wall bang? But we all do that, actually.
That's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to do it to him like that. Oh, I believe Glaive was just spotted. The way Modesty just
look at
his
it. Look, he's
crosshair
on the
left.
outside of the door, actually. Or oh no, okay, sorry, just in the door. Oh, he's out of there.
Oh, he's gone. Ooh, but the Cat player gets kind of like magnetized in because the lower play works. Catman comes hunting. Ooh, the scout though. That's all they had. One of two, to be fair. But the other one's not nearly.
Well, they're doing a good job of countering all the mid stuff.
Mm-hmm. Very true. So far, even though we've seen Big Omen Academy attempt those mid plays, Navi Jr. done a decent job of shutting it all down. But check this out. Little tunnels push. 2 CTs. They split directions. They go their separate ways. And everybody from Navi Jr., other than the man in spawn, that's Flamey. I love how Flamey's just like, hey, dude, you go, Flamey, you go do something else.
I hunt.
The rest of us are going to take down this A site to a USP of all things.
To the USP. What?
That's an easy upgrade for Glaved.
Didn't he have 100 health?
Yes. Yes, he did. Headtrick's going to try to take this one back, and Headtrick can do whatever he wants because there's another 3 players to lock in this post plant.
Eat your heart out.
Done. 6-4 for Navi Jr. This T side starting to take some more momentum. Ooh, and why not? Give him the wall bang. Just a little bit of salt on that pepper.
Dude, honestly, the big thing is some games sometimes he misses shot. Even a Mirage who's missing
he
a
was
shot.
missing a few.
He was just literally top fragging the whole time. Did you also notice that?
Mm-hmm.
It's because I guess the real magic is that there's so many opportunities.
Yeah,
that's the big thing.
And he takes them all.
It's like what you said. It's like if you see that the Opera is in that place, then you got to give him credit for being there. And that's a big thing. How many opportunities are you creating for yourself?
I said that?
Yeah.
Man, I'm smart.
Yeah.
Working on it.
Yeah. You don't... oh, there it is.
Working on it. And another thing is, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Michael Scott.
Wayne Gretzky. In this case, Modesty will continue to try and spam those doors, but there is no CT there to be punished. Oh, you missed the hinge smoke.
It's scary, okay?
You missed the hinge smoke. You're not allowed to miss that one. If you run that's what gets you on the junior team.
Now you stay. Now you stay.
Now you're here forever.
Extra month.
They're gonna send you back to boot camp.
The hell is poop camp?
At least they didn't get punished for it. That's really the takeaway. It's not as though they died trying to jump up at Xbox at the same time. They just reacted accordingly. So Cat given, mid given. Is Big giving too much respect to this round?
It's okay because they have a 3A setup.
Okay.
And they also haven't had trouble with the mid Bs. They haven't had trouble with full Bs. But yeah, they've got the 3A setup. They left the net here. It feels like Navi are going to win any round. Like, they feel like they can win any round even if the stack is in place, so that's their biggest problem. But at least right now, they're ready for an A hit.
Oof.
They want it. They want the A hit. They want this.
And they've got to stop it.
Flash
side
to keep
Big
coming.
With Glaive.
Oh, Glaive doesn't move. That's a big man play right there.
Oh, but he drops the shot, man. Yeah, sometimes it's just, you got to be a little more sharp.
That's the only thing.
Process in a prime position to stop all this. However, because of the utility he laid down, I think it's easily predicted that he was going to be there, right? We saw him drop his smoke as all of those incendiaries fell on his head.
Yeah.
And now it's a matter of just getting away with it. Modesty going to peek down to the Xbox, drops Aqua, goes back for the second servings, and that's where Prime Tap, only good for the first one. Head trick, quick trade, 2 HP. Had he died out there, then maybe we get the 1v1 attempt, but what we walk away with is a Navi Jr. round win and an established 3-round lead.
They were good on the scaling and everything, and I want to credit Glaive for getting the opportunity by knowing when he doesn't have to move.
B-spawn.
That is so underrated with the space that you give up as a car opper. Like, that's what makes Device who he is. Like, he knows exactly what flashes to not be scared of. But in that spot, you just have to hit that shot. Like, that's your moment. You got it. You didn't move. He showed up. They threw that late flash to clear. You didn't respect it, but you didn't get the kill.
Oof. Modesty, quick headshot. Swapping out to the AK-47, still finding his impact. But I think that's one of those different... That's coming to the WePlay Academy to cast for the first time. Those are the differences I was expecting. You're doing all the right things, but you just mechanically drop the ball every once in a while, right? Even Modesty, I think. Some shots he just misses.
Or sometimes the opposite too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in this case, that was one of those moments. Like, everything was there for Big Omen Academy to hold back that cap play, but you missed that one chance you had. Understandably, you are not a top 10 player in the world. And the next thing you know, you've lost the round. You've got NAVI Jr. now doubled up 8-4 because they just wrecked your pistols. They chew through the anti-eco with ease, spit them out, and leave Big soaked in guns. We've got the op back on Glaved, rifles across the board, good utility. There's still room for the CT side to improve before they take to the offense, but we've got to see it now.
I'm impressed by, this T side right now from NAVI Jr., considering the meta change and how they've been approaching it, the success with the opening kills, the mid dominance with the op despite not having that first second advantage or whatever it is, and also all their approaches, like there was a couple of good
my god.
There was a couple of good attacks from Big when it came to approaching mid. Oh no, can't get away. That's a really nice punish from Ankur though. Got to appreciate that one.
Well timed. He had only that moment. They laid down the Molotov. No challenge through it just yet. m0NESY had a player crouch beneath his scope, and movement will be heard.
Interesting. That CT looks like he's going to congeal into the position of his last teammate, and he won't see anything right now, but we'll see if it's a false flag. m0NESY's going to take a step. Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh my god. I was scared for Glaive there, but I was like, no, Glaive is going to... He's waiting for it.
That's where m0NESY's just got the edge.
Yeah, that's
mechanically better.
Yeah, he's sharp.
Not to take anything away from the counter-opper, but here comes Aqua, his chance. m0NESY splattered on the elbow. Ankur, yet again, twice now, where he's traded effectively here in this 13th round. The only thing left is for Prime Taps to attempt this on the long retake, but unfortunately for him, he can't cross.
Oh, okay.
I think he just took some shots.
I was confused. That was like the silent shots. They
Stopped by head trick.
9-4. Nice trace from dude. Ankur's a beast. m0NESY's beast. Yeah, that was just a beast round from both of them. And Ankur's entries, it really does feel like that simple electronic duo in that sense. Like,
ooh, I like that comparison.
It's an insanely reliable opera.
I like that.
I'm not the one to make it, but yeah. That's just been a thing.
Launders, great comparison you just created yourself.
There's been such a correlation with their stats and winning. So yeah, but yeah, he's definitely super sharp. I almost always love his positions.
Ooh, but what goes around can come around. And Aqua teaches m0NESY a lesson. Sometimes that scout hits hard.
Let's go. I like this new duel.
Yeah, it's a bit tougher for the T's because you're dropping down into it.
Yeah.
Oof, and another. Aqua, 2 scout headshots on this round. Glaive then using the other scout to add a kill to the tally. Process is going to call this rotate through T-spawn. Couldn't stop it, had to let him go. Headtrick's got a clear sight. The lower tunnel push, that's what's going to have to maybe get this impact because Glaive was just caught on his rotate. So yes, Prime Taps, that's his chance. It was his chance, but Ankur lands, blasts him away. And unfortunately for Big Omen Academy, they are now in a desperate spot. A retake will be needed. Scout and op in hand. But the op connects, crucially. Ankur, it's your turn to clutch, bud. Peeks out as he knows the player's being burned forward. Oh, and he's got the headshot to Aqua. That is a thing of beauty.
What a god. What a god. I mean, played perfectly off the angles. Every little bit of space he was given, they should have definitely traded him. But he's just as sharp as he is smart. That was some nice aiming, man. That was crazy.
That tap into the windowsill player?
Yeah.
Yeah, run that replay.
That was pretty ridiculous. You gotta love it. Oh, wow. Wow.
While getting dinked.
Yeah. While just getting shot from 2 different sides. Prime Taps.
Yes.
Maybe if they didn't nerf the deagle.
Maybe. It's hard to hit players when they're jumping through the sky.
Okay. Yeah.
th round of the half. Double op between Aqua and Glaved. We saw the double scout just pick some players apart. These guns are bigger and better. But honestly, so is NAVI Jr. At least they have been as they started to recover this T side. Looked close a little bit.
This A just opened up big time here for NAVI. They didn't need this. Well, okay, is there an opportunity here? got Aqua posted up on the off. Oh, with the boost, just goes right back for it. Gotta love that, actually. Oh, wow.
God,
okay.
again?
Dude.
He's powering up.
Wow, that's crazy.
He's powering up.
You literally can't take that peak versus him.
And he's getting stronger and sharper, hitting harder and faster.
Dude, he did not have the advantage there.
Nope,
not at
all.
Not,
and I feel like
not that fast.
I feel like every time he's come up that ramp, Monacy's actually had more and more of a disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Previously, Glaive is sitting in a deeper position. This time it's Aqua, so maybe Aqua just wasn't ready. He didn't know what the guy is capable of. But Prime taps 2 frags off of the catwalk retake. Now, his 2 teammates are trying to bustle their way out from the CT spawn. Head Trick just playing behind his teammate. Good enough to cut down Nixay. Oh, the tap from Onkir! These kills just get more and more convincing. That was sick.
Dude, that was nasty.
Look at that streak. Look at that
pristine.
scoreboard. 7 rounds in a row for Navi Jr. Fear at the top of it. 15-9.
A pistol round 1 for Big. They get eco, they get 2, then it's over. Then it's literally over. They're just not good enough. And this wasn't in that first half of Mirage, it was like, okay, Navi, honestly, it wasn't even, I feel like Big were the better team in that first half. They did so much cool stuff. They looked really solid overall. And it was Navi looked a little bit flat and all this stuff on CT side. But this T side was well orchestrated. They did a good job of staying cohesive. Their cat execs were beast. They didn't really miss any nades that I saw. And overall, they didn't really pick the wrong sites. Like, they were just running to the wrong sites. There's 1 or 2 questionable decisions that were being made. They also had mid dominance with Monacy. They also had insane cat entries with Unclear, as well as clutch plays. That was overall
the Monacy catwalk op shots.
Unbelievable. You're looking at that as somebody who's watched 10,000 hours of the game, or played 10,000 hours and watched 10,000 more, and you think Monacy does not have the advantage here. This is the one he dies in, and he gets the kill twice in that position. He's just different.
Then clutch from Onkir. Like we praised his entries, but that clutch too was really nice. Composed, a little turn, 90-degree snap headshot, and the swapping of the sides has unfolded. So Navi Jr. to the defense, seeing if they can close their map pick quickly.
Real super expected to come into.
Whoa! Our first of the event. Whoa. Who's it gonna be? It's Maui!
Yo!
Taking his flight back to Hawaii.
Oh my god. With a hard hat. Gotta keep that brain safe, Maui. I know you're always thinking.
Oh, I like that.
How do you even put yourself mentally in the space that you come up with that?
Yeah, I need to. So when having watched the first season and now getting to be a part of the second season, I gotta meet the brains behind these moments.
Yeah.
The creative mind. Give me that creativity.
That was good.
Great form, by the way. Nice breaststroke.
Honestly,
I will say, yeah,
impressive.
Very nice.
He kept the hips flat. Hips flat. Yeah.
Wide stroke. Good rhythm. We've got a Navi team speak to kick off the second half of this second map. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Давайте поебал, как прошлые типа.
Был, спотил. Пропусти меня.
С хедшотом вроде. Нет, прыгает, сука. 2 мид
Альма.
прыгает. Парень не замутился.
Не видно верхний. Я пройду в нижнюю.
Как будем стоять?
Давай дальше. Прямо
видно?
лес может быть.
Пойдем,
Нет,
пойдем.
никого нет.
Никого нет.
Может быть.
Они
Останься.
длинно перестроились. Наши
Покажи
такие.
с нижней. Длина гранат.
Смог глубокий дали. Глубокий смог, пацаны.
Я в
на
флешке.
флешке.
Это охуенно.
Блять, все сейчас пиздаем. Я на флешке.
Прошли.
Нет. 2 прошли, единицы. Пытаемся словить.
Плент. Пик.
Не дабл флаш есть, ребят, подходите. Оранжевый тоже подходи.
Иду, бро.
Гусь прошел. Не спешите. Реди?
Я гусь жду.
Дал флаш
Я гусь
одну.
жду, я жду.
Четыре по булу
Давай.
холдить. Осторожно, вражеская флеш, у них гранат
Я
тоже
вышел.
есть. Дал
Дел.
еще одну вообще.
Разгусь, жив, пацаны. Гусь, забери.
У
Дефолт
меня
жду.
дефуза, Зик,
Пам
осторожно,
дефолт
крыса.
Единица.
Зик, Зик, да.
Гусь убил.
Дефуза подобрать.
Единица.
Единица убил.
Дефуз.
Дефуза на мосту.
Дефуз.
Найс,
Найс.
успел.
Дефуза,
Хорош.
Хорош.
Ходи.
Damn, okay. A little frantic, a little hectic,
You
but
know what that
very
boiled-
active.
You know what that boiled down to? It was the Glubaki smoke.
The Glubaki smoke. That's the deep smoke grenade for you non-native speakers.
Yes, and gonna use it in my NA Face It games.
Yeah, they'll definitely know what the hell you're talking about. I will say, I really like the proactivity in that pistol from Navi Jr. They cleared out all the tunnels, they ran up the catwalk, and even when Aqua attacked them from the back on flank, they knew they had to deal with that as they continued to push forward. So, feels like Navi Jr. are in a mind state right now, a flow state that's going to close this game pretty quick. They're just ready to win.
Yeah, I feel it too. I feel it too. Everything makes sense right now. When it's good, it's good.
Ooh, but Glaives, well, maybe he's got other ideas.
Man, I can even get 2. I can even get 2 here.
Remember, he is the only AK. There are 2 Galils alongside him,
Is
but
there
limited guns.
Yeah, so we've got a UMP. This is interesting.
Talking about fast.
Yeah, they're going really quick up cat. There's still 3 players here. Men in CT spawn is going to hear this Monacy. He's backing up now. Still in danger of getting tacked. Didn't really expect him to run up this quickly. But Onkir, is he going to get cleared? He does. Oh, wow. That was very good awareness.
That's a heartbreak
Not
for
everybody
Onkir.
was looking for that, and that was really beautiful to make sure that his teammate was running by. He was clearing it.
Let's go, Big Omen Academy.
Not bad.
I am down for that. I love it. Sometimes you just have to keep things simple.
What's great about that is, so Monacy is obviously running into CT spawn because what do people normally do when they go for a long control? They run out mid, right? Because if they go out long control and then they see your nades or that you have a 3 long setup, then mid is a really weak point every single time in that setup. Most of the time you don't have overemphasis on mid, that's for sure. So a lot of the times it's completely open. But what was kind of cool about that was, like, I think they just read the rotation and say, well, if normally they see this, that we've done this and we've gone out for a long control and we see their nades, they're going to get a little bit nervous about mid. So Monacy, even though he can basically hear them near the end of that, I think his first thought is, I got to be worried about mid, not cat. And there's actually 5 guys running up cat.
And Big wasted 0 seconds.
Yeah.
0 seconds in that transition.
That's a big thing,
As
too.
quickly as they went for that door peek, they were already running up catwalk. And even when they got to cat, it wasn't even like a temporary jiggle onto the site. It was hold W, close this distance, get our force by win. And I give props for that. A lack of hesitation is such a valuable piece for any team.
How many times do we watch rounds get lost because somebody has the right idea and then they just take too much time to get to the site?
Oh, no.
Wait, is this?
Oh, the Deagles fight back. Fear,
on,
he just challenged inside of the smoke to kill the player on ramp. That turned the player inside sight backwards.
Uh-oh.
And as he turned backwards, Monacy comes in with a kill. Onkir?
Dude.
Oh, okay, I thought that was a headshot, which would have been even crazier.
But still, I thought he was going to die. He got cleared. That was the guy he saw in upper tunnels earlier, too.
That was a good ragdoll moment, too. You see the momentum on that dead body? Thing went flying, skidded to a halt.
Yeah, I think CS looks sick right now with that little update that they didn't even talk about.
Nope.
They changed the ragdoll effects.
Imagine.
It makes deathmatching so much cooler.
They don't even want credit, but we've got 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Not 5, 50.
Yeah. But they have no space.
Ooh, CT's over.
Now they have a little bit of space.
Overfacing? Oh my god, giving away the kills. Glaved in with 3 M4A4 headshots. Last challenge, and he's got that one bagged as well. 4 frags in the 2v4, and they were offered. That wasn't even a retake. Bomb wasn't planted.
Yeah, I guess they saw the bomb did get tapped. They said
Just
push. It's fine. Got to hit your shots though.
Yeah.
Otherwise you look like that.
Good save, Glaive.
Yeah.
Very good save. Crucial save, because obviously, you know, Navi Jr. upend the economy by winning a force buy of their own. They're already on 13. That would have been a big money moment. This was really the only thing that primed it.
Oh.
Yeah, cat peek.
That was a nice headshot. I mean, if he did hit that instant headshot, you know, he's getting shot on the side there. I mean, there was a sufficient amount of resistance. The amount of people peeking at the same time and all getting shots was good, but they were stormtroopers. They couldn't hit anything.
Yeah, if you're going to peek for the shot, you got to hit the shot.
Yes. Sun Tzu.
2021. Process opens up. Flamey is dead, as is Onkir, but obviously this is just those pistols. Nixe very passive outside of the long doors, very aware that top mid could be taken. Ooh, but he almost looked the wrong direction. Will get ahead of Fear, won't expect Monacy. That's an M4 back to the CT side, so one of their weapons, one of their prized possessions has been picked back up, and that's going to have to be the thickest part of this silver lining, which, all things considered, pretty thin. 12-7, 5-round lead for Navi Jr. still hanging on to this.
Yeah.
But so far I'm impressed with this T side from Big.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, is it even too far gone at this point? With
not at all.
With 7, it's
not at all.
Yeah, it's it's a couple rifle rounds away. At least that's what they need to tell themselves. We have yet to see, really. I mean, yeah, definitely Navi were the better team in half number 1, but this is a brand new half. It's a brand new half. Totally different game.
It's a brand new world.
Maybe we'll find out that the map is even more T-sided than ever. If people see T start doing plays that they're not good at.
Yeah. CT
it
is
baits
just
you into changing your game to adapt to the meta.
Makes you start taking more and more risks.
Yeah. Now you're worse than before. Now you hated Dust 2 more than you even hated it before when you already hated it the most you could.
Not the best A spawn.
Nade dropped. Nade drop alert.
Whoop.
That's what we like to see.
Honestly, as long as your Opera has the spawn for this.
He didn't want to get baited. He didn't want someone to run across and Monacy just shows up. There he is. There's Monacy. They won't chase him down. They've got a rifle support here with Fear. And they got an interesting spot now because they can actually put pressure on Cat.
Whoa, fast mid.
Oh yeah, they come out
Look at
fast.
that burst.
Ooh.
We're gonna have
the flank is coming in. One on the site, head trick. We gotta pay attention to him.
Fear attacks them. Head trick's able to cut down the front runner. Will get dinked up and dealt with.
Bomb is.
Oh, Nixie's got a tough clutch ahead of him. He's got all the time in the world. Oh, but he doesn't have a face to work with. Flamey, headshot to close it. 13th for Navi. That's just because they had so many players on Cat that when they confirmed, right? Imagine Onkir's comms. That's one I would have loved to hear. When 4 players come flying out mid doors as fast as that one Cat play a few rounds back.
Yeah.
And the moment that happens, because they were 3 players ready for a Cat hold, that turns into a Cat push. Fears the guy up front, cancels them out.
They literally said Monacy's on Cat.
And on top of it, head trick in the B site.
Yeah, he got his
He
kill.
does a good enough
they
job.
They caught up to him. And yeah, I love that, you know, Navi are just prepared to instantly re-push with their nades and get that info back, and they're part of the... Woo! Oh, okay. I was like, oh, finally, they killed Monacy even though when they had an advantage.
But it wasn't
But it wasn't Monacy.
It was Onkir. Here we find Monacy back in middle, so if they think that they're going to take the Xbox for free, they could be in for a world of hurt. Yep, they get up. 2. Good movement. Up and over, and ever closer.
Oh, that smoke's coming up. Oh my god.
But the 3rd player gets past.
Yeah.
Smoke grenades begin to go out from the catwalk play. Monacy priming himself for potential save if needed.
This is interesting.
It's time, though. They could always go back to B.
Yeah, they're trying to read a fake. I don't know if they know Monacy was left side door, so the smoke will come down, and yeah, they really think it's going to be a mid-B end, but it's looking like...
whoa, he heard that.
Dropping a CT. That's some damage, and Fear so smart to come up and push, but...
Get this kill and walk away.
Oh, wow, the way he approached that was just perfect.
Oh, but Process, was that a peek out middle?
They're going to go mid-B now, and Monacy's still out here.
And he's going to peek down into it. Nice little minute flick.
Uh-oh.
Now, all of a sudden, they've given up that Cat play. They're scrambling back into the catwalk. This gave just enough time for Flamey to get into car. And if Flamey can get to ramp, yeah, I think he's fine. He's not going to get challenged out long.
Uh-oh.
He peeks up ramp, confirms that there's something coming his way. That's at least 2. Now he re-peeks and dies empty-handed. Flamey had to have stopped that on his own. Frag Grenade's going to soften them ever so slightly, but there's no real route back into this for Navi Jr. This is not a favored retake in any stretch of the imagination. So they're gone. They have to save. Flamey, it was him or nothing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was a solo guy on the side. I mean, Operation Monacy's here actually worked this time. They actually literally just... I think they thought that Monacy was right side door, rotating him through CT. They did see him. They went for the Cat play, and then they run back into him and literally just run away, and it works. I mean, they just ran away from him, and it worked. And they've done that 3 rounds now.
Step 1,
just
find Monacy.
Scary reality. Yes, find Monacy without getting opped.
Step 2,
go
run the other direction.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the way that they're rotating because they're doing it so carelessly.
Navi Jr. or
no, Big.
Yeah, Big.
They're running. They're literally running out of into these spots off of one piece of information.
Yep.
So it's quite one-dimensional.
If the B player for the side of Navi had been for some reason down in tunnels or something, right, which they had no control of, then that panic back, they're done. So I see exactly what you're saying.
That is literally that. And the other thing is that you miss some opportunities. Like, for example, Navi Jr. coming to re-aggress on Cat that one round that they just left and ran away. But if they knew the re-aggression could happen, then they could also put protocols in place to punish. And that would have also been a win. But They don't seem, that to me feels like they're not confident when they're trying to rush a situation that they don't need to. Once in a while, okay, but if it's a quality that makes you who you are, that's not good.
Get a bit of utility thrown out towards the tunnels. Very patient hold here from NAVI Jr. You know, we saw a lot out of m0NESY in terms of being the cat aggressor in the first half. Haven't seen anything too crazy from him in terms of holding this, though. So this round he's posted up and positioned ready for it. But it looks like the Omen Academy may run this into the B site. And if they do that, they'll be met by Head Trick up close. And he's been good for a kill or two. Onkir as well.
Ooh.
He gave him a smoke.
Yeah, give him a smoke.
Smoke's now thrown. Teaser going to push through this. Head Trick lining him up and just toppling the offense. In fact, that's a collateral from Onkir off of the 45-degree angle. Pops 2 bodies, drops bomb, and secures NAVI their 14th round win. I thought Onkir was going to have to rely on his teammate, but instead he steps up. Flamey sees a player down mid. That's a famous execution. And Glaive now just crossing his fingers that he gets to save this op, because if not, they've been swept away. There's still some money on Big Omen Academy, don't get me wrong, but this would definitely help. And now they know where he is.
Love to see that. I mean, that's just like one of those small things, like quality of life, just being able to drop a smoke to your friend.
Yep.
Even though he could use it whenever he wanted to, he was the one with info right there, used it right away. And then the round is over because of it, and Fear doesn't have to throw it. He doesn't also have to watch that position as well. So that's quite cool. And here it is, a round that falls apart completely because of it. So it's the little things, it really is. 14 up for NAVI Jr. They've earned it. This very steep scoreline in their favor has come because they've been a two-way team, and because they had a super strong first half as well. I mean, that was quality all the way through. I'm a lot more doubtful now that we've seen a couple of the very hasty rotations from Big. Okay. The fast adjustments, the literal avoid m0NESY plays. How would that look if a team did that with like versus Simple? You know, if literally Tabson was like, Simple's on cat, let's run.
Just run.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think that's sustainable. Now, to be fair, it could be Big saying this is an op, and they would do it to anybody. But a part of me wants to believe that it helps a little bit when it's m0NESY.
It's all about the name brand. Fear, trigonometry on the Molotov, sprints into the pit. There's a lot of bodies here for the counter-terrorist. Who's going to come up with the fights won? Who is getting knocked out and knocked down? It is Process to at least bring back one more, but now he's going to have a 2v1 as he tries to extend into the pit. m0NESY right through the side of the smoke, chops him down, and we've got Glaved left 1v2. Big clash. I feel like Big Omen Academy just put a lot of their eggs in one basket. It had to be long, and even though they started to lose it, I like that they continued to commit because they knew it was this or nothing. But now you've put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Glaved to come through with the 1v2.
It's Flanders Fields out here at long. A lot of players are gone, but okay. I just thought
shot.
The X-ray went off. I was like, wow, nice shot. You know, 1v2.
Okay.
Hold on. Especially people are showing you where they are.
You got to kill them. That's the thing. That's 2 separate shots that could have dropped.
They both got ops. It's like an op challenge.
Dead.
Okay. They both got ops, and he pulls out a pistol, and Onkir drops his op for a rifle, or his rifle for an op too.
I can't explain it.
That wasn't even one of the guns we talked about.
But I can sure as hell enjoy it. I mean, m0NESY, the P250 tap, dude. You've got an op on the retake, and you're confident enough to just pull out the pistol, take out the sidearm, execute the man. That's a 1v2 for map point for 15. And he makes it look like it's just a walk in the park.
Yes.
No stress, no problem. Let's see if NAVI Jr. can close out in their team speak. Here, 16-8 right now.
Мой жайк выпал.
Вы
Да,
мид
у
пикаете,
меня-
ребят?
Да.
Окей. Будьте готовы с флешкой, если что.
Я в нижний, бро. Скаут. Меня не видел? Я
Флэш
красный.
длина.
Флешки 2-3 длина.
Пальма, еще пальма! Хорош же, бля.
Хорош.
GG. Хорош.
Matter of seconds. Line them up, knock them down, and make it look so easy. It is just easy for m0NESY with P250 taps like that. The whole team had to put in the effort. You know who I'm impressed with so far? Is Onkir. That's a guy who I think tonight had some pretty crucial moments and was a good right-hand man. I like that analogy,
Beast.
even though if it's not yours. The Electronic and Simple show, but the junior version. Nice attempt by Big, but ultimately I think we've got Navi Jr. a cut above, and Flamey some crucial moments too. Crucial moments.
NT. I think Big in the first half of Mirage, they actually looked like the better team, but from then on, Navi took the reins. And a lot of people are waiting for Navi Jr. to show that they are supposed to be the best team here because they've got so much of this talent. And now with Flamey as a core and probably a lot of time to talk to each other, they could potentially reach that potential right before our eyes.
Yes. I mean, that's the beauty of this, right? We just said, like, it depends on certain organizations and what they're putting into their academy teams. This is a never-before-seen one. For Season 2, Navi Jr. having Flamey, taking a piece of a proven puzzle and putting it down into the newcomers, I think that the effect this can have on these other upcoming talents is going to be instrumental. And as far as day one goes, I think we saw that impact now. Let's go ahead and throw it to a break.
There's no time for a break because we still need to discuss the result of this match because it was Dusty, it was the pick of Navi. Again, I'm really happy to see that this is not a one-man show. It's not m0NESY who is just getting like those 30, 40 kills. It's actually the whole team is trying to do their best.
We did see a better team effort here. m0NESY actually wasn't top fragging for the majority of that one. That's a good sign because last season that was frequently the case, and it always left you desiring a little bit more from the rest of the team. And I would say that in this one for me, Onkir was the guy that stood up. He looked really sharp in some of his positions and the way that he was handling kind of a lot of different situations. Honestly, I couldn't even just pick one. And Navi overall, I mean, once again, they showed just kind of how their individuals are so superior. It changes the game plan of opponents. I mean, the way that Big was playing the avoid m0NESY game, I mean, that's so clowny, but I mean, it actually kind of worked for them for a minute there.
For a minute, yeah. You know, just for a minute. But as you said, Ankara had a good showing, and I think Navi once again showed everything they didn't show us in Season 1. I think it was a very dominant performance. I think it was under control for the majority of the part. We watched us too, and we speak a lot about this map, where it's very momentum based and you can lose control over the map easily. I didn't really feel that Navi lost control at any point in this game. It felt like they were on top of it throughout the entire time, and that's a sharp contrast to what we saw in Season 1 from these guys. So again, I think Flamey did a decent job. Of course, he's not coming in on top fragging. m0NESY and Ankara will be the two stars of this team. I think that's already put in place now, but the more experience I guess you put next to these two guys, the more you get to see them shine, and hopefully the more consistent they'll be as well for the future. And yes, it's just one match. It's just one match against BIG.OMEN Academy, but it's probably some of the best we've seen from Navi Jr. all tournament lifelong.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see that Onkir is actually doing so much for his team because when it comes to his storyline, he was actually in FPL, then he got kicked, he got really sad about it, and in a few months he was like, okay, I'm gonna get back. And he actually grinded FPLC and proved that he deserves a spot in FPL. And right now he gets to practice against the best players, and it really shows, like, he knows how to play this game.
For sure, man. He's a great talent, and I think we saw glimpses of that in Season 1. He was a little bit too inconsistent for my taste. Don't know what you feel about him, Maui, but when he's playing well, he's one of the best players in the entire tournament. When he's not playing well, he's just an average guy, and if he can find more consistency, I think Ankara is a guy for the future as well.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about some of the other players. I mean, Fear delivered a really solid performance. That actually, that's going to elevate Navi on top of that. I mean, Fear too he was kind of, I would say last season he was the third star, but he was even less consistent than Onkir was. And so if we can get more players consistently playing well for Navi Jr., then the sky's the limit for them, and they're a team that is shaping up to be potential favorites of this group because if we compare them to Young Ninjas look like they're performing worse than last season, and then Navi Jr. is performing better than last season, and so the winner's match of this group has already become very exciting very quickly. So I'm looking forward to it because on the flip side, you have an Astralis talent that has also looked like they're improving from their first game. And then Big, it's hard for me to say whether this change has made them better or worse. With Lapex subbing out, they might have lost a little bit of tactics, but Prosus is a better player overall.
Yeah, but it comes at the cost of Aqua, at least the first two maps. We've seen bottom fracking on both maps, and as we discussed in the segment between map 1 and 2, he's the star player of this lineup. He's supposed to be the guy putting up the numbers. He's supposed to be the guy dealing the damage on the server, and if Aqua is playing at this level, then BIG.OMEN Academy could potentially lose to a team like Astralis Talent. So you need to unleash Aqua, and how you do that, I guess they have to figure out until they play again in a couple of days.
Yeah, luckily they have a whole day to actually prepare for their opponents, but it means that in the upper bracket we're going to have Young Ninjas and NAVI Jr. What do you already have some kind of predictions? Like, should we actually expect from that series?
But before seeing these games today, I would have picked Young Ninjas.
Okay.
I'm picking NAVI Jr. now. I think that it's more than just the Monacy show. And I think that Young Ninjas has lost a beat. I think that they just don't look as sharp in mid rounds now. Like I had to guess sometimes. I was surprised by the way that Astralis Talent in 2v2s, 3v3s were winning. Last season, I would have said Young Ninjas will handle all of these. Like literally, just they're going to win every kind of mid-late round situation against nearly every team other than Maus. And now they're losing to Astralis Talent. They're getting outmaneuvered, outpositioned, and some of their players seem to be a little bit more confused because Manon and Nilo, like they're not there to provide that extra little oomph, that little extra firepower that we're used to. Right now, the Young Ninjas project for me is I'm not taking a huge liking to what I'm seeing with it now.
It's been stagnating a little bit ever since they lost Nilo, I feel, from the group stage. Manon did well at the finals as well, and Young Ninjas, of course, looked at a certain point in the finals as well to be the favorites to win the entire thing, but the team hasn't been the same. I agree. It's been stagnating a little bit for them, and again, you know, the amount of mistakes we saw today against a team like Astralis Talent, they were able to punish it. They were able to capitalize on that. Now you go up against Monacy, you go up against Ankara, you go up against Flamey. You can't afford to make those mistakes against those types of players. So I think if we want to see a good competitive matchup between those two, we will have to see Young Ninjas step it up a notch.
Yeah, they'll have to step it up a notch. But like one more thing that I wanted to say, like what I really liked in the series of NAVI Junior is actually all of the boosts that they showed. You know, like on mid dust too, they're like, okay, you can do a boost like this or like that or that. Like you can make like a whole demo review, like 101 ways like of boosting Manezi, like or your star player.
I can't wait to play with you, man. You're gonna be my little bitch and just boost all over the map.
Oh my god!
Where I want to go.
Scrawny, you gotta make Scrawny do it. I'm gonna be opping too. I'm gonna be fighting.
Okay, we can make Scrawny do it.
Get Scrawny underneath you. You know, he'll be like, "Yo, Jacob, I have good spawn. Take it.
Boost me, bro."
Yeah. and then you just say, "No, get down there." Just push him down. Yeah, we're gonna steal some things from NAVI Jr. That's gonna be good. And I mean, Monacy did it a few times. He got a couple picks through mid, but he also got punished too. Like teams are going to start expecting it, and I'm curious to see if Young Ninjas they do ban out Dust too. Actually, so we're not going to see that when that matchup comes. But on other maps, I mean, there's going to be things where NAVI Jr. they're using good tactics together. Like we saw on Mirage, if they need to in the middle of a round, they're not afraid to call for it. And like I mean, heck, you put it well. Like they have a jovial like approach to those kinds of moments. Like of course, bro, I'll boost you. You know, it's
not even a question.
Yeah, right. And that's good to see that the chemistry for NAVI Jr. is in a fine place right now.
Yeah, but let's check like the overall standings of what is actually happening right now in the A bracket, because you probably want to know what we should expect in a few days. Of course, NAVI Jr. Young Ninjas are going to the upper bracket. Meanwhile, BIG.OMEN Academy will face Astralis Talent, and actually the team that will lose that series is going to be out. They will have no chance of getting to the LAN.
And that's a big difference from Season 1 to Season 2 now. Of course, we changed the format, but in Season 1, all teams were secured to play at least 14 matches, at least 14 best-of-1 games. If Astralis Talent or BIG.OMEN Academy will go out, they'll play 2 best-of-3 games, and that's it. They're out of the tournament. So the pressure's on now. You know, we got to see them in Season 1. They got to play a lot of matches. They got to get a lot of, you know, flashy moments on HLTV, a lot of stats to dive into. But this time around, it's hardcore. You know, it's like the pro pro level world, and you go to LAN events sometimes, you go out there, you play a couple of games, and then you travel all the way back. It's a tough world out there. So if I'm Astralis talent and if I'm BIG.OMEN Academy, I'm gonna do everything in my power in order to make sure to win that game, because it would feel a little bit flat to go out of the tournament already now. Not to forget that if you finish third in this group, you're still playing the last chance qualifier, so just not finishing last is alpha omega for these teams.
Yeah, it's cutthroat, and obviously neither of these teams wants to lose there. And for clarification about the final match, if you win that one at the far right of that means you're secured for the LAN. If you lose it, you will be in a better seeding position, but you will still be in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and like with this bracket means actually that you can't have bad days. Like when you have like 14 best of ones during 2 weeks, like you can have like a slow start, maybe like how Mouse and XT had it. But then like once you maybe have that talk, you get your players inspired, you'll be all good. Here, you have like 1 day you play a best of 3, you have a break to prepare for like your next match, you play another one. If you don't do good in this small period of time, you're out. That's it. Done.
It's like the real world. It's like the real pro days. I mean, I've tried it before many times. We prepare for a tournament for weeks, then we travel to China, we play 2 games, and we go home. Like, there's nothing worse than that feeling, right? So the players, they get a taste of what it's like being a pro noob, I guess, like I were back in the days. And it's tough, man. It's tough.
I mean, probably the good times, at least for you. Now, a good time? Okay. I mean, you just like enjoy spending time with us, right?
I enjoy spending time with Maui and you, of course.
Of course.
Wow, you're making me blush. You're making me blush right now.
You're handsome.
I think I really took away all of the blush like from this scene.
Right.
But the thing is, this was actually the A group, and we're going to have the B group playing tomorrow, which means we're going to see the remaining 4 teams. And let's actually check out like what we should expect, because it's going to be Mouse and XT, the winners of the previous season, against Fury Academy. You're already making faces. But keep in mind that Fury Academy went through some changes, and they're actually going to have Honda, who's previously playing in the main roster.
Yeah, best of luck to Fury with that one. I think they're going into a very rough game against Mouse and XT. I think Mouse and XT, winning season 1, of course, is a testament to how good they are, but also looking at the players, the way they conduct themselves on social medias, the way they practice, the tournaments they play in outside of this league as well. That's a legit team. That's a team that actually could go a long way, and I see some players on that team as well that could be knocking on the door to the main Mouse roster in the future as well, which is a nice place to be. So if you're Fury Academy, especially considering what we saw last season, I'm having a very hard time believing that will be a competitive matchup. I expect Mouse Sports to beat them 2-0 despite Honda coming in and despite Fury Academy hopefully having bettered themselves a little bit over the break here.
That's simply the roughest match in terms of seeding. Yeah. I think these matches do have seeding behind them in terms of the openers here, and that was the number 1 team versus the number 8 team, and Fury Academy, maybe Honda can deliver something for them, but there were structural problems for that team in terms of the way that they even played the game that I'm not sure if Honda's going to instantly remedy. The other game is a little bit interesting because Fnatic Rising, they lost Prosis, who was, he was a decent player for them, and now he's on BIG.OMEN Academy, and they're subbing in a new guy, and that again, it kind of draws the same question that we had with Young Ninjas, where is it going to be the same kind of structure? Because Keve put together some great game plans last time around, and he did it very quickly, so I have no doubt he can do it again, but that still means that there's going to be some growing pains, and VP Prodigy was kind of an upset team. They're a team that spoiled people's days more times than not, so that's something where you got to keep an eye out if you're Fnatic Rising, because even though they made it to the LAN, they came in 3rd place last time, that opener might shock them a little bit if they're not quite prepared.
Yeah, but when it comes to VP Prodigy, they kept on getting many maps, like to like 14 or like to overtimes. They were always like so close, but they could never actually close the maps to actually get those wins, to maybe get like a better seeding, to maybe qualify to the LAN. So like, I guess that will be like the most important question, if they'll actually be able to improve just like this little factor that we're failing in the previous season.
I think VP Prodigy in week 2 started to look better by the end of it. I think, at the end of the tournament in the Gauntlet as well, they were doing a decent job, if I'm not mistaken. So they get better game by game, and they've had a good time now to hopefully learn to close out those games and maybe get a little bit more experience down the skin as well for them. So I agree with you. I think that Fnatic Rising VP Prodigy game, that could be as close to a 50-50 as we get it in this Group B, but still Fnatic Rising, you know, they are the favorites. They have a guy like Regali as well, still playing for them. He was one of the great surprises in Season 1. One of the best AWP players, if not the best, together with Monacy throughout the entire tournament. So Regali is a tough one to go up against. So I still see Fnatic Rising as the favorites, but I will say VP Prodigy, if they can continue to get better as they did in Season 1, that's a tough matchup for Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, but it's actually then the end of our first day. Yeah, unfortunately. Hey, we still have like a lot to do.
Okay.
We still have a lot of days, so it's all good. It is the end of the first day of the WePlay Academy League Season 2. But we'll be back again tomorrow with the B group. We'll be happy to see you here at 5 o'clock Central European time. So make sure to check out this stream or the Russian broadcast. Depends on which language you prefer, but we'll be happy to see you again.